One does feel there's a certain element of narcissism about it, but interesting last night.
Well, good morning everybody, welcome to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Day 2 of this LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Surrey. Ball-by-ball commentary brought to you by BBC Radio's London and Leicester, Mark Church and Richard Ray, your commentators for the game. Surrey heading out into the middle, following the two umpires Ian Gould and Richard Illingworth, and the Leicestershire batsman about to emerge from the meet away to our right up here on top of the pavilion to resume Leicestershire's first innings on 306 for 6. Not out batsman Ben Mike, who has yet to score, and Harry Swindles, who is on 25. A balanced day yesterday, first two sessions. Leicestershire's third session very much belonged to Surrey. They picked up 5 late wickets to bowl themselves firmly back into, as I say, a really nicely balanced fixture. We have a good forecast for today. We won't talk about the forecast for tomorrow. It isn't great, but fingers crossed we'll go through the entire day today without an interruption. And Mark Church, it really is an absorbing game of cricket as ever.
Well, tremendous yesterday. I really enjoyed yesterday. I think anybody who was listening in probably realised how much I enjoyed yesterday's cricket. And Leicestershire, well, I think Surrey came back into it in the final session. I think Leicestershire, when they won the toss and batted first with Harris and Evans at the crease, sort of mid-afternoon, they were sort of, their game plan was going perfectly, but Surrey sort of got themselves back into it in that last session last night. So I think, well, Ricky Clark said it in an interview, Eden Stevens, I think, is what he said last night, and I think that's the way we start this morning.
And interestingly, Surrey are going to open the bowling with probably the pick of their bowlers yesterday, the off-spinner Amar Verdi, 26 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 100. And he probably bowled a little bit better than those figures suggest. He sort of bowled a sort of a 4 for 70 sort of spell, I would suggest, would have been a better reflection, but there was a little bit there for him, and a little bit more as the day went on as well. And he's going to have a pretty new ball in his hands. We were 3 overs short yesterday, weren't we? So it was 93 overs. Make those up today, possibly, quite possibly. Verdi's going to open the bowling from the pavilion end. Round the wicket he goes and bowls full to Harry Swindles, who drives him out into the offside. There's a little bit of ground for Hashim Amla to make up to his left. He does so, but Swindles maintains his runner ball innings so far. He's 26 now off 25 balls, 307 for 6. Mike, lucky to survive a couple of close calls last night. Managed to get through after the night watchman, who came in quite early, Ed Barnes. 1 or 2 listeners feeling a little bit sorry for the Yorkshireman on his debut for Leicestershire. And he didn't last too long, Verdi cleaned him up with a really nice delivery. He's got a leg slip, a slip and a short leg as he goes around the wicket to bowl to the right-handed Ben Mike, who advances down the pitch and clips it away into the deep mid-wicket area. There is a sweeper out there, who is Mr. Overton.
Yes, indeed.
On the boundary, he walks in to pick up the ball, but Mike picks up a single. He will be positive, however long he lasts, so could be dangerous from Surrey's point of view, and Swindles is always positive. Update for BBC Radio Leicester. Coming as Swindles picks up another single. He clips into the leg side. Just got back out there, the players. Leicestershire resuming, as you say, 306 for 6. They've added 2 singles to that score. Ben Mike, who was naught not out overnight, he's got one of them, and Harry Swindles, who is going nicely. He's 27 off 26 balls. If the Foxes can take their score, excuse me, up to 350, maybe even towards 400, they'll feel it is a solid first innings platform on a pitch that is already offering the spinners a little bit of turn. At the moment, Leicestershire 309 for 6. He missed just one delivery on the commentary, which Verdi was, which is blocked back to Verdi by Ben Mike. Verdi is in, bowls. Mike again advances down the wicket, pushes out to short mid wicket, picked up by the Surrey skipper Rory Pope. Verdi turns in and bowls. Mike is waiting for that one. He doesn't advance down the wicket, defends it off middle stump out into the offside, and that is the end of the first over. A relatively uneventful affair, which will suit Leicestershire for half an hour this morning.
Yes, the less events the better, really, from a Leicestershire point of view. But yes, Surrey yesterday, I think, stuck in there. Speaking of Ricky Clark last night, he said that they sort of worked out the pitch was pretty flat straight away, and it was going to be a fairly long day for them in the field. But last night there were a couple there that were interesting. Verdi got a couple to turn. Ackerman's delivery definitely kept a bit low on him when he was LBW last night. It's going to be Reece Topley to get us started from the Bennett end. We've got high cloud, blue sky. It was very nice this morning, early this morning, but a bit more cloud cover now, which I suppose Surrey won't mind seeing too much this morning. Swindles is the man on strike on 27. As Reece Topley left arm over the wicket he comes, and Swindles has had a little fiddle outside his off stump, looking to run that one down to third man, I think. and going past his outside edge and taken by Ben Folkes, moving away to his right hand side. The outstanding partnership yesterday was between Evans and Harris, of course. 195 for the second wicket. Evans 112 from 221 balls with 16 boundaries, and Marcus Harris 101 from 191 balls with 15 fours as Topley left arm over the wicket he comes to Swindles, and Swindles is pushing this one off the back foot out towards Jamie Overton, sweeping out there on the cover boundary rope. Jordan Clark's on a trot behind Ben Folkes as the throw comes in, and Swindles on to 28. Leicestershire 310 for 6, and out comes Benwell. On to strike comes Ben Mike for the first time here to Reece Topley this morning.
Well, they'll consider a good score, Leicestershire. I think 375 to 400. They'll feel is probably about par.
I think if you win the toss and bat first, that's sort of where you want to be, isn't it? This one's left alone by Mike outside his off stump. That sort of 400 maximum batting points is a pretty good target. I think if you win the toss and bat first, as long as you're up around there, then you've got runs on the board. That's the key thing. And also it gives your bowlers, well, obviously they've had a day with their feet up, and also it gives them something to bowl at as well. So in many ways I'd rather have the runs on the board. I think this morning I'd rather be the team with the runs on the board, as Topley left eye over the wicket he comes, and Mike lets this one go outside his off stump and taken again by Folkes away to his right. You mentioned young Mr. Barnes there. One of the people I spoke to last night was my dear mum, who rang last night, and even mum said to me, I feel sorry for that young lad on his debut having to go out there last night. I said, yeah mum, it goes like that sometimes in cricket, I'm afraid. As Mike waits again with his bat raised as Topley's into him. I think a little bit of shake back in just from the way that Mike has played that, off a thickish inside edge back up the ground to Topley, who does the fielding off his own bowling. 310 for 6 then here on BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio London, and of course on the Leicestershire live stream. Tremendous live stream, which is seeing away to our right hand side at the moment. All the bits and pieces you require for keeping an eye on the action, as well as Mike waits again, and this time, that does come back in. He's letting it go, and Folkes is taking that one down low to his left hand side. So again, I think a little bit of swing shape back into the right hander from Reece Topley with the sun out, and Leicestershire, having added 4 this morning, are 310 for 6.
It stayed low as well a little bit, and Micah indicated as much. The deliveries that have stayed low have been from the Bennett end. As you say, that one to Colin Ackerman yesterday, that absolutely plumb, but it probably didn't get more than 3 or 4 inches off the ground, and that one a little bit better than that, but not much. And Mike indicated with his bat afterwards that it had stayed down. So you're right, maybe that the runs on the board are not bad to have at the moment. If 1 or 2 more.
Well, the other thing is
to sit down
with a bit of weather around as well. That's the other thing. Having the runs on the board enables you to put the opposition under pressure.
Swindles looks around him and sees a fairly conventional field, 2 slips and a gully. 4 single saving fielders, as in goes Ricky Clark and bowls, and Swindles solidly behind that one, playing a straight delivery out towards mid-on. So the Verdi continuation, I mean it was a new over, wasn't it? He wasn't mid-over when we came off, so it was a...
I'm trying to wrap my brains. Did Clark finish us off last night from the Bennett end? I'm just wondering whether it might just be I fancy to go this morning from the Pavilion end, so change of ends, and that one over from Verdi just to get Ricky Clark back into the attack from this Pavilion end.
In he goes. Bowles, and is looking to turn a delivery down the leg side. That is, it doesn't come out quite right for Ricky Clark, but he doesn't get anything on it. Taken by Folkes, moving away to his left, and immediately Clark indicates to Overton, who'd gone in at second slip, that he'd like him out at straight-ish, close-ish, mid-wicket. So it's just about a catching position, close catching position. He's still a good 20 yards or so from the bat, but giving Swindles something to think about. Clark is in and bowling, slightly short outside off stump, and Swindles, not a tall man, up on his toes, trying to force it out into the offside, can't get it past Jordan Clark, who moves smartly to his right from the covers, and then, having bowled a delivery gently to Hashim Amla, just stops and gives his left hamstring a little bit of a rub. It is still cold out there, folks. There is a cold old wind. It's lovely if you're in the sun and out of the wind. Beautiful. If you're not, it is cold. Clark is in, bowling outside of some cut away nicely by Swindles. Quick hands, it's a chase back towards the boundary for Jamie Smith. I think he's going to, no, he's not going to get that. I actually had my money on Jamie Smith getting there then. He just seemed to lengthen his stride and was starting to hunt the ball down, but it did have just enough to cross the ropes. Nice shot by Swindles, nice piece of timing, because that is a long old boundary out there. And he made poor Jamie Smith chase the ball all the way. That was a good 70-yard chase at full pelt for Smith, who was walking back quite slowly. In fact, he's going to stay out there.
Don't blame him. That was one of those that kept him interested the whole way, Jamie Smith. But you always thought, I'm not sure he's winning this.
He's a young man. I backed him there. In goes Clark and bowls, and it's going to be Smith involved again, as up on his toes. He's always up on his toes, really, unless he gets right forward. Harry Swindles plays it out backward point, and Smith happily awaits the arrival of the ball, walks in to meet it, and Swindles picks up one, moves on to 33 from 33 balls. Leicestershire 315 for 6.
Yeah, Ricky Clark was bowling from the Bennett end last night, because of course he got Lewis Hill called down the leg side, so I think that one over from Birdie was obviously just to switch Clark round, so that Clark could come in from this pavilion end. So that was the one over from Amar Birdie, a change of ends over.
Clark is in, solid forward defensive from Ben Mike, plays the ball out to Amla at mid-off, and obviously no run. Both the Leicestershire batsmen in long-sleeved shirts, but without sleeveless sweaters on. Obviously they'll have something on underneath those long-sleeved shirts as well, something warm I would think, but they look ready for business. End of the over, 315 for 6.
Yes, and a nice quiet start for the home side this morning. Sam Evans, of course, another 100 yesterday. I got sent some interesting stats last night from Brian Cowley of the Surrey Stats Group about Mr. Evans against Surrey, as Swindles on 33 waits for Topley, and Swindles again nicely played, just opens the face, guides this one off down towards third man, and he'll pick up another single, and one more to Swindles. He moves on to 34, and Leicestershire moving on to 316 for 6. But yeah, that stat basically was he's the first Leicestershire player to score hundreds in both games against Surrey, home and away, since 1929, is Sam Evans. So a little bit of statistics there for Sam Evans. So the first one since 1929 for Leicestershire to score hundreds home and away against Surrey in a season. As over the wicket comes Reece Topley to Mike. Mike is forward, playing this one down into the leg side. And Jamie Smith comes up to do the fielding, and there's no run.
And in 1929, the score of those hundreds was...
Well, here we go.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's all right, old boy. I need to jump back into my email here from Mr. Cowley, because, as usual, I would have had no idea about this. The previous Leicestershire players to have achieved this are Albert Knight in 1903.
K-N-I-G-H-T?
That's it, as this one's crashed off the back foot by Ben Mike for 4. Good shot that, little short, little wide from Topley. And Ben Mike looks at the bottom of his bat, but it's whistled off through cover point for 4 runs, and Mike moves on to 5. Leicestershire move on to 320 for 6. So it's Albert Knight in 1903, and then Les Berry and Eddie Dawson both in 1929. So Les Berry and Eddie Dawson in 1929. As Topley is in, and this is turned by Mike into the leg side, and this time he'll get a couple more. Jordan Clark heads off in hot pursuit.
One for the throw, for sure.
Definitely, it's miles out there. And 3 more to Ben Mike, so Nicely played again by Mike. He moves on to 8. Leicestershire move on to 323 for 6, and just a little bit more on that. Knight couldn't prevent Surrey from doing the double though. In contrast, Surrey followed on in both matches in 1929, losing by 9 wickets at Aylestone Road, but holding out for a draw at the Oval thanks to an unbeaten 115 by somebody called Jack Hobbs. And whatever happened to him? So there we are. So first since 1929, Sam Evans, Les Berry and Eddie Dawson for Leicestershire. Is round the wicket now goes Topley, and this is slashed away by Swindles, and that's 4. Bit of width from Topley, and Swindles throws the hands at this, and that whistles off down to the third man boundary rope, and Swindles moves on to 38, 327 for 6. There was something in the back of my mind when I arrived this morning, Mr. Ray, and you'll think I'm a madman here perhaps, but with a forecast like tomorrow, I just wondered that if and when Leicestershire got to 400, they might just say that's it. Now as in round the wicket again goes Topley, and forward goes Swindles, and plays this one straight back up the pitch, because forecast for tomorrow is absolutely dreadful. And what I'm thinking is, with 400 on the board, and with possibly a day of no cricket tomorrow, I know you can't think too far ahead, but that forecast is terrible. You maybe want to get out there and have a go at Surrey today as quick as possible. So then they've come out very positive this morning, these two. Someone's blowing their...
The Vuvuzelas.
Yeah, away
Sensu's
to our left.
Vuvuzela is there. They have. I guess they're looking at the bonus point situation as well.
They've still got... What over
We have
here?
93 yesterday, we've had 4 today, so 97.
13 more to go.
In goes Clark, and bowls turned by Ben Mike out towards mid-wicket, and a comfortable single taken. There is the sweeper out there in front of, nearly in front of the meet, just 10 yards or so to the left as we look at the building.
Yeah, I would rather be a side with runs on the board at the moment. That's all I'm saying, and maybe it is, 13 overs. Let's get to 400, get those maximum batting points. Be positive this morning. Give ourselves a chance, really, today.
Clark in. Bowls again played out into the leg side, in the air for a short while by Swindles, and that busy scurrying little run takes him to the far end and picks up another single. 39 off 37 for him. He's improving on his runner ball record at the moment. Ben Mike, as Churchy said, sort of almost equally positive this morning. Hadn't scored overnight. He was just about staying there yesterday when he came in to replace the unfortunate night watchman Ed Barnes. But he's already picked up a couple of boundaries this morning. Clark is in and bowls, and a good bouncer, and Mike just bobs at the knee and lets it go over his head. Clark gives him something of an old-fashioned look at the end of his follow-through. Mike was already heading off towards umpire Illingworth, recognisable because he favours the collar of coat up almost to hat brim level.
Yeah, and umpire Gould spends a lot of his time having a natter to anyone who's near him as well, doesn't he?
He really does. Clark is in and bowls line and length, and it is treated with respect accordingly by Ben Mike, defended off stump back down the pitch towards the Surrey all-rounder. Surrey now, previously obviously associated for many years with Warwickshire.
Yes, indeed, of course. Well, he captained Derbyshire for a season, if you remember.
Briefly, yeah.
One season of captaincy.
That was enough for him, wasn't it?
Yeah, well,
Derby.
Yeah, it's a strange old move, that. It really was.
Turns, very sort of familiar shape to his run. Quite eccentric, bowls, and this time he's going to pick up a single. Ben Mike, thick inside edge rather. It was middle and leg sort of delivery. Mike may just have closed his hands on that one. It looked a little bit thick inside edge as it rolled out into the onside.
In the mornings, I am a strange chap, but I always think about sort of the starter players being like your car on a cold morning. And for me, Leicestershire this morning, the choke's gone in straight away and their car started. whereas Surrey just taking a little bit of time to get going here.
Clark is in and bowling. Swindles is forward, dropping it out towards point. There isn't a point. Running up from gully is Pope, so again another single taken. They have been positive both in their shot making and their running this morning. Ben Mike into double figures now. He's on 10. Swindles is on to 40. 3-3-1 for 6, and yes, they've already added 25 runs this morning.
Yeah, it feels a little bit like Surrey just settling into these first 20 minutes, whereas Leicestershire have come out and sort of taken it by the scruff of the neck. That's very good from Leicestershire. It really is. So 3-3-1 for 6, 19 runs away from a fourth batting point. And also with that running between the wickets and the couple of boundaries, it's just spread the field out a touch for Swindles and Mike. Swindles is 40 from 38 deliveries, so he was punchy last night when he came out as well in a tricky situation. He waits for Reece Topley, who's left arm around the wicket to him from the Bennett end, and length deliveries forwards, turns it leg side, won't get a run because Ben Folkes is there doing the fielding using a little sidestep kick, Ronaldo-esque out there. Johan Cruyff turn from Ben Folkes there.
I believe footballers call that the Ramona, when they sort of kick it with their wrong foot.
I think I've
something
had a Ramona
like that.
Pizza. Very nice.
Romana, possibly.
Oh, maybe. As forward goes Mike. Shout for LBW. Height could be an issue here. Umpire Inningworth, indicates too high. It's like a lift going up. His hand there from the first floor to the third floor. Umpire Inningworth, just to say height. I think it's hurt Hill. Swindles, apologies. I think it's hurt him there.
Amidships, as they say, but he isn't tall, and he was sort of bobbing into it, so to speak.
And umpire Inningworth, as I say, it was like a little lift. Just putting his hand up slowly to say that's going over the top. Swindles waits again with his bat raised as Topley's left arm around the wicket to him. Swindles is forward, turning up towards Jordan Clark at mid-on. Better over this from Reece Topley. Coming round the wicket. It's a lot of this these days. Left arm round the wicket. Saw it at Bristol with Payne. Coming left arm round the wicket the whole time. Topley does this a lot now as well. It's going to become quite fashionable, really. As slip and a gully in there as Topley's in to Swindles. Swindles is forwards. Good running this. He's taking a single off a good ball. That'll annoy Topley. It's really good running from Swindles. Good delivery. Still finds a single. And moves on to 41. 3-32 for 6. And yeah, you can be positive with your shots. You know, crushing the ball to the boundary. But these two have been very positive with their running. And that there, good delivery. Flat bat, straight into the covers and straight away was calling Ben Mike through for the single. Yes, good stuff from Swindles. And Mike, this morning?
It wasn't a case of sort of picking up a particularly slow fielder either. He's a good fielder.
Ben Mike waits again. Bouncer from Topley. And that's taken by Folkes off his feet. Bit of frustration in that delivery, I think, from Reece Topley, because he really did bend his back and bang that one in. And Ben Folkes takes it off his feet. The other thing I'll be interested to see today, Richard, is with the sun out yesterday and the sun out today, whether this pitch quickens up a bit as well. I don't think Leicestershire will mind too much.
It looks almost unmarked, doesn't it, from here?
Round the wicket again goes Topley, and that's nipping back and hits Mike in the nether regions, I think I'll describe it, as that rolls into the offside end of the over. 3-32 for 6. Mike has 10 and Swindles is on 41, so these two came together at 305 for 6 last night, and this morning started at 306 for 6, so 26 have been added.
Both batsmen hit amidships in that over. Indication that there's a little bit there for Reece Topley, as you say, going around the wicket. 6 overs. 3-3-2. Leicester should be pleased with their start this morning. Busy, purposeful.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not looking for the game to, not letting it drift a little bit. Trying to take a measure of control. 3 batting bonus points thus far for them. 2 obviously for Surrey. Ricky Clark, grey of hair, in he goes and bowls and covers up nicely. Swindles, plays it firmly back down the pitch on the on side, picked up by Amler, who is at mid-on now, but quite a straight mid-on. Verdi is at mid-off. Ollie Pope's just gone off, slapping the 12th man on the back as he went off. 6 overs, he's got cold. That'll do me, I'm going to get warmed up. I don't think so. He went bouncing off, there was nothing wrong with him. Clark is in and bowls, played out into the offside by Swindles. There is a sweeper out there at cover, and he has to run to extra cover, but he hit it quite well, reasonably well, Swindles, and it got out there quite quickly, so just the one.
Yeah, got the right man out there in Jordan Clark, because he has got an absolute rocket of an arm on him, because he's a long way there. That is a huge boundary off towards the Geary bar and the scoreboard through the covers.
He's moved in now to a more conventional cover point as Clark is in bowling to Mike, who is carefully forward, correctly forward. A nice looking shot.
I have a question for you, Mr. Richard Ray. Which end here does Chris Wright tend to bowl from?
I think given the choice he'd probably come down the slope from the Bennett end, and he does tend to start from the Bennett end.
I'm just thinking
bowler
as well about that little bit of indifferent bounce from that Bennett end as well. I think Chris Wright could be a handful on this.
He did pick up his first class career best last week, so he's full of confidence. In goes Clark and bowls. Again, Mike is defending, pushing it past cover. Verdi sprints to his left to pick up and get his throw away, but Mike, seeing it, had beaten extra cover really. Is that Stoneman there at extra cover?
Indeed, yes.
Sprawling away to his right. Called for the single and made his ground. Although the throw missed anyway, but I think it made his ground.
Yeah, I think if there is an area where it maybe is just a little bit of indifferent, then Chris Wright could be a handful today.
Clark in, bowls, leg stump, and clipped neatly off his toes by Swindles. There is a sweeper out there on the boundary. Had to move 10 yards or so to his right, but from mid-wicket to deep square, but a comfortable single taken again by Swindles, and then sort of milking the bowling quite well here. 3 singles off 5 balls so far for Leicestershire. As I was saying, the initial target for them is, well, they'll get the 350. Will they get the 400? In terms of batting bonus points, Clark, trying to make sure they don't, is in. A couple of steps down, then skied into the air. Is it going to fall safely? It is going to fall safely. A little bit fortunate, very fortunate really for Ben Mike. He was trying to almost pull off the front foot there. He advanced down the wicket. Clark banged it in. He tried to swing it away, got a top edge, but it fell well short of Topley running in from long leg, and Folks running back from a wicket-keeping position, obviously between the two of them. So Mike picks up 1, breathes a sigh of relief, and keeps the strike. He moves on to 12, and Leicestershire on to 3, 6 for 6.
Yeah, reminiscent of both from 81, where it went into the confectionery stall and out again, because he wasn't looking at it, Ben Mike. That one just went straight off the top edge and looped into the leg side. Got away with it. He's on to 12 now. Topley to continue from that Bennett end. 336 for 6, but again, positivity from Ben Mike with that shot. And Ollie Pope back out there now in the gully as Reece Topley is round the wicket to Mike, and Mike, a little inside edge onto his front pad, almost rolled back towards his stumps there. His head shot round, kicked it away. But this has been very good from Leicestershire this morning in this first 28 minutes of play. Definitely business-like from Leicestershire this morning. They're out the blocks pretty quickly this morning. The sun's out now, very nice it is. As left arm round the wicket goes Topley again, bouncer, Mike ducks underneath it.
He's trying to bowl, now he's going round, he's bowling little sort of cutters, so he's rolling, well, not then, obviously, because it was a bounce, it banged it in, but that's why the both batsmen have been hit. He's just and getting them to just move a little bit off the seam.
Yeah, there's definitely something there. Topley in again and pushed away into the offside, and there's no run.
Little update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. The nip in, hopefully we'll get it in between deliveries. It's been a good start for the Foxes this morning. They resumed on 306 for 6. They've taken the score on to 336 for 6. So 30 runs added. The men responsible, Ben Mike, who's gone from 0 not out overnight to 12. And Harry Swindles, who's batted well all season and is batting well again here today. He's on to 43 from 45 balls. They've been busy. They're in search of batting bonus points at the moment. If they go past 350, they'll go on to 4 batting bonus points. 400 gets them 5. That is their initial target this morning, and at the moment they're going nicely. 336 for 6.
Topley again from the Bennett end. Left arm round the wicket to Ben Mike, and another bouncer, which Mike ducks underneath. Taken by Folks, this time moving away to his left hand side. Ricky Clark at first slip, Ollie Pope's in the gully. Jamie Overton's away at a deepish backward point. The captain Rory Burns is in there at short mid-wicket. Stoneman in the covers. Amler at mid-off. Jordan Clark at mid-on. Jamie Smith at deep backward square, and Verdi at long leg as Topley is in to Mike, and Mike lets this one go outside his off stump. End of the over. 336 for 6 then Leicestershire. Mike has 12 and Swindles is on 43.
Yeah, maiden over from Topley, so that would have pleased Rory Burns, I suspect. Just get a little bit of control back, because Leicester have been going at sort of 3 or 4 runs and over this morning, or sometimes more, just without too many issues. So a couple of maidens will just build up a little bit of pressure on the batsmen in terms of, if it's in their mind, I'm saying it's in their mind, the sort of extra batting bonus point, the 5th. You know, it shouldn't be a problem getting the 4th, but the 5th will take a bit of effort. These two certainly need to stay together. A long way to go. Clark is in and bowling to Swindles. A nice delivery on off stump, which Swindles plays down into the ground. It trickles towards a gully. Walking in there is Pope back on there.
He is indeed. Yeah.
It was a very brief departure from the field for Ollie Pope. I think he's one of those who'd rather be on the field than in the dressing room in most circumstances.
I don't know. Call of nature, perhaps, or
it is cold out there.
Absolutely.
In goes Clark with that curving run and bowls, and bat in front of pad from Swindles, reaching for that one a bit, playing a fraction too soon. The ball hits bat rather than bat hitting ball, and out to shortish mid-wicket where Mr. Overton is lurking, bending his back a little bit. He might be on before too long.
Interestingly, I think Surrey have now reacted to the way Leicestershire started, so I think now they're just trying to make these runs as difficult to come by for Leicestershire.
Clark in bowls. Swindles has to defend again. A nice straight delivery, line and length back to the bowler.
I think probably Rory Burns has sort of stood there and gone, right, see what you're up to. After this over, you got 9 overs to try and get to 400, and we're going to make that as hard as possible for you. Try and shut the run scoring down. Just change that equation a touch for the home side.
Clark is in as the sun goes in and bowls again, line and length, and again Swindles solid in defence out into the offside, picked up by Stoneman running in from cover. I mentioned how many starts, good innings really, Swindles has played this season. 59, 34, 21, 49, 5, 28 not out. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pretty good starts. Now 6 out of 8 essentially. So he too is in pretty decent form. Clark bowls, and Swindles is forward, hoping to push it wide of Stoneman, who athletically moves to his left to cut the ball off. Seeing that, you heard the shout of no from Swindles, holds up his hand as well just to emphasise the negative to Ben Mike.
Yes, it's always a good indicator, isn't it, when the batsman's sticking their bat up at their partner, telling them to stay exactly where they are.
That score of 59 in the first game of the season for Harry Swindles, as Clark is in and bowling to him again, line and length, and again Swindles can but defend, and he does, drops it out into the offside, and another maiden. So consecutive maidens for Surrey as they look to just gain a little bit of control back on the scoreboard. That 59 against Hampshire in the first innings of the season was his first class best, Harry Swindles. It's relative, he hasn't played many games, first class games. This is his 17th.
Well, he's looked very positive here.
He bats like a wicket-keeper, doesn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. He's got his own method.
Busy and
absolutely. As Topley is round the wicket to Mike, and runs here for Mike. That's nicely played. He's just opened the face and steered this down to the third man boundary rope. So after back-to-back maidens, a boundary for Ben Mike. He'll move on to 16. Leicestershire moving on to 340 for 6. Running off down to the meet. Down there to our right-hand side. See the Leicestershire coaching staff up there having a watch. Gentleman in his office as well, behind a laptop there, I can see. As Topley round the wicket, he comes to Mike again, who's driving. Lovely shot. On the up, through the covers. Hasn't tried to drill this, he'll get a couple because Overton has dived full length with those long arms of his. Flicked the ball back, and Stoneman has done the rest of the work, and the throw comes in. 2 more to Mike. He moves on to 18, and Leicestershire moving on to 342 for 6. But yes, again, little flurry of runs here for Leicestershire, so 8 runs away from a 4th batting point as Topley is in. Bouncer this time, sort of drive that to Ben Mike. He's quite happy just to duck underneath it and then wander off towards square leg. 342 for 6 then. See a couple of the stewards down there in their bright yellow jackets down at the Bennett end by the indoor school. Cars in the car park. Round the wicket again goes Topley, and forward goes Mike. Little inside edge. He'll get a single. That will be Jamie Smith coming up to do the fielding. I'm not looking forward to getting back to my car tonight because I went to buy us a pint of milk this morning.
Oh yes.
And dropped it all over the car, which was unfortunate. So yes, it's warm enough today. I think by the time I get back tonight, there could be an interesting sort of odour in the back of my car.
Oh dear.
Yes. Oh well, there we are. At least it didn't land on sort of clothes or anything like that. It sort of just went over the boot. Swindles waits once more on 43. A short one, and he's played that pretty well actually. He's dropped the hands, let it go past his chest, but banged in by Topley from round the wicket, and that would have followed Swindles on that angle from round the wicket, left arm round the wicket, but he played it pretty well, dropping the hands and letting it just go past his chest. So nicely bowled and nicely played by Swindles.
It did look to gather a little bit of pace, so your theory about the pitch maybe just quickening up a bit, maybe holding a bit of water.
It's in again, and Swindles has had a little nibble at this one outside his off stump, and in the gloves of Ben Folkes the ball ends up moving to his right, and a little look from Topley there to Swindles, but he gets through it. 343 for 6, so 7 runs away from a 4th batting point. Leicestershire. Looks like Jordan Clark might be getting warmed up for a bit of a bowl, running off towards deep backward square, whirling his arms at the moment.
Clark to continue. 21 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 41 as he comes in and bowls a bouncer. There's been a lot of short balls this morning.
Well, I suppose that's one way of keeping the scoring down, isn't it?
It is.
Really.
And again, that went through at quite a nice pace to two folks.
Oop. Now, umpire Gould's down again. He's been down twice now to Ricky Clark, saying, get off my pitch. And I don't think that's an official warning, but I think it's another, you're running straight down the middle of my pitch, so could you please get off that area, Ricky Clark?
Leicestershire might not be too concerned, actually. In goes Clark and bowls, and in the air, lofted over mid-on. It's going to go well over Amler, who's chasing it back to the long-on boundary. Does manage to drag it back at the expense of losing his sun hat on the way. Verdi completes the fielding. The throw goes away. So he went for the lofted on drive. Got it. Didn't get quite all of it, however. Mike, however, it was a good 10-15 yards over Amler by the time it hit past him, by the time it hit the ground, and although he turned and chased in pursuit. So reasonably legitimate effort from Mike. Picks up a couple of runs. Clark is in and bowls again to him, and it's a slow full toss that for a second Ben Mike thought was going to be a beamer, ended up poking it out towards point. The two batsmen nearly collided as they ran for each other. That was a curious thing. Ricky Clark's smiling now. It was a really slow, slightly wide full toss, and for a moment Mike thought it was going straight at his head, I think.
Well, if it had been straight, he may have been in a bit of trouble there. And the one you always remember with that delivery was dear old Chris Reed, wasn't it, against Chris Cairns at Lord's, ducking and getting bowled.
Clark is in again and bowls, and that was turned down to fine leg by Swindles 4-4. Took his bottom hand off the bat as he did so, but it was down to the hip, and he sort of knew what he was doing. Leicestershire move to that 350 and pick up a fourth batting bonus point. 103.4 overs, so 6.2 to get another 50. I'd be surprised.
Yeah, I think they've ticked that box, haven't they?
Yeah, I think
350.
This was a main initial aim of the first 40 minutes or so, I guess. Clark, stung, I'm sure, by that, is in again, outside off stump, chopped away by Swindles, but there is that sweeper out there, Jamie Smith, at a deep backward point. So it will be just a single for Swindles. He moves on to 44.
Interesting territory now, because if these two keep going like this and those runs keep ticking, fine, but what you don't want here is maiden after maiden. You may as well be out there bowling. So I think they've been positive this morning. I think they'll just now maybe even up the ante a little bit more.
I agree. I think they will try and push on. Clark, shirt flopping in and bowls a bouncer that doesn't get up very much at all. Mike's had a fair few of those this morning. He's dealt with most of them pretty well. It goes over his left shoulder as he ducks. End of Clark's over. 22 overs, 1 for 45 now for the veteran all-rounder. 351 for 6, so these two have added 46 now. Came together when the score was 305 last night. Only added 1 before the close of play. As we've been saying, they've been positive and they've reaped the benefits. They've had 1 or 2 close-ish shaves.
Yeah, I think they've done it pretty well this morning. And Hashim Amler's just wandered off for a sec, so Will Jacks is out there now. And Jordan Clark, as we sort of suspected, watching him whirl his arms, is coming into the attack to replace Reece Topley from the Bennett end. Yesterday 15 overs, 1 maiden, none for 59 for Jordan Clark. He's going to have Jamie Smith out at deep backward square. We've seen Ben Mike take the hook shot on. Amal Birdie's at long leg. Therell be a slip and a gully, a cover, mid off, mid on, short straight mid wicket, and a sweeper on the cover rope for Jordan Clark, coming right arm over the wicket to Swindles. Bouncer first up and taken by Ben Vokes as Swindles ducks underneath that one. But yes, I think the pitch has quickened up a touch. It's really hitting the gloves of of Ben Folks this morning. So sun was out for most of yesterday afternoon, and I think it has quickened up a touch now, this pitch, because most of these deliveries have been absolutely flying into the gloves of Ben Folks. Jordan Clark, strong action, he's in over the wicket, goes full of length, and Swindles will get a single. Just pushes this one out into the offside. Stoneman goes round to his left at cover to do the fielding. Swindles will move on to 45. I think a no ball from Jordan Clark, because that score has gone up to 354 for 6. So a no ball from Jordan Clark, spotted by umpire Illingworth. 45 minutes of play this morning. Another batting bonus point for Leicestershire. Surrey have the 2 bowling points with those 6 wickets, as Ben Mike on 22 waits for Jordan Clark, and it's turned leg side by Ben Mike, who just indicates that that's come back a touch at him. Picked up by Will Jacks in there at mid wicket. Had a nice catch up with the Leicestershire photographer this morning. He was up here snapping away when I arrived.
John Mallett.
Yeah, very nice to see John. I think he came down to the Kia Oval, didn't he?
Yep,
so, yeah,
every game.
Very nice to see him. Mike waits with that bat raised as Jordan Clark's in. He's taking the hook shot on. He hasn't got all of this, but he's got enough of it. It's into the leg side and away for 4. So that's the 50 partnership between these two. And Ben Mike a couple of times already this morning has taken that shot on. He got a fair amount of that. He moves on to 26 and 51 the partnership from 78 deliveries. And they came together last night, as Richard was saying, added just the 1. But this morning they've pushed on, and 356 for 6, and that's 50 runs this morning now. And it's a pretty good shot from Mike when you see it again on the replay. Jordan Clark is into him once more, another short one, and he's gone after this outside his off stump. Nothing wrong with this at all from Ben Mike, and that slapped into the gloves of Ben Folks, because if he did edge that could have been 6 over third man. So absolutely the right game plan here from Ben Mike.
I think they are going for the 400, aren't they? Just judging by
well, I think
the way they're playing.
It makes perfect sense,
because
otherwise they may as well be out there having a bowl at Surrey. As Mike waits again as Jordan Clark's in, and Mike drives in the air, all dropped by Mark Stoneman. Away to his left at cover, and Mark Stoneman dived to his left at cover, puts the chance down. You probably heard the cry of anguish from Jordan Clark, and Ben Mike gets a life, gets a single, moves on to 27, and Leicestershire move on to 357 for 6.
He'd done the hard work there, Mark Stoneman, really. He'd got there, he dived away to it, he got 2 hands to it, and it wasn't going too quickly, a couple of feet above the ground, and it looked for all the world like he was going to hang on. Perhaps it just jarred out as his elbows hit the ground. But a real shout of frustration from Jordan Clark, who's wicketless so far in the innings. Verdi is now going to come on, so Ricky Clark's spell this morning was fairly brief, and Verdi with a good chance, one feels, of picking up a 5-er in this innings. Still 4 wickets needed to finish the Leicestershire first innings, and Verdi already has 3 to his name, and he's kind of held the biggest threat throughout the innings. And I think carried the biggest threat.
He knows these two are going to come after him now as well, so there may
now,
be an opportunity. There may be a few sailing over the boundary rope as well.
He's got a deep mid-wicket, he's got a long on, and he's got a deep backward square. It is a short boundary on the leg side, and he's bowling round the wicket, a couple of steps down again from Ben Mike, as in the first over of the day, but then he just turns his wrists on it and plays it calmly out to Clark at deep mid-wicket. He still looks less than gruntled out there.
Frustrating, isn't it, when you're a bowler?
Verdi in to Swindles, who's waiting for that one. He too turns his wrists on it, plays it out to Burns, short mid-wicket, who blows on his hands and rubs them together. Short leg and slip. The close fielders. Verdi is in, dropping a little bit short, trying to turn him down to fine leg, I think there, Swindles. It was quite an extravagant shot, really. Didn't get anything on it. Folks stopped it, didn't take it cleanly for once. Bounces out on the off side. Verdi bowls, drops again short and whipped away into short leg. Bounces off short leg and Folks flings himself out as Smith turned away to see if he could catch the rebound. Couldn't quite get there. That would have been an unlucky dismissal for Swindles, but a really smart piece of thinking from Ben Folks, because he hit it hard, and I don't know which part of Smith that hit. He turned his sort of side to it, so somewhere around his rear end, I think. In goes Verdi, and that's a better length, but a quicker delivery, flatter delivery, and yeah, Smith won't have thanked Verdi for that delivery, particularly though they nearly picked up a wicket.
Well, incredible reactions from Ben Folks. He almost caught that low down to his right on the rebound.
Verdi is in, bowls, and Swindle defends back down the pitch, and there is no run. Eventful over. That would have been a interesting dismissal. Just seeing if Smith is rubbing any particular part of his body. He's not. I think he's tolerably well padded up. He's got obviously the pads on underneath his whites. His shin pads, quite. They cover his knees as well, and I'm sure he might have one or two pads elsewhere under those whites as well. End of the over, 3:58 for 6. 4 overs remain then for Leicestershire to score 42 runs if they are to pick up maximum batting bonus points.
Yeah, these days the short legs are well padded up, aren't they? And I think that possibly hit the pad, and they tend to rebound quite a long way off those pads these days. They're normally wicket-keeping pads, aren't they, that they wear? And Ben Folks, incredible reactions to try and go to his right, low down. I think he took it on the half volley, which would have been very unlucky. But as it is, 3:58 for 6, and we've had a little hand sanitisation break, and I think Ben Mike was sort of doing an emu impression there with Rod's Hull back towards the dressing rooms, wanting new gloves, sort of with his hand doing a sort of talking movement back towards the dressing room. So he's got new gloves as well now. 3:58 for 6. And it's Jordan Clark coming over the wicket to Ben Mike, and Mike's forward and pushes this one out into the offside. There's Stoneman doing the fielding, moving round to his left.
Is emu still a thing, or has Rod
He's no
departed?
longer with us.
Okay.
He's no longer with us. I only know that because it was my first day of work experience at BBC Southern Counties Radio, and I had to phone round to try and get a guest on. So, as in over the wicket once more comes Jordan Clark, and this is off the front foot, driven away wristily by Ben Mike out towards Jamie Overton, and he will get a single. And Mike moves on to 29, 359 for 6. Swindles comes back onto strike on 45. Nicely played by Ben Mike. Just seeing that again. Just threw his hands through it. Kept it all along the floor out towards Overton. Sweeping on that cover rope as Jordan Clark is over the wicket once again to Swindles, and Swindles pokes this one really off the front foot out towards Stoneman in there at cover. Watching where that front foot is again, umpire Illingworth. For Jordan Clark, he has bowled one no ball already this morning, so umpire Illingworth just checking where the Jordan Clark front foot is landing. Waits again. Swindles. Oh, that's a short one. He's not played that at all comfortably. I think that's hit the glove. I think he was trying to duck it, then it was coming straight to him, and he's hit the glove, picked up a single. It's a good short delivery that from Jordan Clark, but it was really uncomfortably played that by Swindles. Yeah, real sort of get off me shot. In the end it looked like he was trying to get it down towards fine leg, but he picks up a single. on to 46. 360 for 6 as Jordan Clark is over the wicket once again to Mike. That's down the leg side, and that's going to beat Ben Folkes as well. It just kept going. This will be 4 byes, which is a bit unfortunate for Ben Folkes, because I think he'd have had to have grown a couple of feet to get anywhere near that. But it's 4 more to the Leicestershire total. It's caused a blow of the whistle from outside the ground. 364 for 6. It's reminding me a bit of Barbados, this, when that whistle gets blown from outside the ground. It's not quite as warm as Barbados, mind. As in over the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark. Short, and this is pulled in the air off his hip by Mike, but into safe territory on the leg side, and Jamie Smith gets round to do the fielding, and they'll pick up 2 more. 2 more to the total, 2 more to Ben Mike. And he's taking on the short ball. Here's Ben Mike, and as I say, absolutely nothing wrong with that at all. He's on to 31, Swindles 46, 366 for 6. I'm not sure they're going to get to the 400 in the 3 overs.
No,
but again,
they're having a go though, aren't they? 8 off that one.
This is fine, because the runs are still going.
34 needed off 4. Is that right? Are we now on 3?
I think it's 3 from here.
Yeah,
I think
it
it's about
is.
107
There
now.
it goes, just ticked over. 34 off 3. Oh well. Could be entertaining. If they do, Swindle's approaching 50. Hasn't got too many of them, so it'll be in the back of his mind. Verdi is in and bowls to him. He tries to whip him away into the leg side. It would have had to straighten a fair bit, assuming it pitched on. And it is, well, he didn't get an edge on it. Umpire Gould signals a leg by, it squirted off into the offside, and Swindles was called through by Ben Mike. Let's have a look at this one. Probably just pitched outside. It did straighten a little bit, bounced a little bit, but there was just wasn't quite enough going for that one. But well worth the shout, well worth the shout. In goes Verdi again, forward goes Mike, pushing it out into the offside. Stoneman picks up, and there's no run. Looks like Barbados in terms of the sunshine out there at the moment, not that I've ever been, but certainly, as you say, temperature probably 20 degrees less. Verdi is in, tosses that one up a little bit, it's full, clipped away by Mike, waited for that one out to Clark, who's down at deep mid-wicket. Haven't really gone for the shots so far in this over, so perhaps it isn't really in the back of their mind. One leg by and a single from the over so far from the first 3 balls. Verdi tosses that one up, advancing down the wicket is Swindles, turning his wrists on it, calmly out into the onside. It rolls to Clark at deep mid-wicket again. Another single, 369 for 6. Will Mike go for the big one? Is long on, still out there, hiding behind, yes he is, hiding behind the sight screens down there as Verdi is in. Mike is down the wicket, turning into the leg side again. A theme of the over, involving Jordan Clark out on the deep mid-wicket boundary, who has fielded the ball out there 3 times now. 3 last deliveries. 370 for 6. Swindles 47. From 66, his scoring rate has slowed down a little as Verdi goes in and bowls to him. He's reaching for that one in front of his front pad and turning it out to Burns at mid-wicket. End of the over. 370 for 6. 2 overs left for Leicestershire, which I don't think they're going to do, to score another 30 runs.
Yeah, 15 and over from here. But they're still scoring runs, that's the key thing. As I say, if it was sort of nothing happening, then may as well be out there having a bowl, but still that scoreboard's ticking round.
64 in the first sort of hour of play, really.
Absolutely fine.
You know, that's decent.
Well, Hashim Amla's back out there, but Will Jacks has stayed on the field of play because now Jamie Overton's wandered off, but Hashim Amla is making his way back to his position at mid-off. Will Jacks is away at deep mid-wicket, so they're on now for Ben Mike 2 men back on the mid-wicket. Well, they're not on the rope because there's another sort of 40 yards beyond them to the boundary rope. It's such a long carry out there as Jordan Clark is in, and the right-handed Ben Mike just pushes this one up towards Hashim Amla. Stood up there at mid-off. Yeah, and then you've got Amar Verdi down at long leg as well. But approaching the first hour of play this morning. So they've added, as you said, 64 this morning. Messrs Mike and Swindles, Mr. Ray, and I think Mr. Nixon will be pretty pleased with this. As over the wicket once again goes Jordan Clark, short ball, and Mike's up on his toes, turns leg side and picks up a single. He's actually tearing the first there. I think he might be able to get 2, but Rory Burns quickly round from short mid-wicket. They're going to get a short leg in now, because Swindles of course got himself in a bit of a tangle in the last over to Jordan Clark's short ball, but Mike's played that very nicely. Right up on his toes, inside the line, and just dropping it into the leg side for a single. So Jamie Smith has gone to get the helmet and then slots himself in there at short leg. Ollie Pope, who of course does that job for England, in the gully with his sunglasses on the top of his Surrey cap. Ricky Clark at first slip. Jordan Clark is just asking Mark Stoneman to go to his left in the covers, just moving Hashim Amla round as well to a wide-ish mid-off position. Jordan Clark to Swindles on 47, and Swindles outside edge flies away past Ollie Pope in the gully. It's going to whistle down to the third man boundary rope and bring up Swindles 50. It's been a very good one, this. 51 from 68 deliveries with 7 fours, and a really good punchy innings this from Harry Swindles. And he moves on to 51, not exactly where he intended, but still brings up his 50. Well batted Harry Swindles. Came in last night and was positive last night as well, with some wickets falling around him, and then just continued that this morning as he waits again for Jordan Clark, and it's a short ball and he's in behind it this time is Swindles, popping this one out into the offside. But a very good innings this.
Really useful knock from Leicestershire's point of view. If we are rained off or tomorrow, maybe they're thinking in terms of, look, if we can get 450, might only, then we'd only be looking to bat once. I mean, Surrey would expect to save it obviously comfortably if they're required to bat on the last day, but
Jordan Clark is in again. Another bounce up down the leg side this time. Swindles watches that one go over his left shoulder. Oh, absolutely. I think with rain forecast tomorrow, that's why I sort of keep laboriously saying I'd quite like to have the runs on the board actually. A bit of rain round tomorrow, you never know. We could be looking at a 3-day game here rather than a 4-day game. Jordan Clark is in once more, and Swindles, good length delivery, just pushes this one up towards Hashim Amla. Stood up there at mid-off, end of the over, 375 for 6 then. Mike has 34, and Swindles is on 51.
So just 25 needed off this over from Amar Verdi. Oh, updates time for BBC Radio Leicester. It's coming up between overs, which is very kind of them. I wonder if she's forgotten. Verdi then to continue from the pavilion end. 3 for 107 now from 29 overs. In he goes and bowls, and driven off the front foot through mid-on down to long on. Ollie Pope down there, and the single is taken. Moves on to 35. And Mike. Swindles on strike as Verdi goes in, drops a little bit short. Swindles goes back and turns it out into the leg side. Clark runs away to his right at mid-wicket, and again a single, so I think we can definitely say they're not going for the extra batting bonus point. Hello, they still continue to bat very well this morning, the Foxes. They began the day 306 for 6, they've moved on to 378 for 6 now. The two men responsible are Ben Mike, who is 35, not out, the all-rounder, and Harry Swindles, who's just gone past his 50, he's on 52. He made his 50 off 68 balls, included 7 fours, so batting very nicely this morning, Leicestershire, and looking to go well past 400. They're 378 for 6. Verdi goes in and bowls, and again he's clipped into the leg side by Harry Swindles out towards deep mid-wicket. Again, it's been pretty much the theme of Verdi's bowling in this, I suppose you could say, second spell of the day, considering he bowled the first over as well.
It's a little burst of wham in your update there, Mr. Ray. Very good. Maybe
you recognised it from just a few bars. In goes Verdi, and again Mike is whipping down towards Pope at long on, and the single is taken. That summoned up a blast from your past, did it?
It did, yeah. Sadly, yes, it did, really.
Discotheques of Kent somewhere.
Salopettes. White shorts.
In goes Verdi bowls, and Swindles is defending that one on middle and leg, back down to short leg, picked up by Jamie Smith. We've had 110 overs. Leicester have made 380 for 6 from them.
Yeah, very good from Leicestershire. And as you say, if there is rain tomorrow, then Leicestershire can get themselves up over 400, which they're looking like doing at the moment. They've got those runs on the board, and then they can try and put the opposition under pressure.
I've neglected Twitter this morning. Good morning to you all who've been in touch via the Twitter feed. At Back and Across for Churchy, at Rich M. Ray, R-A-E for me. Good morning, Surrey Pigeon. Leicestershire have been in some strong positions of late, but have failed to capitalise. Has this been down to the wicket or their ability to finish the game when needed? Well, their weakness so far this season has been taking wickets. Surrey Pigeon, they haven't knocked bowled a side out excuse me, twice in a game so far. They got fairly close against Gloucestershire last week, taking 16 Gloucestershire wickets in that defeat. But yeah, essentially the bowling attack at the moment isn't strong enough.
As Jordan Clark from the Bennett end is into Ben Mike, who's forward and playing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Yeah, you need to take 20 wickets.
Morning to Jake, who's got the stream up, back on the telly. He says we're back on his telly.
Very clever, Jake, managing to get it on your telly. As Jordan Clark in once more, down the slope and over the wicket to Ben Mike, who's playing this one from the crease rather than it keeping low on him. I think he really didn't go anywhere there, Ben Mike. Pushed that one out into the offside, and Stoneman came across to his right to do the retrieval work. Shim Amla stood up there at a wideish mid-off in his white brim sun hat. He's got a bobble hat on under there, I would have thought, as Jordan Clark is in, and Mike drives nicely, firmly out towards Reece Topley, sweeping on that cover boundary rope. One more to the total. One more to Ben Mike. He moves on to 38. That brings Swindles back onto strike on 53.
I like watching Topley field. He's almost got a grace about him in the field that he doesn't quite have in his bowling action, but when he picks up and throws, he moves so nicely onto the ball, and it's a really nice flat sideways sort of on throw.
Yeah, it's almost just a wrist, isn't it? Just a flick of his wrist.
Strong.
Jordan Clark is in, and Swindles is in behind a short one, playing this one out into the offside, but they've gone past the 375 they made against Surrey back in South London. What was that, 3 weeks ago now? And course, though, Surrey did reply with a massive total in that game. Ollie Pope's 245, 672 for 8 declared, Surrey were in the end. As Swindles turns this into the leg side just past Jamie Smith's right hand in there at short leg. Jamie Overton is up to do the fielding. That'll give one more to the total. Swindles is on to 54, 382 for 6. Then Mike comes back onto strike on 38. Jamie Smith comes out of the short leg position for Ben Mike and goes back out to deep backward square. Jordan Clark over the wicket he comes again to Mike. Oh, another short one, and he's trying to pull this, and that's hit him in the chest area. I think that would have hurt Ben Mike. He was sort of in two minds there, really, to pull it or just help it round the corner, and didn't really do either.
Yeah, he's hurt a bit. I think he got it sort of just in the rib area, and he's end of the over. He's pulling his shirt up, and Harry Swindles is summoning the Leicestershire. Well, the 12th man's coming on first, but I suspect he'll need the attentions of the physio.
Yeah,
bit of spray, perhaps.
Yeah, I think that one will have hurt. Just, as I say, he was sort of in two minds there about whether to pull it or just help it round the corner. I managed to get a run in last night, Richard. Used the old treadmill, watching the darts last night for an hour. Very nice it was.
I use the treadmill at the Bristol Hotel, and obviously there's always tellies in these places, but I struggle a bit to actually watch them when I'm running, because consider get it off running hard, and I'm glancing at it from time to time, but then you're very limited in your your sort of manoeuvrability on a treadmill. You've got to hit the same spots pretty much each time, and if you slightly lose your positioning, you can be in trouble on a treadmill. So I don't tend to. Well, I find it quite difficult to watch and concentrate.
The only reason I
running.
watch telly is so I don't look down to see how much longer I've still got to go. That's the bit that scares me.
Well, happily, I can report from Leicestershire's point of view, Mike is fine, and we're into funky field time. So Burns has decided two shortish mid-wickets are the way to go, as Verdi goes around the wicket to Harry Swindles, who waits in the crease for that one, just drops it down almost at his feet. 54 to Swindles, so let's say approaching his first class career best of 59. Verdi bowls to him. Again, he goes back, plays a little bit more firmly this time, but only as far as Smith, who's the straighter over the two mid-wickets. Burns, not quite a conventional mid-wicket, but a little bit shorter than a conventional mid-wicket, as Verdi tosses that one up a little bit, turned towards those two mid-wickets along the ground by Swindles. There is a deep backward square, who is Reece Topley. No long leg or fine leg. Bit of a space down there as Verdi bowls, a couple of steps down, and it is turned out towards Topley by Harry Swindles. Comes in and throws, just a single. Swindles on to 55, 383 for 6, but they've obviously got licence from the dressing room to just bat on and be positive this morning. See where it takes them, as Verdi is in to Mike, who is walking down the wicket. He's used his feet well, Ben Mike. He defends it in the end out towards Burns, with his red reflective sunglasses perched atop his cap. Verdi is in, drops a little bit short, paddled around the corner by Ben Mike. Didn't really time it as well as he would have liked. It was in the air for a while, and sort of loopy trajectory meant that Reece Topley could run around from backward square down toward long leg. It didn't really gather any pace once it had landed, that one, off the fast outfield. Didn't plug, but didn't go much quicker, and strike though. He moves on to 39. Swindles 55, Leicestershire 384 for 6. Morning to Robert. Good morning to Brunty, who is sitting there writing jokes for his column at the moment. Jokes of questionable taste. I sort of picture him sort of sniggering away to himself in a deck chair there. They're usually fairly good jokes, in fairness.
No.
Those that we get to see.
Very good. Nice way to spend your Friday, writing some jokes in a deck chair.
He said this morning on Twitter that he's thought of one that's so darn funny that he can't wait to share it.
Oh, there you go.
But we'll see. You've set yourself up for a fall there, Brunt. It better be good.
Yeah, a bit of a build-up.
I know.
Oh dear.
He might keep it for his column. We'll see.
Well, we've got a gully and a short leg. 384 for 6. Surrey at the moment aren't laughing with the way this morning has gone, as this is a short one. And ducking underneath it is Ben Mike.
Gary Bailey. Hello, Gary. With Ackers back, we have 2 extra bowlers this week. He's saying that he thinks the bowling might be strong enough. I.e. Klein, who couldn't bowl last week, is out, so Barnes comes in, and then with Ackerman's off spin,
yes,
it does look a more balanced attack as a consequence.
Did see a little bit of turn yesterday for Amar Birdie, as Jordan Clark is in again and Mike's turning this one off his hip, and that's sharp work from Jamie Smith in there at short leg, and he lobs the ball up to his captain Rory Burns at mid-on.
We haven't really seen it this morning though, have we?
But
he hasn't gone over the wicket.
No, I think the pitch has quickened up a bit, but there's been few alarms really for either Mike or Swindles. Okay, there was the Stoneman drop catch, but he was trying to drive. Hasn't been too many fizzing past the outside edge as Jordan Clark is in. Another short one. This has found the outside edge and loops 2 bounces down to third man. Ricky Clark's down there, but again in sort of 2 minds about whether to play that or get out the way of it. And Ricky Clark down there at third man is almost in a catching position. It's almost like a fly slip as much as anything from Ricky Clark, because he's pretty fine. And so I wonder if that was the game plan, but Mike gets away with it, moves on to 40, getting a leg gully in now. Off goes Rory Burns to leg gully.
He's trying to make something happen, isn't he? He's saying, right, they're both vulnerable to a short ball. Certainly Swindles is. Let's surround him.
And a man back at deep backward square as well. Jordan Clark. In he comes to Swindles, another short one, and Swindles, well, he's looked to pull this. It's come off the back of his bat, I think, and has gone past a diving Ben Folkes, and he'll get a single. So I think that came off the back of his bat.
And it completely wrong-footed Folkes, who was moving away to his left and had to try and fling himself back to his right. How he quite got it down there.
Yeah, I think it's straight off the back of his bat and has sent Ben Folkes completely the wrong way, and Ricky Clark ended up doing the fielding. 1 more to Swindles, he moves on to 56. Mike comes back onto strike on 40. 81 they've added now for this 7th wicket. Very good runs from a Leicestershire perspective as Jordan Clark is in again. Slower ball this time, and Ben Mike waits for this and then pops it out towards Hashim Amla out there at extra cover. It's interesting, isn't it? We've seen a lot of sort of short balls, still yet to take a wicket. They've had their moments, the Leicestershire batsmen against the short ball, but still actually yet to take a wicket as Jordan Clark is over the wicket once again. To Mike, who's hooking at this, I think he's gloved that, down towards fine leg, and round comes Amar Birdie to do the fielding. So I think that came off his glove, but he picks up a single and he moves on to 41. End of the over, 387 for 6.
It's just sort of top edge, and in the end a couple of deliveries in that over, the short deliveries that didn't really take off. A little bit loopy, and the batsman, certainly Swindles, where that one that sent Folkes the wrong way. He was far too early on it. A little bit too paced, perhaps. It's hard to work out this pitch a little bit. Essentially it's benign, but just occasionally it's something that does leave you scratching your head slightly. Verdi, to bowl his 32nd over of the innings, is in, bowling to Mike, who hits high down to long on, should be caught by Ollie Pope. It isn't, because it's gone over his head for 6. Pope was looked to be getting underneath it, and he was eyeing the rope at the same time, and in the end he had to give it up, because maybe, just helped by a gust of wind, it was over the rope. He was moving to his left. I'd like to, yeah, we'll have a look at the replay, how
I think he also had the sight
close
screen.
it was going. Yeah, he had to avoid that. The rope's just in front of, obviously it's just in front of, and there's an advertising hoarding as well. But 6 to Ben Mike, moves on to 47. Verdi into him again. He hits high out towards mid-off, and unfortunately from Surrey's point of view, Hashim Amla doesn't look too keen on that one. It was a nasty one, because it was either going to be a catch or it was going to be a horrible half volley bouncing up towards hitting him, and then it was swerving in the air, and he went down to his left. He didn't make too big an effort, and it sort of burst past him and went out to the long off boundary for 4, and then that is Ben Mike's 50. 51 off 71 balls he's hit. Well, we know he's hit 1 6. How many 4s? We'll get those in a few moments' time. Nice way to go to your 50 with a 6 and a 4. Verdi is in, bowling to him again. He goes back. The ball maybe does straighten a bit, and he has to just adjust on that occasion. Ends up pushing it back down the pitch towards Amar Verdi. Who bowls to him. He turns it into the leg side this time to the Surrey skipper Rory Burns, and stands back and leans on his bat. Pops at the knees as he takes guard. Verdi bowls to him. He swings him over long on again for another huge 6, and this time he really has clattered that one over the seats where the Leicestershire players are sitting and where the parasols are up. You heard it hit one of the plastic bucket seats out there, and that brings up the 400 for Leicestershire. 113.5 overs, so 3.5 overs too many in terms of picking up that 5th batting bonus point. But even so, a score of over 400 against a very good Surrey attack is a decent effort. Verdi in to Mike, who is 4, just pushing that one down through the slips. Clark is rather labouring after it. It is going to be a couple, but it is going to be just 2, so he did what he needed to do, Ricky Clark there. There was always going to be 2 for the batsman, and he made sure there wasn't 3. But it does bring up the century partnership between Swindles and Mike. It's come off 134 balls in just 90 minutes.
Yeah, very good from these two, and they've played it very, very well, and I think we're going to get Rory Burns into the attack now. So I think the captain sort of said, no, I'll just bring myself on here, you're going to have a go at my bowlers, so I'll come and have a bowl now. But very, very good from Messrs Mike and Swindles. And the 100 partnership, Mike 59, Swindles 56. And they've played it very well this morning, they really have, and they're up over 400 now, so they've got those runs on the board. But it looks like Rory Burns, he either bowls medium pace or off spin.
Okay.
So it looks like it might be his off breaks here, and this may be as much to say, if you want some quick runs, here you go. And Swindles will be the man on strike on 56. Mike on 59.
Did he give himself a little bowl at the Oval?
He did, yes.
I seem to remember.
Yes, he did. At the end where Surrey were sort of deciding that they might not actually get these wickets. Bowling his medium pace again, he's in, and this one's turned. Leg side by Swindles, and they'll pick up 2. It's a long old way out there to Amar Verdi, and they pick up 2, and the throws relay back by Ben Folkes, but very good running between Swindles and Mike. 407 for 6. Rory Burns just bustles in off about 5-6 paces, and comes right arm over the wicket to Swindles, and again just turned into the leg side by Swindles. He'll pick up another single. He moves on to 59 now. Mike comes back on to strike on 59. Ricky Clark's being manoeuvred from slip to short mid-wicket catching. Rory Burns.
It's fair to say. Surrey on the defensive now, I think. Run saving.
As over the wicket comes Burns again, and well, Mike's played that as if he wasn't ready. He sort of stepped away and then just hung the bat out there and pushed it out towards cover point. So it was almost like Ben Mike wasn't ready. Rory Burns sort of just bustled in, and Ben Mike sort of looked up, and suddenly Rory Burns was there at him. As over the wicket comes Burns to Mike, and Mike's forward to a good length delivery. Pushes this one out towards extra cover, and there's no run.
Well, having played it counts.
Yes, absolutely.
He needed to. If he wasn't interested, he needed to step away.
Played it pretty well. As forward he goes here to Rory Burns and pushes this delivery out into the offside. Stoneman comes around to his right to do the fielding. I think it's Rory Burns does just sort of turn around and run straight in. And I think he suddenly looked up, and there was Rory Burns. As in over the wicket goes Burns, and this one's turned away off the stumps by Ben Mike out towards deep mid-wicket, and there is Jamie Overton to do the fielding, and they'll pick up one more, and 409 for 6, and Mike moves on to 60, and Swindles has 59, but yeah, tidy-ish over that from Rory Burns.
What a little episode that was. Amaverdi has been biffed out of the attack by Ben Mike in that last over. 3 for 132 for Verdi from his 32 overs, and so Burns has gone back to his I was going to say strike bowler, but his fastest bowler at the moment. That's probably fair to say. At the moment, just struggling for fortune and a wicket or two. Did have Sam Evans dropped on just 6.
He did
yesterday morning, and it wasn't the most difficult chance that Ricky Clark at setting slip has taken in his career. It's just the way things are going at the moment for Overton. He's coming in then from the Bennett end, I beg your pardon, the Pavilion end. He's bowling over the wicket, and Ben Mike is leaning forward, defending that one out towards Burns at mid-wicket. There's no run.
Yeah, I have to admit, I did queue up for a coffee this morning next to Mr. Clark, and he said it's typical, isn't it? Because always happens. I did a sort of slip catching masterclass for somebody a couple of days ago. But it is a collector's item when he does put one down in that slip corner.
Yeah. Overton bowls short, looking to pull is Ben Mike, and not connecting, and he wears it in a fairly painful area.
Yeah, that's painful.
He's a couple then in there. He's had one in the ribs, one a little bit lower. Don't know whereabouts that one was.
He's in the wars this morning, isn't he? Ben Mike. But the key thing is 60 to his name.
Just 81 deliveries, and he's going to have a few bruises over the next few days. Overton is in, and he's pulling that one very nicely indeed, but not good work down there on the wide long leg boundary, and the rather fed up Overton sees one of the best fielders on the Surrey side get to the ball, but it went through his hands somehow. He got 2 hands to it down there, Reece Topley at wide long leg. It was a decent shot, decently timed pull shot from Ben Mike, and it was travelling quite quickly, but Topley had got there, but through his hands it went. So 4 runs to Ben Mike, 64 to him, 413 for 6. Overton is in short again. It's pulled hard, this time out towards mid wicket. Didn't quite get all of it, however, so it is going to be just one on this occasion as the man at mid-wicket runs around a little bit wider. Is it Clark out there now?
It is, yeah. Jordan out
that
there.
is. Ricky, who is standing at first slip. So just a single on that occasion to Mike. It looked a better shot in terms of the shape of it, but didn't, and it sounded good as well. Rifle crack off the bat, but it didn't quite come out of the middle. Overton into Swindles, who's dropping it out into the offside. Is that going to be... Oh, he got there, made the throw, but Mike is quick between the wickets, and although Stoneman's throw went into the stumps, Mike had made his ground. Swindles has a single, and that means he's on 60 and has his first-class career best.
Excellent, well played. And a very good single, that as well. Again, good running between Mike and Swindles.
Little update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Still haven't lost a wicket this morning, Leicestershire. Ben, Mike and Harry Swindles, who came together last night with a score on 305. Overnight score was 306. Well, it's now 415. 416 make that for 6. Swindles and Mike both have got half centuries. Mike has gone on to 66. He's hit the off-spinner Amir Verdi for a couple of big sixes. Harry Swindles is 60 not out. That's his first-class career best. Their 100 partnership came off just 134 balls. So the Foxes well past 400 onto 416. What will be their target before they think about declaring? I don't think it'll be before lunch. Leicestershire 416 for 6.
Well, we're going to get Amar Verdi into the attack again now from the Bennett end. So that one over of Rory Burns was to switch Amar Verdi round. So Amar Verdi back into the attack now from the Bennett end. Mike will be on strike. 32 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 132 for Amar Verdi. And Ben Mike 66 not out. Nice afternoon now. Blue sky, sun's out. Looks as if Leicestershire will keep going till lunchtime. And see where they are at lunch, but they've had a pretty good morning so far. They really have. Very good from Messrs Mike and Swindles. Just waiting for umpire Gould, who's going to go from square leg off to the cover point. One slip in there is Ricky Clark. In there at slip was the one close capture for Ben Mike, and Amar Verdi comes round the wicket to Mike, and Mike's immediately using his feet and pushes this one straight back down the pitch, and Verdi does the fielding off his own bowling. They've got long off and long on. Mike depositing a couple from Verdi from the pavilion end over the boundary rope for 6, so there's a single down the ground if he wants it. He's turning this one into the leg side, and Mike, and up comes Rory Burns to do the fielding.
Well, his first-class career best is 72.
Right,
Mike.
so he's
he's closing in on that as well.
Waits again. The right-handed Mike is Verdi's in. Here he goes, using his feet. Oh, shots driving through extra cover for 4. It's a lovely shot from Ben Mike. Used his feet and then went inside out through extra cover. That has whistled off to the boundary rope for 4, and Mike's on to 70 now.
This is his best score for Leicestershire. The 72 was made for Warwickshire.
Very good. 420 for 6 as Verdi's into him. Uses his feet again. Verdi a little flatter. Saw him coming. And then Ben Mike just pushed it back up the pitch to Amar Verdi. Verdi bounces in once again to Mike, and Mike is forward and turns leg side. Rory Burns, the captain, in there doing the fielding. 2 back on that leg side boundary rope are Overton and Smith, so there are Surrey fielders scattered round the ground at the moment as Verdi's in again, and Mike comes down the pitch to him once more and then just pushes the ball out into the offside. Stoneman does the fielding. The end of the over. Leicestershire 420 for 6, Mike 70, Swindles 60, just a reminder, started today at 306 for 6, so they've added 114. Very good runs this morning.
And Mike started the day on 0, so 70 with. In theory, it could be a sort of century before lunch, couldn't it? In a way.
Yes, absolutely.
Does it count if you came in the night before but hadn't scored? I don't know. Must do.
Well, I suppose it is a century before lunch.
Yeah. Technically, Overton is in from the pavilion end, bowls 2 Swindles, tucks him up a little bit, drops it down into the short leg area. There isn't a short leg, of course. Burns has to run across from mid-wicket, so a single is taken. And umpire Gould again has something to say about who is he. I think he's giving Swindles a little lecture about, he's suggesting he ran over the pitch a little bit, I don't know. But a little admonition from umpire Gould, who's determined to keep players off the pitch, hasn't he? Bowlers or batsmen alike. Overton is in. 2 Mike, clipped into the air, but it is going to drop short of mid-off running around, who is Topley. Overton cannot believe it because it was just chipped back past him, and it just landed by the non-striking stumps, essentially. Umpire could have caught it had he been interested, umpire Gould.
A very fine wicketkeeper, of course, for Middlesex, Sussex and England. Ian Gould. That just looped straight over his head. Overton's probably wondering what he has to do at the moment to buy a wicket.
He just stood there, didn't he, and probably sighed to himself. It was a leading edge that just chipped up into the air, straight back past the unfortunate Overton, who is in again to Mike, who is solidly leaning forward into a defensive press, out into the offside. Picked up by Stoneman, and there's no run.
Elsewhere, Nottinghamshire 249 for 6 against Essex. They were 99 all out yesterday, so a lead of 150 for Nottinghamshire. And Warwickshire all out against Worcestershire for 343. Somerset 238 for 7, lead Hampshire by 159. Hampshire all out yesterday for 79.
Overton steams in, bowls 2 Mike, a bouncer down the leg side. Mike gets in position to try and hook it away, but doesn't bother going through with the shot because it looped, rather.
Middlesex 210 all out, Gloucestershire 68 for 2. Glamorgan 148 for 4 against Lancashire. There was some rain there yesterday. Northamptonshire 315 for 5, already lead Sussex by 209. And Kent 300 for 8 against Yorkshire.
Overton bowls again, it's short. This time Mike does go through with a pull. It's a straighter delivery. The other one was quite a long way down the leg side as well, so having got in position he can just make sure he's on top of the ball, plays it out down towards deep mid-wicket. Jordan Clark picks up just a single to Ben Mike, moves on to 71, almost there in terms of first class best.
Yeah, he's been very positive, hasn't he, Ben Mike? Right, he's had his moments and a couple of top edges, but that's absolutely fine, and then took a bit of a liking to Verdi.
Overton in, looking for the Yorker, almost got it right, dug out by Swindles. It was slightly leg stump-ish, and Swindles read it just about, but there was a big puff of dust as the bat came down on the ball, and he pushed it back down the wicket to Overton, who is standing now in the crease, examining where his front foot lands, and Ricky Clark comes up, has a word with him. He's still giving it everything. 17 overs, none for 48 for Overton in this innings so far. Takes his cap, doesn't bother with a sweater, runs out towards deep mid-wicket. Mike will be on strike to Verdi.
Yes, Ben Mike, one away from equaling his career best, a couple away from his career best. He's again got 2 men back on that very deep mid-wicket boundary as Amar Verdi, and the long off and the long on. As Verdi round the wicket he comes to Mike, and Mike will just turn this one leg side, and well, that will move him on to 70 2, so equals his career best. On to strike comes Swindles on 61, he's already on his career best. So a very good morning for these two, personally and for the team. 4.23 for 6 Leicestershire as Birdie is round the wicket, and this one's turned by Swindles into the leg side. They want to, because Overton's got a long way to come in, but he's quick.
Yeah, he's
got a good arm.
Yeah.
And they keep it down to just the single. 4.24 for 6.
Again, that's one of the things that impressed me about his brother Craig. He spent a lot of time practicing his fielding and throwing as well. Every aspect of his game he was working on. Fine all-rounder.
Mike on 72 as Birdie's into him, and he's driving back up the pitch. Birdie does the fielding off his own bowling, gave that one a little bit more air on that occasion, did Amar Birdie. Mike settles once again as Birdie, round the wicket he goes to him, and Mike, there it is, career best. And well played, down towards long on it goes, so Ben Mike moves on to 73, I'm sure he's aware of that, and 425 for 6. So very well played, 73 from 97 deliveries for Ben Mike. 425 for 6, long off and long on come up a touch for Swindles as Birdie's round the wicket to Swindles, and Swindles forward and nudging this one down towards short fine leg. There's Reece Topley.
That's not a lot of noise from a little fellow, isn't it? That's a really bellow of no from Harry Swindles there.
Yep, making sure that Ben Mike can hear him as Birdie's in once more to him, and this should be a single. It will be. He just turns it into the leg side, and they'll pick up one more. Rory Burns kicks the ball away, and one more to the total. 426 for 8 Leicestershire. We've got 19 minutes until the lunch break, and Leicestershire are manoeuvring themselves into a very good position here. Mike 73, Swindles 63, and this partnership now worth 121.
On comes the spray or the gels or the dispenser. The photographer leaves the Burrows Terrace beside us. Yeah, you wouldn't have said probably overnight after those 4 or 5 wickets yesterday evening that Leicestershire would be having to think about the timing of a declaration necessarily, but that may be the case. As I say, it won't certainly be before lunch, but it could be mid-afternoon if these two continue to go well. Umpire's having a word, but that's only because, as I say, it is just the sanitising break. Over 8's okay as far as Surrey are concerned, +1.
Yeah, we've had a bit of Birdie again this morning, haven't we? So that over 8 is fine at the moment for Surrey.
By Gould saying, come on. He's quite, not officious, but he likes to keep things moving, doesn't he?
You know who's in charge,
he
don't
likes
you?
to keep things moving. Overton looking for that first wicket still. In he comes and bowls 2 Swindles down the leg side, and Swindles gestures at it really rather than attempts to play it. Folks takes it low down, tumbling away to his left. There'll be some weary-ish bodies out there. Gotten some overs in over the last day and, 4 sessions really coming up to now. And the cold is a bit sapping as well. Although you're not working up a sweat, body's working to keep you warm. In goes Overton and bowls again down the leg side again. Swindles gestures at it, and again, folks, tumbles away to his left to take the ball.
Yeah, just can't quite get this right at the moment, Jamie Overton. As we said, lots of effort, but just 2 down the leg side. And I think Swindles will feel he's missed out there a couple of times. Overton
turns, sun behind cloud at the moment. Gray over Grace Road as Overton is in, worked down through the slips for 4 by Swindles. He got on top of that one, steered it just wide of Ricky Clark, who will be a bit disappointed, I suspect, not to have stopped it. It was a good bit short of him. Very risky little flick from Swindles. And Clark couldn't get his right hand to it, or if he could, he couldn't get enough of it to slow it down sufficiently to prevent it going down to third man, a fine third man for 4. So Swindles on to 67. Leicestershire 430 for 6. A few more tweets have come in. Good morning to Martin Barry, to Springsteen, who's been on his treadmill as well.
Ah, excellent.
Gentle stuff, Springers. Gentle stuff. In goes Overton, bowls down the leg side and flicks at it. Swindles doesn't get anything on it taken by Folkes. He reckons you go too fast on the treadmill. I think that's possibly true. Good morning to Steve Shipcutt. He says, is there a more tedious way to spend a day off than stripping paint? He says, good to have our company while he does it though.
Yes, that is a very long and laborious job.
Depends what you're doing it with. If you've got one of those heat guns,
They're quite
can be
fun,
quite fun,
aren't they?
can't
Yes,
they?
those can be fun.
Setting skirting boards on fire.
Yes.
Got to be careful.
Absolutely.
Got to be careful. I spent one winter stripping beams. Hundreds of them, it felt like. In goes Overton, bowls a very high bouncer, leg slipper's gone in, but it was too high, too straight, and Swindles not to be tempted into essaying a hook.
I'm terrible at any DIY, to be honest with you. I just have to look at a bookshelf and it falls down.
But something like that, when it's just kind of mindless labour,
yes, no, it's
you
quite
can settle
fun.
down into that,
It's
can't
quite
you?
fun.
In a way.
Yes, and it's sort of, you just sort of get into your own sort of rhythm, don't you?
We can be trusted to do that.
Yes, so I'm not sure I can.
Most blokes.
No, not me.
Overton is in again. Swindles is off the back foot, playing it out past the diving Burns at cover. Smith has to run around from deep point to complete the fielding, so Swindles can pick up a couple and move on to 69. And Leicestershire continues serenely on their way. 432 for 6. It's obviously now the second biggest partnership of the innings, the biggest for the second wicket of 195 between Messrs Harris and Evans. But Mike and Swindles now on to 127 for the 7th wicket.
Yeah, and they've done it really well. I think we sort of mentioned early this morning that they sort of took the initiative in the first half hour of play, and that sort of set them up for where they are now, and it's been very good stuff from these two, and I should think Paul Nixon is absolutely delighted with the way they've gone about it this morning. You know, 2 batsmen with career bests out there now, so they are manoeuvring Leicestershire into a very good position here. It'll be interesting to see what happens after lunch as well. As I say, with a forecast of rain for the bulk of tomorrow, and it does look like there is going to be rain tomorrow. If this does get cut down to a 3-day game, in many ways, if you've got the runs on the board and you've batted till lunch on day 2, you can put the opposition under a bit of pressure. You've got to do the first bit properly, and that's exactly what Leicestershire have done here. It's going to be Amar Verdi from the Bennett end. Ben Mike will be on strike on 73 as Verdi is in round the wicket to Mike, who's using his feet and then pushes this one into Reece Topley, who's in there as one of the 2 short mid-wickets with his captain Rory Burns. It's just got a bit gloomy here, the sun's disappeared as Verdi is in, and Mike will just stand up straight and turn this one into the leg side. Burns comes round to his right to do the fielding. There is no run. Mike 73 not out. Verdi's round the wicket to him once again, down the pitch, and then covers up, pushes this one back to Amar Verdi. Still got the long off and the long on in there, down by the indoor school and the written press box and the TV boxes. Here goes Mike using his feet again, and this one he clips firmly back up the pitch, and Swindles was diving back into the crease at the bowler's end as Verdi did the fielding. Birdie's in once more. And forward goes Mike. Good over this from Amar Birdie, because he knows that Mike wants to get after him. At the moment he's not allowing him to do that. One ball left of the over. Birdie is into Mike, and Mike will get a single this time. Just tucks it out towards deep mid-wicket as the Vuvuzela is blown again away to our left for that single end of the over. And Mike's on to 74, and Leicestershire have moved on to 433 for 6.
It sounded a bit mournful then, didn't it? Like a trawler's foghorn in a sea fret.
It wasn't the most enthusiastic, I have to say, of Vuvuzela blowing that I've heard. But it's rather nice to have. There's a whistle out there somewhere as well, so it just does add to a little bit of the atmosphere. Both hundreds yesterday were greeted with whistles and vuvuzelas being blown, which was rather lovely.
Overton's going to continue from the pavilion end. Yeah, I think that trawler was going into Grimsby as well. It sounded really mournful. Hartlepool, perhaps. He's going to go round the wicket though, Overton, in this search for a wicket. He's still got his leg slipping, or leg gully really, Pope. In he goes and bowls, and it's short and in the air. Is it going to be caught at deep mid-wicket? It is! Ben Mike is caught, and Overton has his wicket at long last. It was a high bouncer, he couldn't get on top of it. It was in the air and it wasn't able to clear Jordan Clark at deep mid-wicket. It's a fairly short boundary out there, about 60 yards or so. Mike disappointed with himself, but he has got his first-class career best, certainly by a long way for Leicestershire, and overall in his career by just 2 runs. So Surrey have their first wicket of the morning, just 8 minutes before lunch, and the partnership comes to an end at long last.
Yes, and well played, Ben Mike, and 128 there with Swindles. And I'm pleased for Jamie Overton that he's got his wicket now, but Ben Mike's done a bit of damage there. Very good innings of 74. He actually got a fair amount of that, but Jordan Clark just took a couple of paces in from the boundary rope and took a very safe catch. But 104 balls, 6 fours and 2 sixes. And that's 74 for Ben Mike. Career best as well. And has put his side in a very good position here at 433 for 7. But yes, Jamie Overton will be pleased with that, because I think he was almost getting to the point of wondering, where is the wicket coming from? Every time I do find the edge, it flies away for 4 or loops over my head. But that one, Jordan Clark safely taking the catch. And Parkinson out there joins Swindles.
He'd be disappointed, Ben Mike, because, well, though he's played, he was probably eyeing up, maybe thinking in terms of, who knows, a maiden first-class century. It was a fair way to go, of course, but he hits a good ball normally, and did do a few times in this innings, and it might just have taken a few more blows. Swindles still has that opportunity, but he's been joined by Callum Parkinson, who's a determined and capable batsman. Captained the side last time out in the absence of Ackerman. Must have thought he was going to have a victory, nearly.
Yeah, well.
Overton looking for 2 in 2. In he comes and bowls to Parkinson, who gets a delivery down the leg side that he lifts the bat away from and steps across, and folks, as he has had to do a few times of late, dives across to his left to take the catch.
Yeah, calculated innings that from Ben Mike, wasn't it? I think picked the right bowlers to go after. Ooh,
I can hear a Batman theme. Why can
are.
I hear the Batman theme?
It might be somebody's ringtone.
You reckon?
Adam West is going to suddenly cascade down the balcony.
Overton, 88 on his back. In again to Parkinson, who gets a thick inside edge as he goes back to a slightly short of a length delivery. The ball runs out through the vacant square leg area down towards Clark, who moves to his right along the boundary down there. Parkinson off the mark with a single.
Yes, and I think that's the thing that would have pleased Paul Nixon, is how calculated Ben Mike was, because he didn't try and go after everything, but he sort of picked the right deliveries, and very good innings that of 74.
Fango, often the voice of reason. He says very good batting for Harry and Ben, but the pitch does look very benign. Unless it starts playing tricks very soon, I really can't see Leicestershire taking 20 wickets. Well, that could be especially true if we do lose a day. Round the wicket goes Overton to Swindles. Good quick length delivery that Swindles manages to keep out. Essentially isn't the most correct of defensive shots, and there wasn't too much foot movement. It was a quickish delivery that from Overton. He really did try to push that through. And they're squared up. Swindles just had to defend it back down at his feet. Third going across from mid-off to mid-on. Overton likes this line of attack at the moment. In he goes and bowls short, and a very wild attempt at a hook of sorts from Swindles. Doesn't get anything on it, and there was just a whiff of desperation about that shot.
Well, he wasn't looking at it, was he? He'd sort of taken his eyes off it and just swung the bat. Did Swindles? I don't think he was anywhere near that, really.
No, he wasn't.
By the time it went past him.
It certainly won't discourage Overton from banging it in short again. In he goes and bowls. It's a slightly short of a length delivery, but relatively conventional and up on his toes. A much happier Swindles blocks it out into the offside wide of Reece Topley and takes one. Moves for the first time in his first class career. Everyone now is a first for him, into the 70s. 70. 435 for 7.
Ricky Clark's practicing his left arm spin there for a second from the Bennett end. But I think it'll be Amar Verdi, of course, to continue on the Bennett end. It's 4 minutes until lunch, but a very good...
It should get 2 then, shouldn't we?
I think so. But a very good morning this for Leicestershire. I'd be very interested to see, if they do continue after lunch, how long they go on for. Because it will be Swindles on strike on 70. And Amar Verdi is going to come round the wicket to Swindles, who turns this one into Rory Burns. And there is the second of those mid-wickets next to the tall figure of Reece Topley in his white sun hat. And it's Reece Topley. Sun's come out again now, so it's pleasant again. As this one's turned by Swindles just to the right of Burns, and umpire Gould takes evasive action as Rory Burns comes bearing down on him. And one more to the total. Swindles on to 71. 436 for 7. Parkinson comes on to strike to Verdi for the first time. I think they'll get a short leg in for Parkinson. So helmet tossed to Jamie Smith. And we're going to get another helmet in as well. So this will eat up a bit of time. Ollie Pope takes off his Surrey cap and then gets the helmet from Ben Folkes. Probably going at leg slip, I would have thought. For Parkinson, will Ollie Pope? Yep, he just stays in at leg slip. So short leg, leg slip and a slip for Parkinson on 1. There's Amar Verdi. Round the wicket he comes to Parkinson, and Parkinson, big back lift, gets forward and pushes this one straight back up the pitch. Verdi does the fielding. Off his own bowling, Parkinson wanders off towards square leg and then settles down once more as Verdi hop and a skip, and then round the wicket he goes to Parkinson, and Parkinson covers this one, pushes it straight back up the pitch once again. And there is no run. Couple of balls of this over to go, so we'll definitely get one more in before the lunch break. Now that I've worked out that's the time and not the number of overs, as forward goes the right-handed Parkinson, turning this one into the leg side, and back goes Rory Burns. Parkinson takes the single. He'll move on to 2. Leicestershire moving on to 437 for 7. Back onto strike comes Swindles on 71. Just going to move Ollie Pope now. Ollie Pope goes into that second mid-wicket position, still with his helmet on, and fact, Jamie Smith is on the sweep shot, still with his helmet on, as Swindles turns this one from Verdi down into the leg side. That's the end of the over. Umpire Illingworth looks at the digital clock on the scoreboard, 4:37 for 7. It says 12:59, so we should get another over in from Jamie Overton before lunch from the pavilion end.
I think we can say Swindles is definitely playing for lunch now. There was a couple of deliveries in that Verdi over that towards the start of his innings he'd certainly have gone after, tried to sweep away perhaps, but just content to block at the moment. He's asking Overton which side of the wicket he's going to bowl. Overton presumably indicates he's going to stay around the wicket. He is going to stay around the wicket, but he didn't look to respond to the polite inquiry from Harry Swindles, who leans on his bat and watches as Overton is into Callum Parkinson, a bouncer. Parkinson just ducks underneath it. He won't back down or not get in line. 1 for the over, but we've had more than 2 in an over, certainly. I'm still not sure quite how that regulation is enforced sometimes, or whether it is enforced. Certainly that was 1 from the first ball, so let's see if he bowls another thereafter. Overton is into Parkinson. That isn't a bouncer, it's up towards, slightly short of a length and quick again, but very straight, played firmly, solidly by Parkinson. On the bounce to Smith, who is 2 strips back at short leg.
Yeah, I think sometimes it's sort of umpire's discretion as well, isn't it? With the old bouncers in the over.
Yeah, very much so. Overton turns in, bowls, and that's a bouncer, surely. Waiting for Gould to signal.
Yeah, he says that one is.
Was the first one not?
Yeah, I think
again, he's done the one. So that should be that, shouldn't it? 2 for the over.
Yeah, but I think sometimes when they're so short that they just balloon over the batsman's head, I think they sometimes just say, well, that's not going to harm anybody really. But those 2 are proper bouncers. So
and now he's coming back over the wicket, suggesting it is going to be it. Well, that's a shortish ball that is fended off by Parkinson. It wasn't a bounce, it was a nasty ribs ball, and Parkinson fended it off thick inside edge. It was in the air as it went past Smith, but it was a good few feet to his right. Certainly Overton's hands started to go into the air. That was a good, nasty, short ball. And umpire Gould is waving away at the scorers. Was he waving his walkie-talkie there? He's always busy with something, isn't he?
Like a power play signal from umpire Gould there.
Don't know what that signal meant. We've got a short leg. We've got a leg slip. Short leg in front of square, of course, because we've also got a long leg as Overton is into Swindles, and there's appeal for leg before, but no, says umpire Gould. It sounded a bit tinny, but Gould said no. Overton was absolutely convinced it was a slower ball, and it surely deceived him, but he's got away with one. Did he signal leg by then? I don't think he did.
Yes.
Okay, so it was an edge on it. Here comes an update for BBC Radio Leicester. Yeah, definitely. Just coming up to lunch, 439 for 7. So they have finally lost their first wicket of the morning, that of Ben Mike, who had gone to a first-class career best 74 when he tried to hook Jamie Overton over the fence, got a top edge and was caught by Jordan Clark at deep mid-wicket. He'd put on 128, though, with Harry Swindles. Swindles is still there. He is 71 not out. Lunch has now been called. He's with Callum Parkinson, who is in 3 not out. Leicestershire taking lunch on the second day on 439 for 7. And you just missed just one delivery of commentary, and no run was scored off it. So Swindles, as I say, goes for lunch on 71 off 102 balls. Parkinson with him on 3 off 10. It's been a lot of, as Simon Hughes would say, hard yakka this morning for the Surrey bowlers, and they're sort of exchanging little fist bumps as they leave the field. The pitch essentially has flattened a little bit, if anything, under the sun, and it's been hard going for them. Leicestershire have had a decent morning. They've added 133 runs for the loss of 1 wicket, and they will be able to dictate the course of the game by timing their declaration, possibly for some time this afternoon. We'll find out, and do join us when we return in around about 35 minutes time, either on the stream or on the commentary. But just for now, from the Uptonsteel County Ground, good afternoon. Clark is in, bowling outside of some cutaway, nicely by Swindles. Quick hands, it's a chase back towards the boundary for 3. KNIGAT.
That's it, as this one's crashed off the back foot by Ben Mike for 4. Good shot that, little short, little wide from top. For Leicestershire is round the wicket now, goes Topley, and this is slashed away by Swindles, and that's 4. Bit of width from Topley.
Busy and little.
Absolutely, as Topley is round the wicket to Mike, and runs here for Mike. That's nicely played. He's just opened the face and steered. Mike waits with that bat raised as Jordan Clark's in. He's taking the hook shot on. He hasn't got all of this, but he's got enough of it. It's into the leg side and away for on 47. And Swindles outside edge flies away past Ollie Pope in the gully. It's going to whistle down to the third man.
Over of the innings is in, bowling to Mike, who hits high down to long on. Should be caught by Ollie Pope. It isn't, because it's gone over his head. 47, Verdi into him again. He hits high out towards mid-off, and unfortunately from Surrey's point of view, Hashim Amla doesn't look hard. Verdi bowls to him. He swings him over long on again for another huge 6, and this time he really has clattered that one. Over the next few days, Overton is in, and he's pulling that one very nicely indeed, but not good work down there on the wide long leg boundary. And
Verdi's in, here he goes, using his feet. Shots, driving through extra cover for 4. It's a lovely shot from Ben Mike. Used his feet and then
Gray over Grace Road as Overton is in, worked down through the slips for 4 by Swindles. He got on top of that. Really, Pope. In he goes and bowls, and it's short and in the air. Is it going to be caught at deep mid-wicket? It is! Ben Mike is caught, and Overton has his wicket at long last. It was a high bounce, he couldn't get on top of it. It was in the air, and it wasn't able to clear Jordan Clark at deep mid-wicket. It's a fairly short boundary out there, about 60 yards or so. Mike disappointed with himself, but he has got his first-class career best, certainly by a long way for Leicestershire, and overall in his career by just 2.
Easy, Jacko, isn't it? Have you got a photo of it to show him? But I mean, if that's, I mean, even if it's in good order, then it's not going to be worth. No.
45. Sure. In my big bag. Huh? Yeah. There's a whole brand new box in there. Where the box actually goes. Black thing. busy today. You've been busy today down there.
That's alright, that's what I'm here for.
Yep.
Not a reflection on your neck either. Been to the surface. The thing is that, since it comes out the gun, your beans are going, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm nervous. I'm going both ways.
Just like that. Huh? Just like that. But then, because he's done a few things there, leaves a doubt, innit? That's the lorry I need. Huh? That's the lorry I should have just eaten Barbara. See you little roll. Didn't half the Barbara, did you? Right.
Yeah. Great shot. Even if he doesn't want it, force it out. Yeah.
I know you don't want it now,
Yeah.
but in 47 seconds, yeah. Right, finish there, Jacko.
That was a proper, like,
No, I've got-
knees, head up.
I'm seeing the impression you got to that one. I thought, that's a yard away from you. Don't go front. Oh,
Yeah.
So well, yeah, he's there today. Well, when he's there until the evening, he tends to stay over with friends for courtesies or something like that. If it's sort of 10 till 6 or something like that, then he trains. Cold. Oh. It's cold, isn't it?
Feel the sun. Well, doesn't look like it's coming back for a while. It's a bit annoying. Can I make you a cup of tea?
I've got one of those. It came with the meal deal.
So what, you just have hot water for that?
No, it is. It's
Cold?
yeah.
Oh.
But you're kind of drinking cold coffee anyway after about half an hour.
That's true. That's very true. I drink it.
I don't mind too much. I'm looking at the door here, my friend.
I can't see. I genuinely.
Frank goes right, unless it doesn't get started to play tricks and it isn't tomorrow. Just a case for bonus and 8 points of the draw, so.
Where is it next to?
No,
Oh, of course, I've got Mr. Gibson at Taunton.
Anthony.
Maybe I get a copy of his biography.
Yes,
Signed.
yeah.
I don't, I'll be demanding that.
For some reason, it's up against you.
Yes. I think there are these somewhere. See, that's the interesting thing. Then we just go to all of this, don't we? And then there's this one sort of just slapped in here. That's those two, isn't it? And then we're done by Wednesday the 14th of July, the championship.
Visual stage round one. When are we heading back? Because I don't think I've been required.
Never know. See you next one. Cool.
I think we already know.
Did you get an email from Santos at the BBC about your accreditation?
Yeah, I've got it. It came on a few days ago.
But was that from, did you get one from the BBC as well?
Right.
Like the Santos at the BBC?
No.
Because I got one from Santos at the BBC as well,
I've never heard of him.
saying, I'll put you down for the games that we'll do. You've had your ECB one, Mark, and they've confirmed you're on their system, so we don't need to apply for a card for you. I'll let them know which games are attending. They already know what games are.
Nope. Picked up in the effects mic. He was quite good company. Boys are ready to go. They've got their sort of frames on. That's the birds.
The birds go straight away.
No declaration then, I think we can assume. It is.
Come and get Ricky and Luke.
It was a lovely bar for a drink with my brother. At the hotel, Marriott. Show out for the things after that.
If you're away from home, I think it's worth taking the. It makes it, yeah.
Keep on stopping, you're doing on purpose. We're all walking.
Good afternoon everybody from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. The afternoon session on this second day of the LV Insurance County Championship match between Leicestershire and Surrey about to get underway. Leicestershire about to resume their first innings on an imposing 439 for 7. BBC Radio's London and Leicester bringing you the ball-by-ball commentary, as the BBC does on every ball bowled in county cricket throughout the season. Mark Church and Richard Ray, your commentators for this game. And Church, we've been speculating during the interval that at the moment, I think even the most optimistic of Leicestershire or Surrey supporters would say, have to acknowledge really, that the draw is maybe becoming the favourite if the weather is as bad as they say it's going to be tomorrow.
I think that's the key thing. I think if the weather tomorrow is as bad as everybody is saying it's going to be, it could take a whole day out of this. Now, it's difficult to see 20 wickets being taken in 3 days here. So, and you made a very good point, of course, that Leicestershire in the last game 3 weeks ago, was it 600 and something from Surrey?
Yep, 675
record. They might leave Surrey out there for a little bit
Should
longer.
Take a bit
now.
of revenge,
yes,
you feel?
I think that might be the case this afternoon. But no, very good morning for Leicestershire, and impressive stuff from Ben Mike and Harry Swindles. I thought they both played very well actually, and did exactly what they wanted to do. And I think where Paul Nixon will be very pleased was it was very calculated this morning, especially from Ben Mike. So I think that probably was their plan this morning. They've probably done it to the letter, I would have thought.
They were positive as well. They can't be accused of just batting time, can they? What did it go from 306 to 439? So 133 runs in the session.
So it's Amar Verdi to get us started from the Bennett end, with Swindles on strike on 71. That's another key thing. He's on 71. He'll get a single here up to Reece Topley at mid-on, and that will take Swindles on to 72. So that's probably something else to keep a little bit of an eye on. Here's Mr. Swindles on 72. 28 runs away from what would be a first 100. And Parkinson comes on to strike. Right-handed. Bowls left arm, bats right-handed. Does Mr. Parkinson. 440 for 7, same as Reece Topley. He's one of those that bowls left arm seam and then bats right-handed. Parkinson, of course, left arm spin as he's waiting here for Verdi, and Verdi's in, and Parkinson's driving. out into the offside. Stoneman gets round to do the fielding. There's a short leg, a leg slip and a slip. So 3 men around the bat of Parkinson. Waits over his bat once more as Verdi bounces in over the wicket to him, and Parkinson is forward and pushing this one down into the leg side. Rory Burns comes strolling across to do the fielding. We've got a bit of blue sky back now during the lunch break, cloud cover, and now the players are back out there, blue sky and a bit of sun again, which is very nice as Parkinson waits for this one, turns it up the ground towards Reece Topley, who's doing the fielding, stood up there at mid-on. Jamie Overton, who took the wicket to fall this morning, he's out there at deep backward square at the moment with his hands in his pockets. Jordan Clark, arms folded, sweeping on the cover rope as Verdi with his off breaks is in again, and forward goes Parkinson, just pushes this one to the left of Stoneman at cover, will take a single. Parkinson moves on to 4 and Leicestershire move on to 441 for 7. So 4 batting points for Leicestershire, 2 bowling points for Surrey. Even though they're over 400, of course you have to get those points in the first 110 overs. As over the wicket again goes Verdi, and this is down the leg side, and Swindles, nothing on that as he looked to nudge it leg side. Juggling take from Ben Folkes, who just keeps running down towards the indoor score. It looks like it'll be Topley to get us started from the pavilion end. Of course, if this was the Bob Willis Trophy, then Leicestershire's innings would have stopped 5 overs ago, because it was 120 overs and that was the end of your innings. And I was saying to somebody, I wonder if they'll bring that back for the final this year, or will they keep to what they've been playing in terms of Championship cricket?
I'm sure they'll keep to Championship cricket. It is the Bob Willis Trophy again, isn't it? But it's the trophy, not the competition, so to speak. So I'm pretty sure that they'll stay Championship rules. It's a 5-day game anyway, isn't it? So it'd be daft to
5-day test.
Limit the first innings in that respect if it's necessary. A little bit of a delay. Well, Rory Burns and Mark Stoneman's got something to say as well, as just practices his run up. Has he bowled from this end? Topley?
No, this is the first time we've seen him from the pavilion end. 25 overs from the Bennett end. Now he gets a new view of the ground.
He's going to have a little go up the slope, such as it is. 2 for 96 for Reece Topley. So he too approaching a century. 2 slips and a gully, and it's going to be Callum Parkinson on strike as Topley goes in, bowls fullish, driven by Parkinson straight back down the wicket. Topley sticks out his left hand, stops the ball. Then he picks it up, and there is no run. Yes, somebody rather cruelly pointed out on Twitter that wicket for Jamie Overton brings his bowling average this season down from 292 to 146. In goes Topley, bowls, and Parkinson on off stump pushes it out into the offside. He's interested in a single, but Swindles absolutely isn't. Sends him back as Smith and the aforementioned Overton close on the ball in the covers.
Yeah, it's difficult for Jamie Overton. He's bowled better than those figures, but has been a little expensive for his couple of wickets this season. But actually, he's had a lot of edges that sort of flown past fielders, and he's created chances that haven't been taken. Of course, he had Evans drop yesterday.
Topley is in, bowling to Parkinson, who flashes away outside the off stump, gets plenty of it, but he can't get it past the man at backward point, who is Jamie Smith.
But catches do go down, but you just wonder for Jamie Overton yesterday, had he got that wicket early in the day, what that would have done for him really. But it wasn't to be. But he did get that wicket of Ben Mike this morning, caught by Jordan Clark after deep mid wicket. A very good innings from Ben Mike of 74.
Burns taking himself out of slip and going in at shortish mid wicket, because Topley's going around the wicket, tucks, or looking to tuck up. Parkinson does to some extent, defends on the back foot. Straight delivery, back down the pitch on the offside. No run.
Thank you to Mr. Richard Ray as well for a couple of excellent biscuits during lunch. They were excellent.
I didn't
Of
make
a
them
good
myself.
variety.
I do actually these days make in goes Topley, and again Parkinson, looking initially to force on the offside, has to adjust and defend it back down the pitch on the offside, comes off the thick inside part of the bat, which he examines momentarily to make sure there's no crack in it.
You're making your own biscuits?
Well, kind of sports bars in a way, energy bars, but to avoid any sugar of any kind going, which goes into pretty much everything that's on the shelves. In goes Topley, and defended again by Parkinson. Again a straight ball middle and leg, and this time pushed down the wicket on the onside. There's no run. So I make my own, and very good they are. Mashed bananas, that's the basis. Oats, of course. And then you kind of go from there. So chopped up dates to give a little bit of sweetness. Chopped up nuts, Brazil's for preference, but nice mixture. I like a few sultanas in there, squeeze of honey, a spoonful of honey or two, and then if you want, some proper dark chocolate, just sort of mashed, just chopped up really little bit. If you want, you don't have to have those.
And then bake them.
And then bake them maybe for 15-20 minutes or so. Just that's all, just to make sure it's all together, and then I tend to freeze mine in the end, pop them in the fridge, but I like them frozen. But the nice chewy energy bars, which would cost a fortune otherwise.
Very good. Maybe you should start getting them out there. It could be, you could be
not sweet enough for the general public, I don't think.
Next year, as Amar Birdie is in, and he's bowling for the Bennett end, and Swindles is playing this one down in front of it. Well, one time I tried baking with my daughter when I'm a big Great British Bake Off fan. I must admit, I do enjoy that programme an awful lot. As in over the wicket comes Birdie, and reverse sweep is out from Swindles. He's played it okay. You'll get a couple here, out towards Jordan Clark. And Swindles comes back to 2. He's on to 443 for 7. I thought my first attempt I'd just be a bit of a maverick and go with no sort of recipe whatsoever for a Victoria sponge, and ended up making an omelette in the oven, which was pretty grim. And that was it really. I've never tried again, to be honest with you. Over the wicket once more comes Birdie, and here goes Swindles down the pitch, lofting it up and over the top of the tall figure of Reece Topley. Just about got enough on it to get it up and over the top of Topley at mid-on, and that's going to whistle off down to the boundary rope for 4. He's on to 78, 447 for 7, so just about picked the right club out the bag there, did Swindles, and gets enough on it to get it over the top of Reece Topley and down to that long on boundary rope for 4 runs, and that takes Swindles on to 78, and Leicestershire move on to 447 for 7 as Birdie is in once again over the wicket to Swindles, and Swindles is turning leg side in there to Rory Burns. Burns comes across to do the fielding in there at short mid wicket. So 78 not out now, Harry Swindles, as Birdie is in to him once again. This time Swindles plays this one straight back up the pitch, and Birdie does the fielding off his own bowling. It's a nice afternoon now. I said at lunchtime maybe that would be it for the sun, but now we've got some blue sky. We can see the sun reflecting off the windscreens of the cars in the car park. And he's gone again, Swindles. I think he's got a bit more of this. That was a better club selection, and that's 2 bounces down to the long on boundary rope for 4. So very good use of his feet, and then up and over the top, and the 450 comes up for Leicestershire. So the 450 arrives, 451, I think that is for 7 now, and Swindles, very good shot again, good use of his feet, and that was a sort of far more confident clip over the top of Topley. Moves him into the 80s now. He's on to 82, and Harry Swindles, I think, will be slightly in the back of his mind now. He wouldn't be human if it wasn't, really.
10 off the over from Birdie. So have you now mastered the Victoria sponge?
No, that was the one attempt.
Did it dishearten you, did it?
Yes, I was a bit disappointed, I have to say, because I'd watched the programme, you see, and I thought it was to bung some eggs in a bowl and sort of mix them up and then slam that in the oven, bit of flour, Bob's your uncle, Victoria sponge with some icing. But
change of ball.
Yeah.
So it must have. It did. It spent a bit of time on the gritty sort of car park over there, didn't it? The pebbles over there.
Yeah. It went into the car park almost, didn't it? And there's a load of concrete down there, so I think it's taken a bit of damage.
Yes. So it's been changed, and in goes Topley round the wicket to Parkinson, who is careful on the back foot in defence, pushing the ball away from him out towards mid-on. Stoneman is the fielder.
Yeah, so...
Oh, don't be disheartened, do give it another shot. But
I might do at some point.
At some point, perhaps.
The bit I didn't really understand was I also put the icing in as well at the same time.
Ah. In goes Topley and clipped down to fine leg. Nice shot by Callum Parkinson. It was slightly short on his hip. And he, like so many of the Leicestershire players, not a particularly tall man, up on his toes, flicked it neatly down to fine leg for 4, and it bounced over the ropes and over the advertising hoardings into the green seats in front of Turner Indoor Centre. So Parkinson on to 8 for 55 for 7.
Yeah, nicely played by Parkinson. Just on that angle of Reece Topley from left arm round the wicket, and just hops across his stumps and then takes it off his hip for 4.
Topley's 100 is up. He goes in and bowls to Parkinson, who's looking to drive, and manages to squeeze it past the diving Jamie Smith and make it 2 fours in 2 balls. It was wide and full. Parkinson reached out for it, got a good bat on it. It shot away past backward point, although Smith dived away to his left, did his very best. Fingers might just have brushed the ball, but he was only able, if anything, just to slow it slightly, and it fairly whistled across that very quick outfield to the wide third man boundary for 4. So Parkinson into double figures on 2-12. Topley in again, bouncer. Predictably enough, having gone for 2 fours, he wasn't going to go for a third, and Parkinson just ducked underneath it.
Yeah, and Parkinson runs these. My God's out there again.
What did you think was going to happen to the icing if it went in the mix?
Yes, I don't know,
Did you
really.
think it was just going to...
I wasn't, yeah, I thought it would magically
rise to the top and give it
yeah.
a sort of glaze. Okay,
Exactly.
In goes Topley on off stump, and Parkinson defends on the back foot, drops it out into the offside, calls wait as Overton runs to his left to pick up and then backhands the ball to the wicketkeeper folks. No run.
So yes, it was an absolute fiasco, to be fair. And as I say, I'm a big fan of the old baking programme, but I realised that there's a bit more to it than I thought.
Topley in again, short, and just tensed up a touch there, Parkinson, as it was up towards the armpit, but played it competently enough in the end. Got up on his toes and flicked it away through backward square along the ground. He rode it. He managed to get it away. But his head was just starting to jerk back, but he played it competently enough. Picks up a single, moves on to 13 and keeps the strike. 460 for 7. No cakes I wouldn't try, because say use of sugar and things like that.
Yes,
but
of course.
those bars, I'm well happy with
sound
those.
super. They sound really
you can
nice.
make yourself sort of batches of 20 for a couple of quid really, and then.
They sound excellent.
And they are, you kind of eat when you're eating them. They're good for you, and nothing bad in them, and they fill the odd hole that you get from exercise.
Yes, well, that's the thing, isn't it? It's going to be MR Verdi. 460 for 7 now, Leicestershire. Parkinson has moved on to 13 fairly swiftly here. A couple of boundaries in that over from Reece Topley. Packing the leg side for Parkinson. He wants to try and go inside out. There's a lot of space out through the covers. We're just waiting for Jordan Clark, who's running back into his position at cover. So Amar Verdi into his 39th over now. In sunshine comes into Parkinson, who's forward and playing this one back up the pitch. Verdi does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run.
He's bowled a lot of overs this season, hasn't he, already?
He has. I'll just have a little
one way or another.
Look at the numbers he's bowled this season, Amar Verdi, in all the games. So there's been a few.
I can tell you.
In over the wicket he comes once more, and using his feet is Parkinson.
He came in on 89.3, so if you add 38.2 to 89.3, you get the number of overs that he's bowled.
Well, against Leicestershire back in South London, 26.3 in the first innings, 33 in the second. This birdie's in again, and quicker, flatter delivery, and Parkinson will get a single out there to the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. So that was the game he did the majority of his work, because of course against Hampshire he didn't get a bowl in the first innings and just got one solitary over in the second innings. But here again, on a pitch that's not offering a huge amount, he's into his 39th over, so he's bowled a lot of overs at Leicestershire batsmen. Amar Birdie this season.
He has.
461 for 7. Birdie coming over the wicket to Swindles, and Swindles nudges leg side. That's going to roll into Rory Burns in there. That's the first of those two mid wickets. Rory Burns, Ricky Clark's the second. As Birdie's over the wicket once again to Swindles, and Swindles will get a single here, just nudges leg side. One more to the total. One more to Swindles. He moves on to 83 now. 462 for 7. And back onto strike comes Parkinson. Clark goes back into slip for Parkinson. Ricky Clark, that is, as over the wicket comes Birdie, and Parkinson's forward and turns this one into the leg side. Rory Burns uses his feet to do the fielding. End of a quiet over from Amar Birdie. 462 for 7. Parkinson 14, Swindles 83, and the weather seems to be set fair at the moment. Blue sky and sun out, which is very pleasant, and Reece Topley to continue from the pavilion end.
Yeah, that is the forecast. We're going to be fine for today. Tomorrow, slightly questionable. Topley's getting through a lot of work in this innings. 27 overs already. And you can understand really why Surrey have adopted a rotation policy. Kemar Roach, who seems to have been down below us for most of the match really, he's found a spot in the sun out of the wind, and if the sun is out, Kemar is out there in it. But he was doing some gentle back stretches and things during the interval, using a medicine ball and twisting to and fro. So he should be fine for the next game. In goes Topley and bowls to Swindles outside off stump. Steered wide down towards wideish third man. Thinks about a second, but good work down there by... Is it Overton down there?
Yes.
He's moved around a fair bit, hasn't he, one way or another? He's come out of the covers and gone down sort of deep backward point, wide third man position. And he was well positioned really, because he didn't have to go too far to get to that and ensure that it was only going to be just a single to Swindles. He moves on to 84, 463 for 7. He's come back in now, Overton, to a conventional backward point as in goes Topley outside off stump. Little hop from Parkinson as he lets that one go outside off stump into the gloves of Folks. Update for BBC Radio Leicester. Yeah, they continue to thrive in the sunshine down here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. In particular, Harry Swindles. He's moved on to 84 not out, his best score for Leicestershire, and he must now be eyeing up a maiden first-class century. Callum Parkinson is with him. They lost just one wicket this morning, that of Ben Mike for 74 after a partnership of 128 for the 7th wicket with Swindles. 463 for 7. It looks like the Foxes are going to try and go past 500 before even thinking about declaring. He missed just one bouncer that Parkinson ducked out of the way of. He gets another good ball from Topley though that bounces up and just defeats his forward press, thumps into the sort of abdomen area, perhaps a little bit lower. Sounded well padded, whatever area it hit anyway. Bounced out into the offside, but he's done that a few times. Topley, when he goes around the wicket, rolls his fingers across the seam, and it usually gets a little bit of extra bounce or movement from the ball. And he goes past umpire Gould and bowls, and that was pushed through on the back foot. Parkinson slightly short of a length delivery on off stump, plays it comfortably enough back down the wicket to the bowler, who, having picked it up, tosses it to Amla at mid-off to do a spot of polishing.
Yeah, key thing with Parkinson, the previous delivery, was he actually got a stride in going forward. So he got a big forward press into Topley.
Who is in, bowls again, short of a good length. Parkinson on the back foot, can stay on the back foot and defend upon his toes out into the offside. End of Topley's 28th over, 2 for 106, his figures, and Leicestershire move on. 463 now for 7.
Yes, indeed, and I think we are watching Harry Swindles hopefully getting to a first championship 100. That'll be one of the things on the mind of Leicestershire. I think also leaving Surrey out there will be the other thing. And with the sun shining at the moment, we're having a hand sanitisation break as well. So that's the big excitement out there at the moment. And Jordan Clark is going to come wandering up to his fielding position because he's a long way away there, sweeping out on the cover boundary rope. Swindles will be on strike. 84 not out from 113 deliveries, so he's ticked along as Swindles. And it's been a very good innings this, it really has. Topley's dropped a little deeper now because of course Swindles a couple of times to Verdi just dinked him over the top of Reece Topley, and in fact Topley's being sent back towards the boundary rope now at long on. Again, 2 men catching at mid-wicket, no slip as Verdi's in, and this is turned by Swindles into the leg side. He'll think about 2, he's going to come back for the second. The throws in from Ollie Pope, oh, direct hit to the bowler's end, could have been trouble for Parkinson, but he's a long way out there is Ollie Pope, and they got back for 2. Parkinson put the dive in, it's on to 86. Just wonder again whether Swindles might think about a reverse sweep here, because with no slipping, he's played it once so far, pretty effectively for a couple of runs. He's 86 not out as Verdi's into him, and he's forward, playing this one back up the pitch, and there is no runs. There is an option for him because there is no slip. We've got 2 men catching at mid-wicket, but no slip for Harry Swindles. 86 not out as Verdi's over the wicket to him once again, quicker this time, and Swindles is forward, playing this one straight back up the pitch to Verdi. Swindles settles over his bat once more. There's Jamie Smith at leg slip as Verdi's into him. Swindles just waits for this one and then just pats it down in front of him. Ben Folks comes out from behind the stumps and then just lobs the ball back to Amar Verdi once again. Verdi into now his 40th over. He is into Swindles, and Swindles trying to turn leg side. I think a thickish leading edge on this occasion. Just rolls away into the offside for 65 for 7 Leicestershire. Swindles 86 not out as Verdi's into him, and Swindles nudges leg side, thinks about a single, but there isn't one there because Rory Burns is round to his right to do the fielding. End of another Verdi over, 465 for 7 Leicestershire. Parkinson 14, Swindles 86, and it will be Reece Topley to continue from this, the pavilion end, by Gordon Burns in discussion again. Used to have been nattering away for most of the last couple of days, and it's interesting. Umpire Gord, he's always in conversation with everybody. Umpire Illingworth is away there at square leg, 2 very experienced gentlemen out there in the middle.
Nothing's happening very quickly though, is it? Understandably, perhaps Burns is slowing things down now a little bit. There's no point in doing anything else really from his point of view. Just make Leicestershire take time to reach the total, whatever they have in mind in terms of declaration, if they have a declaration in mind at all. It might be just the case, well, bowl us out, we'll get as close to 500 as we can. But Topley round the wicket to Parkinson, who jumps in the air, he was expecting a slightly shorter ball than that, and almost played it with 2 feet off the ground. It was a fairly normal length delivery that he pushed out towards mid-on, and there's no run. Fango's playing with fire by asking when was the last time 3 Leicestershire batsmen scored a century in the same innings. I'm trying to remember if I've seen it. In goes Topley and bowls. Parkinson solidly forward at Gloucester in my first season. Did we get 3 centuries then? I'll check that. I don't like checking it, because sure as eggs is eggs, we'll talk Swindles out, won't we?
Bob Parkinson might get 100 as well. That'd be 4.
In goes Topley and bowls, and Parkinson very competently just nurdles it down to third man for 4. Knew exactly what he was doing there, just enough width in it, and he just tucked it away between gully and backward point, and there isn't a third man, and it was 4 runs all the way. But he knew precisely what he was doing.
Yeah, very controlled shot that. Just let it come to him and then opened the face and guided it off down to third man for 4.
Just have it in mind that Greg Smith, Ned Exley, and at Derbyshire as well. In goes Topley outside off stump, and has a little look at that one, Parkinson, if you like, a little feel for it, but goes through without taking the edge.
I remember seeing Ackerman and Dippenar both get massive hundreds here. I think that would have been 2009 perhaps.
That was right about that game at Gloucester. In goes, and hits Topley. His hit Parkinson, who got a good bouncer there and just turned his head away, and it thumped into the body. He's fine, and nobody says anything, or well, if anybody says anything, we don't hear it. But Parkinson appears genuinely unaffected. He just walks away to short leg, but he wore that one.
He did. I think it hit him on the shoulder. I think he sort of turned his head away from the ball for a second and just thumped straight into his shoulder, unfortunately, but he's okay, which is the most important thing.
Topley is in to him again, line and length delivery, and Parkinson solidly forward right behind that, pushing us out into the offside, picked up by Burns, and there's no run. 469 for 7. Parkinson has moved on to 18, Swindles 86. Yeah, I remembered the game at Bristol in 2014 when Greg Smith, Ned Eckersley and Niall O'Brien all scored centuries in a total of 565.
Good effort that.
And Gloucestershire finished their second innings 306 for 9, so they were kind of well ahead in the end.
Well,
typical Bristol wicket.
Yes indeed. So it's going to be MR Verdi to continue. Swindles 86 not out. Will be on strike. 469 for 7 Leicestershire, and Swindles 14 runs away now. Will be a first 100 for him, as Verdi is over the wicket to Swindles, and Swindles looks to turn leg side, and the bails are off from Ben Folkes, but that back foot has stayed rooted behind the crease from Swindles, and umpire Gould lets Ben Folkes pop the bails back on. Slow turn that for MR Verdi. Lots of time for Swindles to get that foot sliding back in to the crease, as Verdi's in again. This is turned by Swindles into the leg side. He'll take the single. That will move him on to 87.
He's giving the impression he'll do it in singles.
Yes, absolutely.
Rather, he doesn't take any chances.
Well, Rory Burns is trying to eat up a bit of time. That could help. 470 for 7. I think somebody's getting their car serviced across the road.
There is a motorbike service area, plus a a Hells Angels chapter based over there somewhere.
there?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
If you
might
you'll
pop in
see
there
it. You
later.
can't see it now because the trees are all in leaf, but there's a sign painted on the side of the terrace. The Outlaws, I think they're called.
470 for 7, Parkinson forward. Plays this one down into the leg side.
And sometimes on a Sunday they all meet before going off, but they all
off.
come up on their Harleys with gleaming chrome everywhere.
Very nice. There's birdie little skip, and then round the wicket he comes to Parkinson, and Parkinson will take a single just into Ollie Pope at short mid wicket, and then take one more to Parkinson. He's on to 19. 471 for 7. Leicestershire. It's a lovely afternoon now. Lots of blue sky and the sun out. Very pleasant. Probably the best weather we've had in the first couple of days, really, as birdies over the wicket to Swindles, and Swindles nudges into the leg side, and there is no run. Surrey will try and make this as hard as possible for Swindles. Again, he could try a reverse sweep if he wants to, because there is no slip. As birdies into him, and he's turning into the leg side, takes a single. That moves Swindles on to 88. And Leicestershire, he keeps the strike. Move on to 472 for 7.
And Bronte recalls the game at Derbyshire as well. 2017 that was, and the Centurions that day were Ackers Cozzy, who got 188, and Eckersley again, 158. So a couple of times in recent memory, 2014 and 2017. The last times, we think. Well, they definitely happened those days, but I don't think there was another occasion.
Rory Burns is bringing himself back into the attack here.
Will it be spin this time, do you think?
I don't know. Where's Ben Folkes going? He's gone
Waiting
miles
for him to
back
see.
because of the sheer pace of Rory Burns here. I think he's just looked up and seen it's Rory Burns. So I think he'll stay back for Burns. He hasn't. But oh no, he's putting the helmet on now. Is Ben Folkes? I don't think he was quite expecting to see his captain with the ball there. So sort of taken the helmet off, put his cap on. Now he's got to put the helmet back on because the medium pace of RJ Burns is back into the attack. But 1 over from the Bennett end to sort of swap bowlers round this morning. Verdi's 41 overs now.
I want to see his spin, but I don't think we're going to. He's going to bustle in, push it through a little bit, in he goes, and bowls 2 Swindles down the leg side. Nice take by Folkes, who had a long way to go to get to that one. Swindles just poked at it without any real intent. I'd say Folkes had to really get across a good 1.5 foot, do the leg side, and he did. In goes Burns and bowls better delivery on middle stump, really, middle and off, and forward went Swindles, defending to one of the 2 short straight-ish mid wickets. Burns is in again, a little bit of loop to that one. Not quite sure what he's actually trying to do with it, whether he's trying to swing it away a little bit. Umpire Gould is briefly amused.
What are you doing with this, Rory?
He's in and bowls and brings Swindles forward with a line and length delivery. Very straight.
He does have first class wickets, Rory Burns, 2 I think. 1 with off spin and 1 with medium pace from memory.
Bowls now Fuller this time, waiting for it. Swindles is being very careful at the moment. He does not want to get out to Rory Burns on with a maiden 3-figure score in sight, and he plays it carefully out to the deepish mid on. Burns is in, dropping short a little bit, and that is where Swindles is much happier. Just turns it away off his legs down towards deep backward square, and there isn't a square leg, so a comfortable single for Swindles. He moves on to 89, and does he keep the strike? Should do.
Well,
Umpire Gould is staying in position, but we've had 6 balls. So.
A cynical man, and I'm not one of those, but I said Rory Burns has just given him a single there to keep him on strike, to try and get him to this 100 a bit quicker, I think.
You could be right.
Yeah, 89 is Swindles. Parkinson 19. I think Jordan Clark might be coming into the attack now down there at the Bennett end, so it might be that's that over from Burns again. So Verdi might come on again from the Pavilion end, although he's put 41 overs now as Amar Verdi. This pitch does seem to be getting better.
I suspect it might be the first time he's conceded 162 runs in an innings.
That's the job of the spinner, isn't it, really,
Yeah.
sometimes? You almost sacrifice your own figures for the amount of overs that you have to bowl. Well, Jordan Clark it is, coming into the attack from the Bennett end. Swindles is on strike on 89.
He can expect a few short ones.
Yes, indeed, and they're going to have the short leg in there for him. There's going to be the slip, the gully, there's going to be a sweeper on the cover boundary rope. There's going to be a mid-off, or they're going to have a third man actually. That's almost a catching position, I think. Down there at third man, Ricky Clark. And then Topley at mid-on, deep backward square, and the long leg as well. So Harry Swindles, 89 not out. Jordan Clark from the Bennett end is getting ready to come charging in over the wicket to Swindles, and Swindles had a flash at this one outside his off stump. It's beaten the outside edge of his bat. That's taken by Ben Folkes, moving away to his right hand side. Feet didn't really go anywhere there from Swindles. Just flung his hands at that delivery. And folks taking that one, moving away to his right hand side.
Marcus has kindly sent us the page from Cricket Archive with a list of Leicestershire's 3 centurions in an innings. Bless him.
Over the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark, bouncer. Ducks underneath this the Swindles. You've probably heard the grunt of effort there from Jordan Clark. Good afternoon, Marcus. Hope you're okay.
Yeah.
Very good work as always from Mr. Hook with all those names for Leicestershire batsmen.
Didn't see him at the Oval a couple of weeks ago, but don't know whether he's been in attendance as part of the written press.
I haven't seen him yet this season, I don't think.
It's a case of never the twain, isn't it, at the moment with the restrictions, but
Jordan Clark is over the wicket here to Swindles and runs the Swindles as he punches out towards the sweeper on the cover rope. That's Stoneman, and that moves him on to 90.
yeah, I'm
So
nervous
into
now.
the 90s, the nervous 90s, they always say. He may do this in singles, which will be even more.
We'll be in shreds by then.
Well, we had this with young Mr. Evans a few weeks ago, of course.
Weirdly, I was fairly confident in with Sam at that stage, but I don't know.
I was in bits by the end
You're
of
more of a
that.
mess than me, but this time I'm struggling a bit.
Yes, over the wicket again comes Jordan Clark, and Parkinson's driving into the offside, and there's no run. What we don't want from a Swindles point of view here is a couple of quick wickets.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
he's sort of stuck there with the last batsman, and in the 90s. We'd just like to.
Tactics beginning to be questioned by some Leicestershire supporters here. Man with large hat. Not sure on the tactics. All the bonus points are in the bag, and with the washout tomorrow, Leicestershire will need a lot of help from Surrey to get anything more out of this game.
Clark is into Parkinson. It's a short delivery, and Parkinson just ducks underneath this one, taken by Folkes away to his left-hand side. Yes, I think where we are at the moment is you have got Swindles on 90, which is perfectly understandable. I sort of do understand what Man with Large Hat is saying, but I think the fact that Swindles is 10 away from what would be a first 100 probably is coming into play now, as Jordan Clark is in, and this is pushed by Parkinson of the goodish length out towards Rory Burns at short extra cover, and there is no run. 474 for 7, Parkinson 19, and Swindles has 90.
I don't think they're waiting purely for Swindles to get his 100. I'd be surprised if that. I really would be surprised if that was the case. I'm guessing at sort of a half an hour before tea, something like that, if they're still batting at that stage, would be a sort of vaguely logical thing. They might say, well, you can't assume with the weather, and you can't. We've had games at Bristol last week when rain was forecast for every day. We kind of had it a little bit, the odd shower here and there, but essentially we had 4 full days of cricket when the forecast suggested anything but that. Burns continues to consult with Verdi as he decides we can slow things down, we can make Swindles, who's going to be on strike, think about it a little bit. Over 8 is creeping up, +2. He's going to go round the wicket, and umpire Gould plucks Parkinson from the leg side to the offside, reaches out and almost takes a little piece of his jumper and pulls him across.
Yeah, I suppose the only thing would be if this went on for another 45 minutes.
One or two runs and over. Yeah. Verdi is in, tosses one up, and Swindles was in position approximately 45 minutes before the ball arrived and just pushed it out into the leg side. He was going to play that on the front foot unless it was pitched in the bowler's own half. Verdi is in, a couple of steps down the wicket and then has to defend. Got to the pitch of the ball, but all he could do was work it out to Burns at mid-wicket. Smith is, I don't think we're going to see him bowl, but you never know. In goes Verdi, bowls, and again he's down the wicket, and again he's not in a good position. All he can do is push it, taking the bottom hand off the bat as he does so out towards square leg on this occasion. Imagine the nerves are beginning to jangle for Harry Swindles as in goes Verdi, bowls to him, and he works it out to the square leg again. It looked like he was going to try and swing that one high over mid-wicket. He checked the shot rather than it just worked out to Ricky Clark, who is in front of square. He's almost mid-wicket really, between the two positions. Verdi is in again, and this is an off-stump delivery, delivered from around the wicket that he's just pushed out into the off-side, and there's no run.
He looks nervous.
Yeah, and it's making me feel nervous.
Yeah, he looks nervous at the moment.
Yes. Come on, Harry boy. In goes Verdi, bowls, and he goes back, and it bounces a little bit more than he expected. Takes the top edge, and that's going to run down to third man for 4. So a slightly fortuitous boundary from Harry Swindles there, but he won't mind that as long as the runs keep coming. So that's giving him a little bit of a boost. He's jumped 4 overs in one shot there. I'm not sure he knew exactly what he was doing. However, he moves on to 94, the score on to 478 for 7.
Yeah, that helps. That gets him to within 6 of this 100. But yes, I think that the thing here is, absolutely understandably, you want Swindles to get to your 100 if you're Leicestershire, but it can't take too long. Do you remember Graham Hick on 98, and Mike Atherton?
Yeah, in the test match. Yeah. But that wasn't Hick's maiden.
No, it wasn't, but I think the message had been, you've got
yeah.
this amount of time, my friend, and
yeah.
we can't all sit here and wait forever. As Jordan Clark is coming in from the Bennett end over the wicket to Parkinson. It's down the leg side. Parkinson gets nothing on this, and that's taken by Ben Folks, diving away to his left-hand side. 478 for 7. Somebody's singing a song there, I think, to Richard Johnson, the Surrey bowling coach, down below us, as Jordan Clark gets the ball back from Hashim Amla. As waiting once again is Parkinson on 19, as Jordan Clark is over the wicket to him, and Parkinson drives. Good looking shot. Will get 1. They should get back for 2. They will get back for 2 more, so Parkinson moves on to 21.
50 partnership.
Yes, indeed, a 50 partnership came together with the wicket of Mike. No, I don't think so.
40,
not quite yet.
41.
Yes.
40 partnership. Why was there big applause there?
480 for 7 came together with the score on 433. So they've still got a little bit of work to do before they get to the 50 partnership, these two.
3 more required.
Maybe it was for the nicely played shot by Parkinson down the ground for a couple. Rory Burns is now going to move himself in at leg slip. So Rory Burns goes into leg slip. 480 for 7 Leicestershire. Parkinson waits over his bat again on 21. Just taking their time here at Surrey. Parkinson is just reviewing the field himself and settles himself down over his bat as Jordan Clark is into him. Short one, and Parkinson just sways inside this. Into the gloves it goes of Ben Folkes. Someone shouting to Jordan Clark. Just trying to give each other a bit of a G up out there at the moment, Surrey.
Come on, the re.
Yes, I just heard that as well. I think it may have been Amar Verdi down below us from long leg, just trying to G up Jordan Clark a bit. Lovely afternoon now as over the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark to Parkinson, who's clipping him off his hip up towards Topley. Stood up there at mid-on, and there is no run, and Parkinson goes wandering off towards square leg. Swindle's still rehearsing his shots down there at the non-striker's end. 94 not out. Harry Swindles, 138 deliveries, so he's ticked along quite nicely. Just slowed up a bit in the last 20 minutes or so. Now he's going to come round the wicket, Jordan Clark. So Jordan Clark to come round the wicket now to Parkinson. Try and tuck him up for a bit of room. Clark is in, and that's whipped off his hip by Parkinson. Nicely played. He'll get a couple here. Jamie Overton gets round to do the fielding, and that will mean that there is still a ball to go in the over. I was about to say that Swindles is still on strike, but there is still one ball of this over to go. Parkinson's on to 23 now. Been good runs these from Parkinson.
Clark and Parkinson shouldn't know each other from, I know, different ages, but from their start. I would imagine that
it's like
Clark was sort of first team when Parkinson was late in the academy.
Yes, and then Chris Wright and Ricky Clark know each other extremely well.
Yeah, absolutely. They're old friends, yeah.
From their Warwickshire days together.
Yeah.
Won championships together, those two. Jordan Clark, round the wicket he comes to Parkinson, and Parkinson pushes this one, steers it really down towards backward point. End of the over, so Swindles does have the strike on 94, and Leicestershire are 482 for 7.
Yeah. The way the nerves are jangling, one feels that he's unlikely to go dancing down and try and loft Verdi into the meat, but it's a possibility. It's the short boundary there. Will he be tempted? If I was Verdi, I'd toss a couple up. Nothing much to lose now, have you?
Absolutely.
Just see what happens. You've got your long on back, you've got a deep mid wicket.
Well, I think
I'd go over the wicket, that said, but
try and keep 5 quiet in the last one of the over, maybe.
He's going to keep going round. Well, update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Get on with it. Well, we're all getting very nervous here at Grace Road because the young Leicester batsman Harry Swindles is 94 not out, approaching what would be his maiden first-class century. He's made his 94 off 139 balls. He looks a little bit nervous out there himself. He's made his runs out of a score of 482 for 7. Callum Parkinson is with him on 23 not out. The Foxes look like they're going to try and go past 500 before declaring, but it's all about Swindles at the moment. He's 94 not out. Swindles turns that one towards Clark at mid-wicket, showing no aggressive intent at the moment. Deep mid-wicket and long on both out. Deep backward square as well. Verdi goes in, tosses it up. Forward goes Swindles and then looks inquiringly at Parkinson as it comes off the thick outside edge, runs out towards point. Parkinson responds, and the single is quick but reasonably comfortable, and that is the 50 partnership. 26 of them to Harry Swindles, 23 to Callum Parkinson, and presumably then just the one extra.
Yeah, they've done very well. adding 50 after that wicket of Ben Mike, so just the one wicket's gone down today.
Sort of like yesterday, isn't it, at this stage? And then we have the tumble. In goes Verdi, bowls. Parkinson determinedly plunges forward and pushes the ball back up the wicket to Amar Verdi.
Well, Leicestershire will be hoping there are wickets in the last session like yesterday.
Yeah.
You'd think Surrey will be batting after tea.
Verdi tosses it up. Parkinson's down the wicket, trying to whip it away. There's an appeal for leg before, but he was a long way down the wicket and got just enough pad on it to evade the gloves of Folkes. Otherwise, he would have been stumped by a yard and a half.
Absolutely. I think Ben Folkes could have come up here and had a biscuit and a cup of tea and still made the stumping.
Verdi, a shout of, it was an appeal of frustration, I suspect, as much as anything. Very hard for umpire Gould to give that. He was a long way down the wicket. In goes Verdi, bowls, and that's a little bit short, and back goes Parkinson, whips it away. He's got quite quick hands when he plays that shot out towards deep backward square, where Topley picks up, and Parkinson keeps the strike. That means he's on 24 now. Swindles has 95, 484 for 7.
Yep, and well, Parkinson is on strike, so Swindles is down at the non-strikers end on 95. Ashley Mamler's having a long old chat here with Rory Burns. Parkinson 24 not out from 55 deliveries. Again, there's going to be leg gully and a short leg, and Jordan Clark again will come round the wicket from the Bennett end to Parkinson. He's just taking his time here, Parkinson, and then settles over his batters. Jordan Clark down the slope and round the wicket to him. Short ball, but he just ducks underneath this. Taken by Ben Folkes, leaping to his left-hand side. With the sun out now, here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Very nice indeed. Glinting off the top of the meet and the Richard Ray inspired fox picture on the roof there to our right hand side. Leaping into shadow at the moment is the fox away to our right. Jordan Clark once more goes round the wicket past umpire Illingworth to Parkinson, who's clipped him off his hip nicely. One bounce out towards Jamie Overton, brings Swindles on to strike. Mr. Ray, you better take over here, and just in case he launches Jordan Clark over the indoor score for 6.
I'm pretty sure we'll be okay for this over, at least. If there was a 4 in the offing, it was a possibility, but I can't see him clobbering Clark for 6.
Be
might
careful.
Launch himself
Uppercut down to third man.
I think we'll be. You continue this.
Okie dokie.
I don't want to tempt fate.
Okie dokie. He waits again. Here does Swindles. Jordan Clark is into him. Oh dear, that's very short and wide down the leg side. Umpire Illingworth will keep a little look at that. Doesn't signal wide on this occasion. And asks Jordan Clark to come off the pitch.
As I say, Leicestershire absolutely won't mind. You dance a hornpipe right there if you want, Jordan, mate. Disturb this surface.
Yes, indeed. Need something. 485 for 7. Swindles 95 not out as Jordan Clark is into him. Short ball, and he's pushing off the back foot. Can't find a single. So he stays on 95. And big shout back at Parkinson then, saying stay where you are. Don't go anywhere. So we're getting a little bit tense here at the moment. Harry Swindles. Manoeuvring your way through the 90s is never straightforward. There are some players that just sort of don't really get nervous at all, but he does look understandably a bit nervous here on 95 as Jordan Clark round the wicket he comes. Short ball, and he's making sure he's getting that bat high in the air as it goes down the leg side. Doesn't want to be nudging that one into the gloves of Ben Folkes. A horrible way to go.
Strangled on 95, but yeah, made sure everything was out of the way.
We've been out there for an hour since lunch now, and what have we had added? We've had
439, 46.
46 added. Yes. Swindles on 95, waits again for Jordan Clark. He can't find a single. Short ball just pats it out into the offside. And there is no run, so he's up the non-striker's end again. Parkinson will be on strike. And Leicestershire 485 for 7. So it's all very slow progress this towards the 100 for Swindles.
Burns chatting away to Amler. I'm not entirely convinced they're talking tactics as such. They might be. Amler's never captained South Africa, has he, as far as I'm aware?
No, he did. He
Did he?
captain South
Did he?
Africa, yes, and then stepped down from the job. I think he did it for, top of my head, a couple of years.
Did he?
Yeah.
Well, that's poor on my part. Just don't associate him with the South African captaincy, but clearly he didn't enjoy the job in the end. Perhaps felt that. Perhaps he seems to like to keep himself to himself. He's a gentle soul. In goes Amler and bowls to Parkinson, who clips it firmly, but only as far as Burns at straight, short mid-wicket. There's no run. Amler's little skip, and then in he goes, tosses it right up, and it's turned straight to short leg by Parkinson. Absolutely off the face of the bat, and Parkinson cannot believe what he's done. It was a neat catch by Smith, but Parkinson played the shot firmly as though Smith wasn't there. Smith was there, and he took a smart two-handed catch a foot or so off the ground, and Parkinson, I think, stood in disbelief for about 10 seconds as though it had come off the pad or something, but it obviously just absolutely off the face of the bat, just turned it straight to short leg. Smith took the catch, and Verdi has his 4th wicket. Well, just another little twist. I think Parkinson was obviously furious with himself for getting out, but also he wanted, I suspect, to be there to see Swindles through to his 100, just in case. Well, suddenly Leicestershire are 8 down with Swindles on 95.
Good smart catch that from Jamie Smith in there at short leg, because it came straight out the middle of Parkinson's bat.
Yeah.
And Jamie Smith stayed low and took the catch. So Parkinson goes. As Richard Bray was saying, Swindles 95 not out. Won't want another one to go here.
No, exactly. Well, Chris Wright is a more than capable batsman. We've seen that already this season, certainly. Last season as well. He was number 11 last season, up to number 10 with Alex Evans, who is a little bit of a number 11, I'm afraid. The only batsman to come. So Wright has a job to do. He's got potentially 4 balls to face from Verdi, but oh, crumbs.
Well,
I'm nervous now.
I think Wright's job here is to probably just calm Swindles down. He's a very experienced player, of course, is Chris Wright. So I think this is probably as much just don't worry, we'll get you through to it. And that was a good catch from Jamie Smith.
Smart work.
Yeah, it was really good. You always know when the camera flies off towards square leg, and then actually the short leg fielder comes up with the ball.
It wasn't a bright shot though, was it? It was a... He put his hand on his hip, Parkinson. It just could not believe what he'd done. I think he was aiming, in fairness, slightly to... Well, obviously he was aiming slightly. He was aware that Smith was there, and was trying to clip it just behind him, squarer, because he's in front of square. And he didn't manage to do it.
We're just waiting for a helmet to come out now, get another close catcher in, but Verdi 4 for now.
Again, a long conversation with umpire Gould, and a certain amount of touchiness going on in there, as in umpire Gould is sort of fist bumping with Verdi or something. So Amir Verdi, can he get his 5 for? He's got a chance now. He's worked so hard for it. He's got 4 for 168 from 43.2 overs, and he's got a number 10 fresh to the wicket, Chris Wright. and he's got a leg slip and a short leg and a slip as he goes in and tosses it up to right, and he's hit him in front and he's gone leg before wicket. Oh my goodness me. So right goes first ball. He was only half forward and it will have straightened in, so Verdi has 2 in 2, and suddenly the real danger for Harry Swindles is that he is going to be stranded. Leicestershire are 485 for 9. Well played, Amber Verdi. 5 for.
Yeah, 5 for Verdi, 5 for 168. Now he's on a hat trick with Swindles at the non-strikers end on 95. So it says on the board a 5-wicket bag for Verdi. So 43.3 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 168. So it just sort of adds to all the tension, this, with Swindles on 95 not out. Verdi now on a hat trick, and Chris Wright makes his way back towards the meet.
Crestfallen Wright and an extremely nervous Alex Evans will be coming out to bat now. Normally he's a fairly laid back character, but he will be absolutely quaking at the moment because he's got such a big job to do to get his young teammate through, or give him a chance at least to get through to his 100, and that means facing the next 3 balls of Amar Verdi's over. Let's see if you can get Amar Verdi his hat trick.
Well, it will be interesting this, because you've got a left-hander as well now in Evans. So 485 for 9, and Amar Verdi 2 in 2 now for Amar Verdi, and he's on a hat trick.
The last time a hat trick was taken against Leicestershire was 2015, James Faulkner for Lancashire.
Well, he's got an opportunity here as Verdi. Swindles will be keeping his fingers crossed at the non-strikers end as Verdi round the wicket to Evans, and Evans forward and plays it very nicely down into the leg side, and that rolls in there to Jamie Smith at short leg. 5 for 168.
Charlie Schreck was the last of the victims on that occasion.
Verdi in once more to Evans. Evans digs him out. There's half a shout for LBW, as they think that might have hit boot first, then hit the bat. Ollie Pope was diving forward in there at Silly Point. So it's the final ball of the over. Swindles won't want a single here, so they're going to bring up another close catcher for Evans, as Verdi is round the wicket to him. That's all the way. He's tried something new here, Amar Verdi, and it's a wide delivery because it hasn't hit the cut strip.
It literally almost hit Silly Point, didn't it?
Yeah.
That was extraordinary.
Came out completely wrong, and I'm not quite sure what he was trying there, but it didn't quite come off for him.
I don't know, did he try and bowl a leg spinner? That was just extraordinary. Hang on. Actually, umpire Gould is saying no ball.
No ball.
Having signalled wide, it was a no ball.
So he's changed his mind. I wonder if he was trying to bowl a leggy there or something, but it sort of looped out, didn't hit the cut strip. 487 for 9. Verdi round the wicket to Evans once again, and Evans, well done, gets forward, pushes it out into the offside, which gives Swindles a chance on 95. Well bowled, Amar Verdi. 5 for Verdi, 5 for 170. He's bowled 44 overs here, and Leicestershire are 487 for 9.
And now, just to add to Swindles' nerves, do we have a sanitising break? On comes the 12th. No, he's just coming to get Jamie Overton's sweater and cap, and umpire Gould's, I think, explaining to Ricky Clark why he changed his call there. The initial call, and he made it 3 times, was for the wide, because it was he made the signal 3 times, because I don't think he'd ever seen anything quite like that. But then whether umpire Illingworth said something, or perhaps the scorers on the
I think it was
or
probably
just thought about it.
Above weight. It was also probably way above waist high as well, wasn't it? That would have been the thing.
It did hit
very
the
wide
ground because there was a big puff of dust, but it was
miles away from the batsman.
it was
Whatever it was that Verdi tried, it didn't quite come out the right way on that occasion.
Silly Point's feet. I'm sure. I thought it came out the back. I think he was trying to weirdly bowl a leg spin, with it being the left-hander, maybe just trying to get it to. Interesting if he could bowl leg spin as well as off spin.
He's a talented boy.
Right, Jamie Overton is going to go around the wicket to Harry Swindles. Bowls, and Swindles swats it high into the air. Where's it gone? How far has it gone? It's going to be 4. It bounces over long off 4-4. A tennis bat smash from Harry Swindles, and that moves him on to 99. What will Burns do here? Will he bring the field in? I suspect he will. He should. Just waiting to see. Overton is ready to go. No change to the field as yet. In fact, Overton is going to come in and bowl to Swindles. Bowls. Swindles looks to turn a shortish ball off his hips. It thumps into his stomach area and bounces out into the offside, and there is no run. Well, he hasn't brought the field in, Burns, which is very decent of him, really. Actually, I think most county cricketers are decent people, and it really doesn't make too much odds to him whether Harry Swindles gets his 100 or not in the context of the game as a whole. Overton is in to Swindles. Bowls turned down the leg side. Did he get something on it? He did! Down to fine leg. Swindles has scored his maiden first-class century. The young man from Leicester, the 22-year-old, leaps into the air. A huge cheer from the Leicester dressing room. A toot of the vuvuzela from the supporters on the other side of the railings. Applause from Alex Evans, and applause from some of the Surrey players as well, which is lovely to see. 103 to Harry Swindles. It's come off 148 deliveries, and Leicestershire on to 495 for 9. And one suspects now, if they get past the 500 in this over, that the declaration will come. But well done to Harry Swindles.
Yeah, well batted, Harry Swindles. Richly deserved, and a lovely moment as well.
Whew, what a relief. In goes Overton and bowls to him. He makes a bit of room. Overton sees him backing away to make room, bangs it in short. Swindles tumbles over and ends up on his bottom.
Yeah, it's not the most elegant delivery after you've just gone to your maiden championship 100, but I don't think he'll mind too much, Harry Swindles, because he's now 103 not out.
A little chorus from the spectators down there, 3 of them on the other side of the railings on Milligan Road, applauding Harry Swindles. What will he do to this one? Overton is in, bowls to him, another bounce down the leg side. Swindles ducks underneath it.
Well, it's not been painstaking at all, because he's actually got there quite quickly from 140 odd balls, 48 deliveries, but it was just that getting through the 90s bit. Then 2 wickets in 2 balls for Amar Verdi. So Evans takes a little pat on the back there at the non-striker's end as well for getting through the Verdi over and giving Swindles the opportunity, which he's grasped with both hands.
Overton in to finish the over. He steps across and lifts it, or tries to lift it, down to fine leg, taken by Folks. And there's no one. I thought for a second he lifted it over Folks, but Folks took the ball and held on to it. That's what confused me, and then sort of busied himself because it was the end of the over, getting his helmet and stuff like that. But the fact that he'd hung on to it made me look around for the ball momentarily. So 495 for 9 at the end of the over. Swindles 103 off 151 balls now, and well, they're going to continue Leicestershire for the time being, 495, so maybe it's just the 500 that they're after.
Yes, it might well be. That can be the only other thing they're waiting for at the moment. Swindles has got his 100 now, and that's 3 Leicestershire batsmen, of course, with their 100s. First time since 2017, you were saying, Richard, that's happened. Of course, Harrison Evans, Sam Evans, 100s yesterday. Now Swindles 103 today, so 3 centurions for Leicestershire. Amar Verdi is going to continue on this, the pavilion end. He's got his 5 wickets now, 5 for 170. Rory Burns long chat here with Amar Verdi for Evans. Ollie Pope's quite sure where he's off to at the moment. I think he's going to come and join this conversation with Rory Burns and Amar Verdi. I think umpire Gould now has joined the conversation as well, because we're waiting for Swindles to have a drink. And now what's being brought out here for Ollie Pope? I think it's an abdominal guard for Ollie Pope to do the catching duties in there. So Ollie Pope getting all the right protective equipment on. And Swindles down there at the non-striker's end. A couple of gulps of water. 103 not out. Evans, well, as I say, did a good job getting through that over from Amar Verdi, Alex Evans, and that gave Swindles the opportunity. He was on a hat trick, but he got through the over from Verdi, and then Swindles flat batted Overton back over his head for 4 to take him to 99, and then clip one off his hip down to the boundary rope to bring up his maiden championship 100 for Leicestershire. As round the wicket comes Verdi, then to Alex Evans, the left-hander, who's driving nicely up to the right of Reece Topley and will take a single. So Alex Evans is off the mark, and Leicestershire move on to 496 for 9. Swindles back onto strike on 103 and 151 deliveries.
The 4 he hit to go to his 100 was the 13th of his innings.
Yeah, it's been a good one. And a great leap into the air and punch. And the ball sped off down to the boundary rope. Swindles waits for Verdi. And down the pitch he comes and has gone. Bowled by Amar Verdi. And Swindles is the last one to go. For 103, he goes running off. It means Verdi is finished with 6 for 171. I'm pretty sure that was bowled by Verdi, not stumped by Folks. He was a long way down, but Harry Swindles well batted. Maiden 100, 103, and it means that Verdi finishes with 6 for 171, and Leicestershire are all out for 496. It has gone up as stumped on the board.
Oh.
So it's gone up as stumped, and Swindles gone for 103, and Amar Verdi will get a round of applause as he takes 6 for 171 from 44.2 overs.
So late reward for Verdi, as it was yesterday as well, but deserved. Well bowled, young man. I think we're going to see a lot more of Amar Verdi over the next 10 years. He has a lovely loop and gives the ball a turn. I'm not sure about his leg spin, if that's what it was, but I'm guessing you're going to have a word with him after play, hopefully, and he's getting applauded off by the Surrey fielders, rightly so. I have to ask him about that delivery. I'd make it your last question.
Yeah.
But as you say, he's a very nice young man, and I'm sure he'll smile about it. So 496 Leicestershire. Maybe a little bit notional given the relatively placid nature of the pitch at the moment. 200 and what? 347.
Yes,
is that right? Yeah,
that's
347.
correct, yes.
Get there in the
yes.
end.
Just watching this wicket again, actually, just seeing it on the live stream.
Oh yeah, just
Yeah.
we were obscured slightly by Swindles, who danced straight down the pitch, so we couldn't quite see Folks' work, but he just took it and whipped off the bails.
He's always very quick as well, those hands of Ben Folks. But yes, it means that Verdi does finish with 6 for 171.
151 balls, 13 fours, as I've said, for Swindles. The heavy roller is going on, and might be hard work for the Leicestershire bowlers, but they've nothing to lose now. They can run in the knowledge that they have a decent first innings score
I think on the board it's saying there's 45 overs remaining.
Yeah.
So that would be 13 till tea. So that's quite a nice little period to have a bowl at Surrey, isn't it? A little short session before tea to have a bowl at Surrey.
Doing an update for BBC Radio Leicester shortly, but if you want to pop and have a cup of tea and a biscuit, perhaps, who knows? We'll be back with you in around about 5 or 6 minutes' time here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Yes, all out for 496, but not before Harry Swindles became the third Foxes batsman to pass 100, a maiden century for the 22-year-old from Leicester. It all got extremely nerve-wracking when first Callum Parkinson was caught at short leg for 25, and off the very next ball Chris Wright went a leg before wicket, obviously without scoring. That made the score 485 for 9 at Swindles at that stage on at 99, but young Alex Evans came in and managed to keep out the next couple of deliveries, got Swindles back on strike, and he whipped a delivery away off his hip down to fine leg for 4 to go past 100. Soon afterwards he was stumped by the wicketkeeper as he danced down the wicket to Verdi for 103, but it was still a great moment for the young man to go past 100 for the first time. 496 all out then, Leicestershire. They're about to start bowling. Surrey's follow-on target will be 347.
Well, a very warm welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground here on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio London. Players are making their way back out into the middle. Leicestershire all out in their first innings for 496. Harry Swindles, a maiden championship 103, the last man to go, stumped by Ben Folkes off the bowling of Amar Verdi for 103. Verdi finishing with 6 for 171. So Rory Burns and Mark Stoneman making their way out into the middle, and it looks as if it's going to be Chris Wright to get us started from the pavilion end here on BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio London, and of course on the Leicestershire live stream. 3 slips are in there in a gully. There's a cover point, the mid off, the mid on, a mid wicket, and the long leg. Chris Wright coming off the back of career best figures last week, so his confidence will be sky high at the moment, but he's just waiting for something to be brought out to him. He's got all the way out there and forgotten something, as Chris Wright, so just waiting to get whatever it is he needs from the 12th man down there at the meet. And Burns will be on strike. Stoneman down at the non-striker's end in his short sleeve sweater, and Chris Wright getting set to bowl the first delivery of this Surrey reply to Leicestershire's excellent first innings total of 496.
Interesting that he's chosen to go up the slope after what I said about him rearing the other end.
They always try and stuff you if they can. So Wright with our first delivery, coming in over the wicket to the left-handed Burns, and Burns is forward and driving up the ground, and Parkinson tumbles to his left to do the fielding, and then in the end it's Ben Mike who tidies up, stood up at mid-off, and there is no run. So there are 45 overs left today, as we suspected, because it was telling us that on the scoreboard. So 13 until the tea break, so a nice little session here for Leicestershire to have a go at Surrey this afternoon under blue skies and sun, as Chris Wright is over the wicket to Burns. Burns digs him out, it rolls back into the leg side, and there's no run. But yes, Harry Swindles 103 today, maiden championship 100 for him, first 100 for Leicestershire. Leicestershire starting this morning 306 for 6, so they added another 190 runs today, the loss of 4 wickets. And settles once again, and a little look towards mid-wicket and lets this one go from Chris Wright outside his off stump. I was saying, Richard, that Chris Wright's confidence should be sky high at the moment, I would have thought.
Yeah, went wicketless in the second innings. It was interesting, as I say, 7 for in the first against Gloucestershire at Bristol, but even Wright with his experience wasn't able to stem the flow, if you like, from the Gloucestershire batsmen in the final session of the match.
Burns waits again as Wright's into him, and Burns is pushing off the back foot this time down towards backward point, and there's no run. Rory Burns 80 in his last outing for Surrey against Hampshire last week. Of course there was the 215 not out from Hashim Amla, 131 from Ollie Pope. So Rory Burns is a couple of 50s this season, 3 50s, 4 50s now for Rory Burns. As over the wicket once again comes Wright, and that's wide outside the off stump, and will be signalled wide by umpire Gould. So one more to the total. In fact, the first run for Surrey, one without loss then Surrey. First run in pursuit of this 496. Of course, just the first innings though of this game for both sides as Chris Wright runs away from us, comes in over the wicket to Burns, and Burns looks to whip leg side. Sounded a bit woody as well, that. Because there might have been a little inside edge onto his back pad, and that rolls away out there to cover. Donica, thank you very much, tweeted about that no ball from Amar Verdi. It was because it didn't hit the cut strip.
No.
So that's why it's a no ball.
Okay.
So thank you to Donica for that.
Yeah.
That might be the case.
It hit the ground.
Just on the strip
Okay,
next to the one that we're playing on. As Chris Rice is in again, and Burns is off the mark, turning this one off his hip into the leg side. Rory Burns will pick up a couple of runs here to get up and running. He's on to 2. The end of the over, and Surrey are 3 without loss after the first over of this reply to Leicestershire's 496.
Left-handers, from Wright's point of view, not necessarily ideal. Very much an outswing bowler by preference, although it was the in-swingers that picked him up wickets at Bristol. He managed to get it to swing both ways. Stoneman was about to ask for a guard before realising that umpire Illingworth, is he having his shoelace fastened? I'm not quite sure what is going on there at the moment. Ben Mike is affecting some sort of running repairs. Who knows what? Is there something? Oh, I'm just wondering whether it's one of the old pitches that's used for practice that was exercising umpire Illingworth, so maybe there was a stud there or something had got, I don't know, it managed to dig up the marker.
Sorting out the bowling disc at the moment.
Why would it be was it not flat or something? Why would they be doing it over there? He's handing Ben Mike to umpire Illingworth some sort of implement which is now being tucked into the umpire's breast pocket. Who knows? Scraping earth out of studs or something. Alex Evans is going to open the bowling for the Foxes from the Bennett end. He's going to come around the wicket to Mark Stoneman, who gets a short of a length delivery. He goes back and then presses forward, puts his weight on the front foot, having gone back, and pushes the ball out into the offside.
Yes, I think Harry Swindles is a happy keeper at the moment. With his gloves on there. He's next to Hassan Azad, who's at first slip, Colin Ackerman, who is at second, and Marcus Harris, who is standing solidly at third slip. Evans in to Stoneman, who works it nicely off his legs down towards wide long leg. A lot of work to do down there for Evans. He manages to do it there, Sam Evans that is. He didn't manage to grab the ball first time, and for a second wildly looked around him just in case it was sneaking over the ropes behind him. Was beginning to go towards them, but very slowly, so good work down there. Saves a couple, at any rate. Stoneman able to pick up 2, of course. Neat little work off his legs. You can hear how hard the pitch is from the sound of the bat as it makes into the guard, and that one's down the leg side as well. Grunt of effort from Evans, stepped inside the line of that one. Stoneman looked to think about working it into the leg side. Didn't really try to. Taken by Swindles. Not good lines so far from the Leicestershire bowlers. Leg side line. Evans. Head must have been whirling after the assault by the Gloucestershire batsman, particularly Cobain. In he goes and bowls again. It's sneaking down the leg side, and it's not taken cleanly by Swindles, and it is going to be a bye. Got a good hand to it, or good 2 hands to it, but wasn't able to take it cleanly. The ball ran on another 10-15 yards or so. Swindles in pursuit thereof, but the bye is taken. Surrey on to 6 without loss. Yeah, untidy bit of cricket all round, really. That delivery, wasn't it?
If they're going to have any chance of putting Surrey under pressure, they've got to be there or thereabouts from the very start, Leicestershire. First 10 balls of the innings, they haven't been really. Burns takes his time, scrapes away at the crease, wanders down as a little prod, having checked his guard with umpire Illingworth, taken guard from umpire Illingworth. Just brushes a bit of dust off the bottom of his bat, looks around him, conventional field, 3 slips, single saving, as Evans charges in and bowls to England and Surrey's Burns, fullish, on middle and off. Forward went Burns and just did it back down the pitch. Evans himself picked up and then hands it almost to Ben Mike to do a spot of polishing. Evans is, how old is he now? Is he 21 now? Let me just check. He's 20. But why I smile, I'll tell you that in a moment. He comes in and bowls to Burns, full on his legs, clipped neatly away, but only as far as square leg. Picked out the fielder there, who's Parkinson, and a couple of yards either side, that would have rattled across the ropes into the advertising hoardings. But at the moment he's still just, even as good a player as Burns, just not quite yet finding the gaps. So he remains on 2. Stoneman has 2, so he's 6 without loss. It's just the way, when he walks back to his guard, his head goes down, Evans, and he looks like Harry Enfield's slightly sulky teenager. Do you remember?
Kevin and Berry.
Kevin. Yeah.
Just looking at Burns' scores this summer, 4 and 74, 36, 8 and 54 and 80 so far for
pretty good.
Burns this summer. As Chris Wright from the pavilion end comes into Mark Stoneman, who's digging out a Yorker. Pair of left-handers out there for Surrey. Yeah, sort of the one thing missing is 100 for Rory Burns at the moment.
Does tend to take the eye, doesn't it? Especially of selectors.
That's the thing at the moment, isn't it? With all the talk with a test match start of next month. As Chris Wright, wearing 31, comes over the wicket to Stoneman and beats him on the outside edge. Good line, good length from Chris Wright. Stoneman this season 8 and 16, 24, 44, 2 and 7. But actually, and this is going to sound a very strange thing to say, he's not looked in bad nick. I think he just needs a bit of luck. Does Mark Stoneman at the moment, just to get a score under his back. Batted very well at Lords for that 44. As in, Surrey got rolled over by Middlesex in their first innings. In tough conditions, those at Lords. Chris Wright is in once more to Stoneman, and Stoneman again is beaten. Bit of shape, I think, for Chris Wright. Nice line, nice length from Chris Wright. He's a very good performer. He's Chris Wright. Very experienced these days. Looks back towards us. Lots of encouragement out there for Wright as he bustles in again. Over the wicket he goes to Stoneman, and Stoneman, well, he's pushed at this. Not sure what that's hit. It's bounced once in front of the slip cordon. It's a no ball. It's a no ball. So maybe a bit of bat on it as well from Stoneman. And down into the turf and up again. And from this angle, quite difficult to tell exactly. I'm just watching the scoreboard to see if that ticks around to umpire Gould. So I think that score will tick round to 9 without loss now.
Should do.
It hasn't. As
that
yet.
has.
Ah, excellent. There we go. As in over the wicket again goes Wright. Forward goes Burns. Solid looking defensive shot that from Rory Burns.
He's just got a bit behind the electronic. It sometimes happens. It's a ball sort of behind. Just everything goes slowly.
Computer generated. Technology wonderful when it works.
Yes. Glance at the manual instead.
Yes, as Burns waits again. As Wright is into him, and Burns lets this one go. Oh, again, Swindles gets a glove to it. Sort of just died on him a touch as he dived away to his left-hand side. And that'll be signal byes from umpire Gould. And that'll be 10 without loss. Stoneman comes back onto strike on 3. Burns has 2. This all in reply to Leicestershire's 496 in their first innings. As right is over the wicket to Stoneman, and Stoneman will pick up a boundary here because he's just taken this off his hip very neatly and very tidily and flicked it down to the boundary rope in front of the indoor score, and away for 4. And Stoneman's on to 7, and Surrey, nice quiet start, 14 without loss after 3 overs.
Just to trot after the ball across the ropes, will keep hold of it, but he will continue from the Bennett end, of course. Just thinking, Leicestershire have now registered 7 centuries this season, having scored just 1 in the entirety of last season, and that was by an on-loan batsman, Ben Slater. Big century against Lancashire in the first game. Evans staying around the wicket to Burns, who is careful as that one might just have shaped back in a touch towards middle stump. Everything behind it pushes it out towards Ben Mike, who's at mid-wicket.
From what you've been saying, Richard, that's exactly what Paul Nixon said at the start of the season.
Yeah, one of his main requirements, yeah. Never really had many runs to play with last season, except in that first game when Ackerman too looked in absolutely prime nick. He was run out as he approached his century. In goes Evans, bowls onto middle and leg, and turn of the wrist from Burns, turns the ball out to backwards square, but more or less straight again to the fielder, and as a consequence, no runs accrue. And of course it's Eddie Barnes. I was thinking, who's that? Number 62. And of course it's young Barnes. It was an unfamiliar number for obvious reasons, as Evans is in and bowling. Burns on off stump. Has to defend. Does. Drops it out of the offside. Sam Evans comes running in.
Yeah, Barnes had to sidestep Ian Gould there. Square leg. So he's getting to know Ian Gould out there at square leg.
Well, a wealth of wisdom, a lifetime of experience Ian Gould has to impart to a young man making his debut, so be prepared to listen for quite a while. In goes Evans and bowls, and clipped away this time for 4 by Burns. I'm pretty sure that's going to get there. It is. He's not one to turn down a gift too often, Rory Burns, and that was full and on leg stump, and far, far too good a player to keep picking out the man at square leg. Made sure that was well wide of him, and it raced across the boundary in front of the meet for 4. So Burns on 2-6.
Yeah, anyone who's ever watched Rory Burns, that's absolute bread and butter for him.
He's a good player. Can't give them an inch. In goes Evans and bowls. It's a better line on off stump. Brings Burns forward, getting to the pitch of the ball, pushing out to Parkinson, who's at mid-off, and that is no run. Evans, Alex, is working hard to push the ball through.
Nice action.
Yeah. I don't think he's ever going to be express. I mean, obviously they're hoping. He's still only 20, probably still growing into his body a little bit. And he goes and bowls, and I think inside part of the bat, perhaps as Burns presses forward to that one. It just trickles out past the short leg towards square leg, and there is no run. So Burns 6 with that 4, Stoneman has 7. So he comfortably enough have moved on to 18 without loss after 4 overs. It's interesting with those Swindles conceding those 2 byes in the first 2 overs, 2 singles. As Paul Nixon talks a lot about mother cricket, and saying how if you ever get too big for your boots, or, not suggesting for a minute he is, or you're up there, everything's going really well, he says mother cricket has a habit of just reminding you that it's not that straightforward.
Chris Wright is into Mark Stoneman from the pavilion end, start of the 4th over of this Surrey innings, 5th over, apologies, of this Surrey innings, and pushed up to mid-off by Stoneman, who then goes for a little walk towards square leg.
Swindle will have come out on a high, just deflated slightly. There's two messy pieces of work behind the stumps.
Wright is over the wicket to Stoneman. Stoneman's forward to a good length ball and pushing this one up towards Parkinson at mid-on. Yes, it does have a habit of coming back to bite your cricket. Just when you think you've got it sussed, something will happen just to slightly derail you and make you think about the game again. And it's going well. It seems to be the easiest thing in the world. As over the wicket comes Wright to Stoneman, who's letting this one go wide-ish outside his off stump. And umpire good as he was for the Surrey bowlers,
straight out
just
there,
saying to Chris Wright, get off the pitch.
Right, saying that's not my mark, that's somebody else's, but umpire Gould said it jolly well is.
Yeah, and he's just showing with his foot there where Chris Wright has landed in that so-called danger area. The umpires keep an eye out for. Wright places the ball in his right hand and then comes over the wicket to Stoneman, and Stoneman again solid looking defensive shot, and this one out into the offside. Lots of encouragement from that slip cordon. Thad at first, captain at second and Harris at third.
Update for BBC Radio Leicester. Early days, only 4.4 overs have been bowled in the Surrey innings. They've yet to take a wicket, Leicestershire. Rory Burns and Mark Stoneman, 6 and 7 respectively. Pitch does look very flat under the sun down here at Grace Road now, which has been out most of the day. The Foxes are going to have to keep it really tight if they're going to pick up a couple of Surrey wickets early. Just a few overs now until tea. The Foxes labouring away, but they haven't broken through yet. Surrey 18 without loss.
Yes, you're right. I think with the sun out, this pitch is getting better at the moment. And the sun is out. It's a bit like we had this time yesterday afternoon as well. And Harris and Evans made hay while the sun shone. As Wright is into Stoneman, he's up on his toes and punching this one straight up the ground again to mid-off. End of the over. 18 without loss then Surrey. Burns on 6, Stoneman on 7.
It's shining a bit in the bright sunshine, and it does look pretty uniform in colour now. There was a bit of green about it yesterday morning, wasn't there? But not now, and it just looks a very good track,
yeah,
essentially. It's not too slow, it's not a pudding at all, but it looks like a delight on which to bat, really, for good players like these.
Well, absolutely, and we saw today that, Swindles and Mike this morning didn't look in any trouble.
Evans, his fair hair glinting in the sun, comes in and bowls, and it's clipped away for 4 by Rory Burns. Again it's too full, again it's too much on middle and leg, and again Burns is not going to miss out. He just isn't, and you cannot bowl there, Alex Evans, and expect not to be punished. Burns on to 10, 22 without loss.
Yeah, he's just playing that on length as much as anything, Rory Burns, from that angle, from round the wicket. And Rory Burns, as I say, he's bread and butter really for him.
So much time. Top of off. Young Alex. In he goes. Bowls, and Burns again working to the leg side. It was a better length, slightly short of a good length. Then he went back but just turned his wrists on it. Pushed it out towards Ed Barnes, the York-born seamer, who can expect to be bowling before too long, I suspect. Probably before tea. How many overs until tee. Yeah, there's another 7.5 or so. And Wright's bowled 3. Might have a couple more, but I suspect we'll see Barnes before the interval. Evans working hard, is in and bowling again, a better length, but middle stumpish line this time, slightly closing the face of the bat is Stoneman, so pushing it out to mid-on rather than absolutely straight, comfortable enough.
Yeah, that's a better line, isn't it, really, from him. Say Burns will take you from outside the off stump on that angle through the leg side.
Evans bowls, steps forward Stoneman and leaves outside off stump. That's okay for Evans.
But the feature of Burns' innings against Hampshire was the shots he didn't play, actually. He let the ball go beautifully against Hampshire last week, Rory Burns.
Yeah, I read a lovely essay on the art of leaving the ball. Paul Edwards in the Night Watchman publication. As Evans goes in and bowls, Stoneman very solidly forward on off stump. That's a good line from Evans, and he's applauded by his captain, Colin Ackerman. He was talking about, from a couple of years ago, he's talking about, well, he was then at Lancashire, of course, Hasib Hamid, who scored all those runs in his maiden season, but it was his leave which entranced Paul.
Wonderful writer, Paul.
Yeah. Round the wicket comes Evans and bowls. Stoneman again. Slightly angled bat as that one zeroes in on towards middle and leg and pushing it out into the leg side. End of Evans over. And he goes marching off with that head bowed down out towards long leg. Doesn't exude a lot of confidence at the moment, Evans, and I suspect that's partly because of what happened at Gloucestershire last week. He had one great spell at the start of the second innings there when he picked up a wicket, but otherwise it was a tough match for him.
But it looked like a tough sort of last day for all the bowlers.
0 for 68 in the first innings and 1 for 73 in the second.
Rory Burns is back on strike here to Chris Wright. 6 overs gone, 6 till tea. And this the second day. A lovely afternoon now in Leicester. 11 to Burns, 7 to Stoneman, 23 without loss, Surrey. As Chris Wright is over the wicket to Rory Burns, he's letting this one go. Outside is off stump. Taken by Swindle. So yes, I think it's Azad, Ackerman and Harris are those 3 slips. Then Lewis Hill sort of out at cover point at the moment. Very good fielder, Lewis Hill. Sort of ex-wicket keepers tend to be good fielders. Hill out there at cover point as Wright is into Burns, and Burns lets him go again on a goodish length outside his off stump. Swindles takes that one moving to his left hand side. Some of the coaching staff doing a bit of a lap of the ground, the Surrey coaching staff, and they're near the groundsman's workshop, which is up a little runway. Well, it's not a runway, it's a driveway, but it looks a bit like a runway from here. He said last night when we saw them come marching down the slope, as Wright is in again, full length delivery this time, and Burns again just happy to let it go, and then looks back to check exactly where his off stump is, Rory Burns, and then wanders off towards square leg.
Paul quotes the great Alan Ross on the art of leaving. Every good batsman has his own unmistakable way of going about things, even when letting the ball go outside the off stump. Bat raised in a gesture of indifference or contempt. the line of the body as expressive in its way as that of a dancer.
Oh, he's a lovely rider. As forward again goes Burns and plays this one out towards cover point. There's Lewis Hill to do the fielding. Well, everyone teases me, but I get very excited about leaving the ball alone. There's a real art to it. As I say, Burns against Hampshire, well, he just left beautifully. Let the bowler come to him and then clip them away through the leg side whenever they straightened up on him a touch.
It's a business-like leave, I would say, for Burns.
Wrights in again to him, and Burns this time forward, just dabs this one down into the offside, rolls behind him, and Marcus Harris picks up.
I don't see indifference or contempt in it. For example, in the way that I used to see, well, probably contempt in the way Mark Cosgrove used to leave the ball. He used to whip the hands over the bat over the line of the ball, and they'd be sort of walking off somewhere already, sort of not even looking at the bowler. Burns is more businesslike.
Waits again. Chris rises over the wicket to him, and this time Burns back of a length, gets in behind it, pushes it out into the offside, little nod towards right. Good over again from Chris Wright. Mutual respect there, and 23 without loss. Surrey maiden over, so back-to-back maidens from Chris Wright, and now time for a drink and a hand sanitisation break.
It was a good over. Good bowler against a very good batsman, and certainly, as you say, an amount of mutual respect. Wanders down. Surrey's captain and has a word with Mark Stoneman, the two punch gloves. Almost. Burns, short-sleeved shirt. Stoneman, he's got his Surrey sleeveless sweater on as well.
Yeah, just looking, Burns 36 in the first innings, well, the one innings against Leicestershire, and Stoneman 24. One innings against Leicestershire back in South London.
Evans to continue, and staying around the wicket, bowls to Stoneman, brings him forward, looking to get in position to drive. It's a bit straighter perhaps than he thought it was going to be, ends up pushing it firmly back down the pitch to Alex Evans, and just glances at the bottom of his bat there just to make sure all is well.
Shall I have a look at some other scores during this over, Mr. Ray?
Absolutely. When you say look, you're allowed.
Oh no, but just for me.
No,
I'm not going to tell anybody.
joking.
I'm just quite intrigued myself.
In goes Evans and bowls, and turned off his legs by Stoneman out towards square leg. Ben Mike shuffles across to his left, but Stoneman sees that there's plenty of room for a single and calls Burns through for that single. 24 without loss.
Not doing all the work for everybody. You can go and find out for yourselves. No, Notts and Essex. Nottinghamshire all out for 3-2-3. Essex in their second innings 68 for 1. So still trail by 156.
Not sniffing 2 in 2.
Yes, indeed.
Evans quite a long run as he comes in from the Bennett end and bowls, neatly turned off his legs again, or probably off about middle really by Burns, but he has an awful lot of time. He just turns his wrists on it, works it out towards square leg. Ed Barnes is back on the boundary now. He's had to go back really. Ackerman has sent him back to give Alex Evans a little bit of extra protection. So there's a comfortable single to be had now into the square leg region, and Burns duly took it, moves on to 12, brings Stoneman back down on strike. Crouches in his stance as Evans goes in and bowls to him, and he goes forward, slightly tentatively, thick outside part of the bat, of an angled bat, sees the ball roll out towards backward point. Sam Evans picks up, and there's no run.
Warwickshire 343 all out, Worcestershire 84 for 2. Hampshire in their second innings 19 without loss, Somerset all out for 336. So Somerset, well, Hampshire still trail by 238. So Somerset in a very good position there.
Evans turns. in past umpire Illingworth, and bowls, and that's a shout for leg before, but not noticeably from Evans, as that one just beat the forward press of Stoneman, bounced a long way out off his pads and between the fielders on the offside, so a single is duly taken. But that's a better one. It's been a good little spell of 3 or 4 balls from Alex Evans, a better line, sort of off stump line, swinging in a fraction. Hit him outside the line of off stump. Just held its own off the seam, and he goes and bowls to Burns, who is forward, and it bounces down and not so very far away from off stump. Burns, very cool, looks at it, sees that it's about 6 inches away, makes no move whatsoever to knock it away. He knew it was going to miss.
Kemar Roachwatch did Rory Burns like that in the Test match, where he plays it very late under his eyes, and it just bounced straight back onto his stumps. Middlesex 210, Gloucestershire 183 for 4, so they trail by just 27 at Lords. Lancashire and Glamorgan 258 for 6. They've had a lot of rain there, I think. Northamptonshire 441 for 9 declared. Sussex were all out for 106 in their first innings, 34 for 1. Sussex in their second innings, so Northamptonshire in a great position. As right is in from the pavilion end to Stoneman, lovely shot, straight down the ground for 4. It's a lovely looking cricket shot that from Mark Stoneman, full face of the bat, maker's name, and it's a maker's name that I'm loving from Stoneman because it's very retro. Stoneman moves on to 13, and Surrey move on to 30 without loss. Yorkshire and Kent, and Joe Root's 35 not out, and Yorkshire are 115 for 2 in reply to Kent's 305 all out. Chris Wright in once more to Stoneman. Stoneman pushes him away out towards extra cover, and there's no run. So those all the other scores from around the country in the championship, but Somerset in a very strong position at the moment, as are Northamptonshire.
Ackerman's just wheeled his arms a couple of times. Might just bring himself on for an over or 2 before tea.
He's got 2 lefties out there. We got after this, so 4 till tea, is it? After this one, 3 till tea. As over the wicket then comes Chris Wright to Stoneman, and Stoneman, that's beaten the inside edge, and Stoneman just indicates that that's nicked back a bit at him and possibly kept a bit low. So it bounced once before it got to Swindles, but there was definite indication back to Rory Burns there from Mark Stoneman that it just possibly nicked and kept a touch low on him. The outside is off stump. I think it definitely beat his inside edge rather than his outside edge. So just a little bit of movement there.
Oh, it stayed very low.
As Wright is in as the whistle blows, and this one's left alone by Stoneman on a goodish length. Outside is off stump.
And in fairness to Stoneman, he brought the bat inside the line. It did move a little bit, but it stayed low.
Stoneman wanders off towards square leg once more, and then you can hear his bat there. Cracking that bat down is Stoneman. Now that bat's raised as Wright's into him, and Stoneman lets this one go. Outside is off stump. Yeah, my apologies to everybody. Amal Verdi's last wicket. From this angle, it looked as if Swindles had been bowled by Verdi, but it was Folkes. His quick work behind the stumps and those quick hands of Ben Folkes to whip off the bails.
And in fairness, Swindles was rotating like a helicopter in front of stumps, wasn't he? He swung himself off his feet almost, trying to hit it.
Wright's in again. Stoneman covers up. Solid looking defensive shot that from Mark Stoneman. Gets up on his toes and plays it back up the pitch. End of the over. 30 without loss then Surrey, with Burns on 12 and Stoneman on 13, and that all in reply to Leicestershire's 496.
5 overs for Wright, 4 for Evans. No change yet from Ackerman, however. 4 overs to go until tee. Say no change. Is he taking Azad out of slip? Let's have a look. Only 2 changes. Evans, who was at backward point, is going in at first slip. I don't think I've seen Sam Evans in there before. Where's Azad? It usually means he's getting the pads on to go in at short leg somewhere. Bat pad man. Where's he gone? Can't see him out there at the moment. Evans is in and bowling, and Evan Burns is driving, reaching for it, a touch, so it doesn't quite middle it as well as would like. Should certainly pick up 3, however, as Parkinson picks up around about 10 yards inside the ropes at deep extra cover and comes jogging back in with the ball rather than throw it in, because Burns had comfortably made his 3. Happy with that. He moves on to 15. Surrey 33 without loss, without undue alarm, scoring at a decent rate as well, 3.6 at the moment.
Yeah, nicely played by Rory Burns.
In comes Evans and bowls full, played firmly down into the ground by Stoneman. It bounces up and is taken two-handed by a leaping Alex Evans. The electronic scoreboard is frozen again.
Technology.
There it goes. It's just a sort of ball behind.
As I say, it's wonderful when it works. The old technology.
Evans turns. Chases down the slope and bowls, looking to drive Stoneman. He too not quite getting to the pitch of the ball, so he doesn't time it. It rolls out slightly wide of Parkinson at mid-off, but sufficiently slowly for Parkinson to get across and cover, and Stoneman just checks the blade of his bat. Everything is okay.
Just wonder whether Ackerman might think about Parkinson before tee. He sort of was whirling his own arms, only because he got Rory Burns, if you remember,
Yeah.
before tee. A few weeks ago.
Evans is in, bowls. I think he rolled his fingers across that one, tried to bowl a cutter. It drew Stoneman forward. He looks a little bit nonplussed, Stoneman. He defended it comfortably enough in the end, but he wanders down, have a look at the wicket, prods away carefully. Might just have straightened a touch on him then. So tried to bowl the off cutter. Right, trying to encourage his Leicestershire teammates from point. Evans searching for the breakthrough delivery, bowls, and that one he also, I think, rolled his fingers across, but worked away off his legs, or off middle and leg anyway, by Stoneman, just for the single out towards mid-wicket. Such a short boundary out there. Barnes quickly got to the ball. 34 without loss, 14 to Stoneman, pretty much keeping pace with Burns, who's on 15, and then wanders down and has a quick word with his skipper.
Yeah, they've opened a lot together, these two. Probably just saying watch out for.
Evans bowls, Burns down the leg side, shapes to try and turn it on its way, doesn't bother trying to do so. Grunt of effort from Evans. Saw him lose direction a little bit, taken cleanly enough by Swindles. Behind the stumps, end of the 10th over of the Surrey reply. They are 34 without loss. 15 to Burns, 14 to Stoneman. None for 18 for Alex Evans.
Yeah, and what have we got? A couple of overs till tea, is it now?
3 now.
3 till tea. So, Chris Wright to continue down below us, coming up towards 4 o'clock here.
Parkinson is wheeling his arms.
As over the wicket once again comes Wright, and it's left alone by Stoneman. Good late leave from Stoneman. Wright's just going to probe away outside that Stoneman off stump. But yes, Parkinson, it would make sense. He got Rory Burns with a short ball that Rory Burns tried to pull. Well, probably should have done, but missed it and was given out LBW a few weeks ago. So that's probably in the back of Ackerman's mind. Oh, someone's reversing a van away to our left. There's a bit of a reverse in that. In behind this one goes Stoneman. There's a man who couldn't park a car or a van if you... Well, I just can't park a car or a van. So that's an amazing bit of parking, because he's reversing this into one of the sort of little caverns away to our left-hand side, which is a workshop. The shutter's gone up, and he's just reversed the van into there, so they can take whatever out the back, or leap out the back, I suppose. In over the wicket once again comes right, and this is turned by Stoneman into the leg side. But
some interesting looking shops there. Just Easy Bargains.
I saw that. I saw that very truck leave today, actually, off with some bargains around Leicester. But that is a magnificent piece of reverse parking. I would have basically reversed that truck straight into probably the other van that's there. I am absolutely horrendous at parking. As in over the wicket comes right, and this is tucked off his hip by Stoneman, and he'll pick up a single, and Stoneman will move on to 15, and Surrey move on to 35 without loss.
Can't be easy for you in London then, but I suppose if you're just driving into the Oval and there's always room in there, isn't there?
I don't go anywhere, that's why I get there so early. I can pick a massive space, otherwise I'm in all sorts of bother.
You're alright in the Bennett End car park then?
Yes, I'm
of
fine,
space there.
Absolutely, that's fine for me, but it's these people who do it all where they just sort of put one hand on the wheel and sort of spin their hand and reverse into it. It's like, how have you done that? Even with a camera. As right is in, and Burns is allowing this one to go again. Outside is off stump. I think the good thing is I know I can't, so I don't really try too hard. I do drive around car parks for quite some time looking for the biggest space that I can find. Lack of confidence, I think, in my parking ability. So I'm yes, very impressed with that bit of reverse parking from that van away to our left-hand side. I tell you what, a night out with me is it's just wild. It really is. It's just so exciting.
You never get out of the car, presumably, do you?
Well, exactly. That's the only problem. Night out with me, drive around for 3 hours finding parking spaces. This is tucked away by Burns, off his toes, straight out towards deep backward square, and they will pick up a single. And Rory Burns will move on to 16, and Surrey move on to 36 without loss, and Parkinson is, as we suspected, going to get an over before tea.
Well, Leicester should be desperately hoping something happens to one of the deliveries in terms of finding a little bit of something in the pitch, a little bit of bite, just to give them a little bit of hope at the moment, because Burns and Stoneman playing without any real problems at all in these first overs of the Surrey reply. Fifth, 11 overs have been bowled, and as I say, no real issues at all. Ackerman also is continuing to warm up, so might be 2 overs of spin before tea. The first of them, however, whatever comes next, will be bowled by Callum Parkinson from the Bennett end. He comes over the wicket to Burns, who goes back. It went forward and then went back. It was a good delivery from Parkinson, played down into the ground by the left-handed opener. Puff of dust as he did so, but not completely certain as to length there. Burns played the ball off the pitch, might just to shape back in. In goes Parkinson, bowls to him. That's a quicker, flatter leg side delivery, not so good, and Burns no problem just turning back or going back and turning it calmly into the leg side, requiring Ed Barnes to run across from mid-wicket towards square leg. Burns takes 1, moves on to 17:37 without loss. Parkinson into Stoneman, who goes back to a ball on Midland leg and works it out towards deep backward square. Sam Evans is out there in front of the meet, which has a lot of dark cloud over it at the moment, but no sign of rain. That is going to pass over the ground fairly quickly, away to the south slightly. Heading towards Wigston and then Odeby. Parkinson is in bowls, that's a better line and length, and again Burns' initial movement is forward, then goes back and defends delivery off middle stump out towards mid-wicket. Bounces down, Ben Mike is the fielder there. Azad is in at short leg, Ackerman at first slip. Parkinson in, bowls, great fast flat delivery, forward went Burns. It was on off stump, it was a good line and length really, but the loop that we saw with Verdi isn't quite there as yet for Parkinson. Just control is maybe what Leicestershire are after at the moment, but I think now with tea coming up might be the time to give it a little bit of air. And that's a better delivery, gives it a little bit of air, and it's clipped momentarily in the air from Burns out towards mid-wicket where Ben Mike picks it up, and then he throws it to umpire Gould, who sort of examines it carefully but momentarily before handing it back to Mike and heading on his way back behind the stumps.
I think we're going to get spin from either end. Last over before tea, the captain's going to bring himself on to bowl some offies. Then Ackerman. Update coming up in a moment for,
I think we'll squeeze it
Richard.
Hopefully it'll be about 2 or 3 minutes past. Sometimes about this time we get proper sports update, which they do after the news, if you know what I mean, so
yes.
It'll shift a couple of minutes indeed.
So Ackerman's going to bowl in his sunglasses at the moment, even though there is no sun because it's just gone behind a big cloud.
Verdi's had a red frame, Ackerman's have got a white frame.
Yes, they've all got quite a few pairs, I think, of different sunglasses. So the off breaks of Colin Ackerman coming into Stoneman, shout for LBW, and umpire Gould just shakes his head. Quick delivery that first up from Ackerman.
Did you hit him outside the line, do you think?
Possibly. May have been a bit of bat as well, perhaps. This is short and turned by Stoneman through the leg side. He's going to pick up 1. He's going to pick up 2. I think they might pick up 3.
Pick up 4 if they really went for now.
There's 3 more to Stoneman. Nicely clipped away through the leg side. Stoneman's on to 19. I just wonder if he got a bit of bat on that as well.
Yeah, it wasn't outside the line, was it? But
41 without loss. There's Burns back onto strike. We've just seen the replay again of that LBW shout on the live stream. Possibly there was a bit of wood in that from Mark Stoneman. 4 balls till tea as Ackerman is into Burns, and again it's very flat delivery, pushed by Burns straight back up the pitch, almost medium pace that from Colin Ackerman, round arm medium pace. The man with the best T20 figures as forward goes Burns and plays this one back up the pitch. Ackerman does the fielding off his own bowling. Was it 7 he took in a T20 game, you were saying?
It was.
He's in once again. Burns is forward.
That's better.
Pushed out towards cover. So this will be the final ball before the tea break from Colin Ackerman. Ackerman is into Burns quicker, and Burns tucks it leg side. That rolls into mid-wicket, and Burns and Stoneman have done that pretty well actually, you have to say. Very business-like from those two. And Surrey go to tea at 41 without loss, with Burns on 17, Stoneman on 19, and that all in reply to Leicestershire's 496.
We'll go put the kettle on. I'll do the update and we'll be back with you in 15 minutes or so. Players just leaving the field for T Surrey, 41 without loss in their reply to that big score from Leicestershire, the highlight of which today was a century, the first century of his first-class career for Leicester-born Harry Swindles, made 103. Rory Burns, though, England's Rory Burns, has 17, hasn't looked in any trouble so far. Mark Stoneman, formerly of England, and hopefully from his point of view might yet be again, he's 19, not out. No signs of a breakthrough for the Foxes. They'll be hoping for a bit of turn from the pitch after the tea interval, but at the moment no breakthrough. Surrey in their reply are 41 without loss.
Once more comes Birdie, and here goes Swindles down the pitch, lofting it up and over the top of the tall figure of Reece Topley. Just about got enough on it in the car park. He's gone again, Swindles. I think he's got a bit more of this. That was a better club selection. And that's 2 bounces down to the...
In goes Topley and clipped down to fine leg. Nice shot by Callum Parkinson. It was slightly short on his hip. And Topley's 100 is up. He goes in and bowls to Parkinson, who's looking to drive, and manages to squeeze it past. In goes Topley and bowls, and Parkinson very competently just nurdles it down to third man for 4. Come on, Harry boy. In goes Verdi, bowls, and he goes back, and it bounces a little bit more than he expected. Takes the top edge, and that's going to... right up, and it's turned straight to short leg by Parkinson. Absolutely off the face of the bat, and Parkinson cannot believe what he's done. It was a neat catch by Smith, but he goes in and tosses it up to right, and he's hit him in front, and he's gone leg before wicket. Oh my goodness me. So right goes first ball. He was only half the wicket to Harry Swindles. Bowls, and Swindles swats it high into the air. Where's it gone? How far has it gone? It's going to be 4. It bounced. Not in the context of the game as a whole. Overton is into Swindles. Bowls.
Waits for Verdi. And down the pitch he comes and has gone. Bowled by Amar Verdi. And Swindles is the last. Right is over the wicket to Stoneman, and Stoneman will pick up a boundary here because he's just taken this off his hip very neatly.
In goes Evans and bowls, and clipped away this time for 4 by Burns. I'm pretty sure that's going to get there. It is. His fair hair glinting in the sun, comes in and bowls, and it's clipped away for 4 by Rory Burns. Again it's too full, again it's too much.
Great position as right is in from the pavilion end to Stoneman. Lovely shot, straight down the ground for 4. It's a lovely looking cricket shot that from Mark.
ball to cricket. Yeah.
At the moment it's going to be fairly brief, isn't it? I mean, yeah. The maiden first class entry for Swindles and a 6-wicket haul for Amar Verdi. Essentially, what's happened today? Absolutely, yeah. Nothing else to it.
Huge amount now. What's been going on?
Oh, Jack, come on, mate.
did. My York, and I could switch between the two. Start short there. My York, and he'd come off and switch on. Pull the front side off, and chuck in a York. And I was the same release point, same action, same everything, same mentality, and change your left. I hate
Good afternoon from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester, third and final session of this LV Insurance County Championship fixture. Second day, of course, between Leicestershire and Surrey. Surrey about to resume their first innings on 41 without loss, replying to Leicestershire's first innings of 496. BBC Radio's London and Leicester bringing you the ball-by-ball commentary. Mark Church and Richard Ray for those respective stations. Rory Burns will resume on 17. The man on strike, however, will be Mark Stoneman. He is 19 not out. And frankly, the two left-handed openers have not looked in too much trouble so far on what is becoming a very good pitch indeed. Biscuit coloured and uniformly biscuit coloured. Touches of green yesterday, but now looking pretty good, Churchy.
Very good indeed. And I think we're getting our first look at Ed Barnes getting us started from the Bennett end, coming right arm over the wicket to Stoneman, and the first one's short, and Stoneman's looking to pull, and it's a bottom edge onto his front pad, and that runs away out there towards extra cover, and there's no run. Yes, it didn't do a huge amount before the tea break. You can hear Leicestershire have obviously said we've got to really give it a go after the tea break, so lots of encouragement for Ed Barnes on his debut here. Ed Barnes, as Stoneman waits once again. Barnes coming down the slope from the Bennett end, right arm over the wicket he comes to. Stoneman short again. Stoneman's pulling again and doesn't really time this, and that's out towards square leg, and there is no run. But very vocal after tea. You've obviously had a good tea. We've had a good tea as well, thanks to Mr. Ray's biscuits. Got us through the tea break, and unfortunately, because I spilled my pint of milk in the car, our last cups of tea of the day.
We have water.
We have water, and tomorrow I promise I will attempt to get a pint of milk here without dropping it. As Barnes over the wicket to Stoneman, short of length outside the off stump, and Stoneman just lets this one go. Barnes looks at the footholds as he comes back, starts scuffing them up, and then marches back down towards the sight screens and the indoor school.
Got a bit of a beard going on, hasn't he, Ed Barnes? As is the modern way.
Your eyesight's good.
Slightly fair. Well, I'm looking at the feed to be.
Oh, I see. Oh, from here,
it's 100 yards.
It's miles away. As Stoneman waits again. 3 slips in there. Barnes is into Stoneman, full of length this time, but wide outside the off stump, and Stoneman has nothing to do with that whatsoever. And it's taken by the Centurion, Swindles. Moving away to his left. If you're just joining us this afternoon for the first time, good afternoon to you. Harry Swindles with a maiden 100 for Leicestershire today, 103 for him. And for Surrey, Amar Verdi, 6 wickets. He was on a hat-trick at one point with Barnes, with Swindle stuck on 95. As Barnes is in, and Stoneman lets this go again, outside his off stump. So, yes, Swindles was on 95, and then Amar Verdi took Parkinson and Wright in consecutive deliveries, which added a bit of tension to proceedings. And it was the final batsman who came out, Alex Evans, who got through that over from Verdi, and then Swindles flat batted one for 4 and then tucked one off his hip for his century. As Barnes is into Stoneman, and Stoneman tucks him away off his hip out towards deep backward square, and that's our first run after tea, and a first run for Mark Stoneman after tea. He moves on to 20. End of Barnes' first over, just a single, and Surrey are 42 without loss.
Well, a very good afternoon to Susan Riley, who's listening to us. Surrey girl.
Afternoon, Susan. Hope you're well.
Been working up here in Leicester, so split loyalties.
Well, very nice. Lovely place to be. I do like it round here, I have to say.
Leicester or
Leicester,
Aylstone or
Leicester
the ground?
and the ground,
or
and
the
funny enough,
environs?
I got a text from Mr. Kevin Howes this morning, very kindly, actually showing me what his breakfast looked like, and I said I'd forgotten how much I loved it at the Uptonsteel County Ground. What a lovely ground it is. It has been a while.
It's an unpretentious ground, isn't it? It is a suburban ground, but it has its own charms.
Well, the good news is
It's wide open.
I got here in one go this morning as well, which is excellent news.
You didn't get down to the shops though for your sandwich,
Well,
did
no,
you? You
no.
didn't dare take that one
Drop
on.
him a milk. I've had enough of that one.
Callum Parkinson is in. Over the wicket he goes, and waiting for it is Stoneman, deflecting it through the gully. Ackerman is in pursuit, but it's not going to be Ackerman who gets there. It's going to be Sam Evans, who's out there on the point boundary, chasing it back down towards third man, and Stoneman picks up a couple of runs. He wasn't entirely certain about that one, but he angled it down, knew what he was doing in the end. He moves on to 22. Parkinson is in, bowls to him, brings the former Durham opener forward, getting to the pitch of the ball, playing out towards extra cover. Picked up by Ed Barnes. I'll tell you a little bit about him in the next over. York born, Ed Barnes. I think it's Edward rather than Edmund. In goes Parkinson, bowls, and Edmund or Ed Ward. Barnes is in the game again as the ball is stroked out to him by the very solid looking Stoneman. You can see exactly why he was an England player and may yet be again. Everything looks in pretty good order. Got a short leg in as Parkinson is in, and a little paddle sweep around the corner, neatly played by Stoneman. It's a long chase down to the fine leg boundary, not going to get there to cut it off in time. Alex Evans, and Stoneman picks up 4 with a neat little bit of improvisation.
It's a lovely shot from Mark Stoneman. He was in complete control of that, wasn't he?
Was
Premeditated, just waited for it and then just paddled it away for 4 runs.
As a consequence, short leg, Hassan Azad takes a few steps to the south and becomes leg slip. In goes Parkinson, bowls to Stoneman, on off stump. Stoneman stretches forward, getting to the pitch, and plays it out to Barnes, who's at extra cover. Orange trim on the soles of his boots, Barnes, which is very visible because the sun has gone behind cloud at the moment. In goes Parkinson, bowls, and Stoneman is driving, not timing it though, out to Chris Wright, who is at mid-off, and that is the end of the over. No obvious turn or anything out of the ordinary really for Parkinson at the moment, but he's going to have to bowl. One suspects a lot of overs for Leicestershire in this Surrey first innings. Nothing else to spell seamers and give them a little bit of a break. It's Edward Barnes.
Edward Barnes.
Don't really see the name Edmund anymore, except in C.S. Lewis. C.S. Lewis, yeah, there's Edmund, yeah. He didn't become king, did he? He was.
No, he was.
I know he's fictional, but you know what I mean.
He was butler to the Prince Regent, I seem to remember.
In the very first series, I think he was a sort of feeble brother, daft
Yes.
brother. That was a long, long time ago.
It's the only other Edmund I can think of at the moment, actually.
C.S. Lewis. He was one of the 4 children in the C.S. Lewis
Oh,
books.
of course he was, yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. As Barnes over the wicket, he comes to Rory Burns with his first ball after tea. Rory Burns pushes this one straight back up the pitch, and Barnes does the fielding off his own bowling. The only other thing I remember about C.S. Lewis and Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe and all those great books is I was lucky enough to go to Durham University, and one of the bridges there is the lamppost that inspired C.S. Lewis in the Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe. The lamppost
In the wardrobe? Is
Yes,
that right?
yes, yes.
His son must have seen it then.
as waiting once again is Rory Burns. As over the wicket goes Barnes and forward goes Burns and pushes a good length ball out into the offside.
It seems to be maybe there is a plaque or something, but I don't remember seeing one. I think I know the bridge you mean.
Yeah, I don't think there is. It's one across the river, obviously. at the end of the Bailey. It wouldn't be there otherwise. And I do remember that very, very well from sort of university days. Not that I ever went and reenacted Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe, I have to say. It's 48 without loss. Burns waits again. Barnes is into him, and Rory Burns again plays this late down into the turf, and his head shoots back because it just drops away behind him. Wonderful books, those. 48 without loss, Surrey. Leicestershire 496 in their first innings. 3 Centurions for Leicestershire, Messrs Evans, Harris and Swindles. First time since 2017. 3 Centurions for Leicestershire in the same innings as Barnes is in, and Burns is looking to cut this off the front foot, doesn't really time it at all. It's just toe end of the bat, and Potter's down towards backward point.
Looks quite lively, doesn't he, Barnes? He's busy and brisk and slightly slingy action, but it does mean he gets a little bit of shape to the delivery.
Yeah, long delivery stride. He does put a leap in there. When he gets to the crease, past umpire Illingworth. It's once again does Rory Burns, and a little look to mid-wicket. That's short, and that's cut in the air, deliberately up and over the top of the covers, and away for 4 runs. He tried it the previous delivery, had Rory Burns, and didn't really time it. That one deliberately just going up and over the top of the cover fielder, and that rushes off for 4. I think it's Alex Evans there, up and over the top of him, and away for 4. And the 50 comes up for Surrey, so 50-run partnership for the opening wicket, so a solid start from these two. Burns has moved on to 21.
Made a really nice sound off the bat, that, didn't it? It wasn't loud, it was just a really mellow sound. Beautiful piece of timing from Burns.
52 without loss. Burns 21 from 44 balls. Waits once again. Barnes is in turn, that's hitting the pad, going down the leg side, and rolls away for leg byes. These will be signalled by Richard Illingworth, of course the name Illingworth. Very famous here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, and I was looking at those pictures of the England players, and there's Harry Gurney there, and James Taylor, Darren Maddy, Paul Nixon, Jonathan Agnew there, David Gower, and Raymond there as well.
There's an Illingworth suite just below us as well.
I think those are the ones that are behind the Geary bar.
Yeah.
Chris Lewis there as well, of course. Played his trade at Surrey for a number of years as well, did Chris Lewis. You tend to forget, this is an awful thing to say, but you tend to forget that Harry Gurney started off here.
Oh yes.
And Stuart Broad, of course, famously. Yeah, Oakham School, Stuart Broad.
Parkinson will continue from the pavilion end. Sun still stubbornly behind the cloud, which is to say filled in a little bit overhead. There's plenty of breaks in it. No floodlights required as yet. In goes the left armour and bowls to Burns, who is turning him off middle and leg out towards mid-wicket. Picked up by Evans, I think it is out there. Or is he feet? Let's wait for him to turn. It is Evans, Sam Evans. Ben Mike has gone in at short straight mid-wicket as Parkinson goes in and bowls to Burns. Evans tries to get across as he turns it out towards a wider mid-wicket, a squarer mid-wicket if you like. Can't get there. Alex Evans has to come in from deep-ish, about 2/3 of the way back square leg. Backward square, just watching him retreat a little bit further. Now he's gone about 3/4 of the way back to the boundary as Parkinson in again to Burns, who is brought forward with a delivery that might just threaten to turn into him a little bit. Parkinson's arm started to go into the air in case he tried to play across the line, missed it, and there would have been a leg before appeal had he done so. He didn't, play it nice and straight. Pitching flies across in front of us as in goes Parkinson, bowls and cut away by Burns for 4. May just have been a fraction finer than he intended. Didn't get up as much perhaps as he thought it might. Burns went through with the shot anyway and was in control. Steered it wide. I think it was in control. Steered it wide of Ackerman. Slightly risky shot, but trusting the pitch and his own eye, and that trust was repaid with a 4.
They play that very late. Risky shot that. Down to the boundary rope for 4.
Parkinson is in. Stoneman's waiting for that one and looking to drive. It was a little bit too close for him. He steered it out into the offside instead, and Lewis Hill is the fielder at point, and there's no run. Updates time. Funny time for it. In goes Parkinson, bowls, turned in the air to mid-wicket, and it was in the air for a while. End of the over. It was a very good innings by the Foxes indeed, as you say, 3 centuries. Didn't quite get to 500, but Harry Swindles was the man today for Leicestershire. He made his maiden first-class 100 off 148 balls. It all got very nerve-wracking though, because everything was going nicely for Leicestershire at 485 for 7, but then Amar Verdi, the Surrey off-spinner, picked up 2 wickets in 2 balls. At that stage Leicestershire were 9 down and Swindles was only on 95 and at the other end, but young Alex Evans managed to see off the hat-trick ball and hang around for long enough for Swindles to make his century. The first time since 2017 there have been 3 centurions in one Leicestershire innings. The pitch is flat though. They're bowling at the moment, Leicestershire. They haven't managed to break the Surrey opening partnership. The 2 England players really, Stoneman isn't playing for England at the moment, but Rory Burns, the Surrey captain, is. Burns is 22, Stoneman has 30. Surrey, in reply to that mammoth score of 496, are 58 without loss. Back with the commentary, he missed just 1 ball that was turned by Burns from Evans to mid-wicket.
Yes, indeed. And Burns 22 not out as Barnes round the wicket he comes to Rory Burns, and Burns is turning this one into the leg side, rolls in there towards short mid-wicket, and there is no run as Ben Mike does the fielding. 22, Stoneman 30. Had a few tweets in, I just noticed. One from Simon who said, I think he heard our discussion about meal deals during lunch, saying he was sorry that the effects Mike wasn't on at tea time, as in round the wicket once again goes Barnes. That's down the leg side. And Tim saying, what about Edmund Hillary?
Oh, that's a good call.
Very good call.
Thank you, Tim.
Edmund Hillary, of course. Very good shout, that.
New Zealander, of course.
That's the Enders.
It's a sort of First World War-ish name, isn't it, Edmund? That sort of period, the Edwardian period.
Yes, it is.
Edmund.
As round the wicket once again goes Barnes, and this is tucked away by Rory Burns off his toes down towards long leg, and they will pick up a single. That'll be 1 more to Burns. He moves on to 23, so we move on to 59 without loss. Leicestershire 496, of course, in their first innings.
Robert says he senses a Surrey collapse. I'm not sure you're right, Robert, but anyway, he's hoping his dad Jeff in Earl Shilton agrees up the county. But yeah, perhaps you have better sensitivity than we do up here, but I can't quite see it on this pitch, Robert, but you never know.
That might have been another one of our discussions during the lunch break, actually. 59 without loss as Barnes round the wicket he comes once again. Forward goes Stoneman, and this one up towards mid-on, just watching umpiring work. Is that a no-ball signal? He's got his arm out. I'm sure it was.
Yep.
No, it was a no-ball signal.
So
2 more to the total.
He's trying to bowl quite quickly, isn't he, Barnes? I think he probably is just slightly faster than Evans.
Yes, I think so. And it's, as you say, it's a speedy action, isn't it? Yeah. Started okay here. Into his third over. Number 8 is he's in, and Stoneman's driving. That's nicely played by Mark Stoneman. It's away through the covers. Pick up 2. They should come back for 3. They will come back for 3. And that moves Stoneman on to 33. And it moves Surrey on to 64 without loss.
It's a good throw from Marcus Harris. He has got forearms like butchers, hasn't he?
Strong man. Saw that yesterday when he battled, of course. Burns back onto strike. 23 not out. Solid start from the Surrey opening pair here. Burns settled himself down over his bat once more as Barnes is round the wicket to him, and Burns drives straight down the ground. That's a lovely shot from Rory Burns. The on drive, beautifully played by Rory Burns. Chris Wright dived, but it was always past him. Bit of experience there as well from Chris Wright, because he doesn't have to go and get the ball because he's flat on his front. So away for 4. Burns on 27. There's the sound of the Vuvuzela away to our left hand side, and Surrey are 68 without loss.
Ackerman might give himself a few more overs. I just tend to feel that, although obviously Parkinson is the senior spinner in terms of, well, not age, but experience and ability, just turning it away from the left-handers and with the footholds, you feel has possibly got a slightly bigger chance of success. In goes Parkinson over the wicket to Stoneman. Little puff of dust as he waits for that one on the front foot and steers it out. Almost on the full, almost on the half volley out to Barnes, who's at extra cover. He's got a short mid-wicket, he's got a leg slip and a conventional slip. Parkinson is in, brings Stoneman forward. A good line and length delivery on off stump. I like it, Leicestershire that line. No chances created as yet though by the Foxes as Parkinson's son comes back out, bowls, gives that some air, play down into the ground, and it loops out towards Barnes at extra cover. Stoneman steps back into his ground, looks back up the pitch. Jogs in Parkinson and bowls, very straight and middle stump line. Played firmly back up the pitch on the onside. Harris, the aforementioned butcher, steps across from mid on to field. No run. With Parkinson on, Leicestershire managing to get to their overs at a tolerable rate. In he goes and bowls a quicker, flatter delivery, but it's a good line and forward went Stoneman. Respectfully defending it out into the offside, picked up by Barnes. Slightly hunched shoulders. Ed Ward Barnes. Ed clearly prefers Ed, it's his chosen moniker. In goes Parkinson, bowls, and I think outside part of the bat. Nice work by Stoneman, steering it through the vacant gully. Scampering back is Evans, picks up about 3 or 4 yards inside the ropes down at third man, gets his throwaway. 2 taken by Stoneman, moves on to 35. And Surrey again without alarm on to 70 without loss. 78 overs, 19 overs of the innings. 18. I'm just waiting to see if that changes. The manual scoreboard is a little slower, obviously, for the most part, but it always gets there in the end, which the electronic doesn't quite necessarily. You can have meltdowns at the manual scoreboard. When would you say that was built?
A while ago now.
Just wondering what you think architecturally, but it's actually only built in the 80s.
Really?
Again, I thought it was older.
Barnes it is from the Bennett end, and he's coming into Rory Burns. He's got it right up there to Rory Burns. He's trying to pop the bat down on it, got nothing on it at all. And taken by Keeper Swindles moving away to his left-hand side. Surrey, as I say, a solid start from this very experienced opening pair for Surrey. Stoneman 35 down there at the non-striker's end, and Burns on 27. Mr. Ray's found his book with a picture of the manual scoreboard in.
With a gilded fox on top.
As Burns waits once more and tucks Barnes away nicely out towards deep backward square, and they'll pick up a single. That will be one more to Rory Burns. He moves on to 28 and Surrey move on to 71 without loss.
You have a certain sympathy with one of the parts of the descriptions. As in the old days, few people other than county diehards relished a visit to Grace Road. For a start, it is as difficult to find as any county ground, says the author.
Wow.
This problem has not actually disappeared, it's just been alleviated by the use of the liberal use of yellow county cricket signs.
Well, yes, there is a sign pointing you up Duncan Road as here's Stoneman driving Barnes up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
It says the attitude of most players was summed up by the laconic Jim Laker, who on one visit, for whom on one visit Grace Road looked, quote, its usual broken down shambles. And it seemed quite incredible that those rickety worn out old steps which led into darkness to the leaky spasmodic cold shower had not yet completely disintegrated. The changing rooms remained indescribable, says Jim.
Wow.
So things have improved since that time.
Absolutely. Not the best sort of TripAdvisor, that is it? Forward goes Stoneman and pushes this one out towards cover. And Alex Evans does the fielding. So Barnes getting the ball up there to Stoneman and Burns at the moment. 71 without loss, Surrey. Still plenty of cricket left today. So we're approaching 10 to 5. Stoneman waits over his bat once more. Barnes down the slope and then round the wicket to Stoneman, and Stoneman drives again. Doesn't really time this. Potters out towards backward point. Sam Evans there doing the fielding. Diving away to his left. There must be 5 or 6 Leicestershire supporters now outside the gate. There's a flag as well now.
Yes, gathering over their clan.
Absolutely. And you can see what's going on through the gate along Milligan Road away to our left hand side. Nothing to do with Spike, is it? The Milligan Road?
No, but obviously the spelling is the same, and it's a useful thing to get people spelling it that way.
Yes. In again goes Barnes, driven by Stoneman up towards mid-on, and there is no run. End of the over. Over that from Barnes. And 71 without loss, Surrey. It's all in reply to Leicestershire's 496. Yeah, nice to see people on the pavement watching through the railings at the moment, giving their Leicestershire team support.
It's the balconies around the Oval, isn't it? The house balconies that are very vocal at some stages of the reverse fixture. Particularly when Ollie Pope passed his 200, I seem to recall.
Yes, there was, I think a couple of beers had been drunk as well on a nice afternoon up there.
Parkinson is in, a couple of steps down the wicket, clipped away towards mid-wicket. Sam Evans is the fielder. Burns calls Stoneman through for the single, and although he took it cleanly, Sam Evans, moving to his left at mid-wicket, he had to sort of reset himself before getting his throw away, so the run was pretty comfortable in the end. Scar perhaps goes down Saffron Lane as Parkinson goes in and bowls to Stoneman, who is forward on off stump, defending the ball out into the offside. Still not sure which siren is which, but I think that's a police siren. Could be fire brigade, not sure. In goes Parkinson, bowls again. Stoneman is careful. He's played himself in well, Mark Stoneman, and obviously this is a big opportunity for him to get some real runs under his belt on a good pitch. And I don't think he intends to waste that opportunity. Parkinson, seeing his comfort, decides he's going to change his line of attack and come around the wicket. Stoneman checks his guard with umpire Gould and slightly opens his stance as Parkinson is in, bowls to him. The result is the same, a solid forward defensive, getting to the pitch of the ball, playing it back down the pitch on the on side. He's taken leg stump when Parkinson is going around the wicket, which he continues to do. Bowls, drops a little bit shorter, so he goes back and plays it still firmly back down the pitch. It bounces a couple of times before it goes into the hands of Callum Parkinson. Just watching the replays, no turn from him from this angle. There's no footholds to bowl into. He's hoping for spin off the pitch. Parkinson as forward goes Stoneman. Well, a good consistent over from Callum Parkinson, just the single from it taken by Burns off the first ball. Stoneman content to play out the remaining 5 deliveries. As I say, he looks determined to make the most of what is a big opportunity for him. End of the over, 72 without loss, Surrey, in reply to Leicestershire's first innings of 496. Burns 29, Stoneman 35. 24 overs remain to be bowled today, so we're looking at about 6:45 potentially at the moment, knowing Leicestershire.
Delighted to say, whatever it was that Simon heard us, I think we were talking about meal deals and biscuits. It inspired him to have tea and biscuits this afternoon.
Good.
So that's excellent news.
What kind? Rich teas?
Well, they look very nice.
Oh, we sent you a picture.
Oh yes, there
Homemade?
they are. It looks lovely. He's got the cricket on, and then he's got his cup of tea and some biscuits. So very, very well done, Simon. As Barnes is in, round the wicket to Rory Burns, and Burns is pushing forward, playing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
I wonder how the paint scraping's going. I wonder if it's been abandoned for the day.
Was it Simon that was doing the paint scraping?
I'll check.
Because there was a bit of DIY being done, wasn't there, today? Nothing like tea and biscuits. I have to say, these are the first couple of biscuits I've had in a very long time, and I've forgotten quite how much I liked a biscuit. So I've started, I'm on the slippery slope again here, I'm afraid, after a couple of nice biscuits today. Barnes is round the wicket now to Rory Burns, and Burns, that's nicely played by Rory Burns, just lets the ball come to him and then opens the face and guides it off down to the third man boundary rope for 4 runs, and that moves Rory Burns on to 33, and Surrey move on to 76 without loss. Yeah, very nicely played that by Rory Burns. Just let the ball come to him and then opened the face and ran it off down to the third man boundary rope for 4 runs.
It was Steve Shipcott.
Steve who was doing DIY. Simon, who's been inspired to have tea and biscuits this afternoon whilst watching on the live stream. Burns waits again, little towards mid-wicket. Barnes is into him, and then Burns clips him through the leg side. Just get a single here. And one more to Rory Burns. Lewis Hill, I think it is, out there doing the sweeping up duties, which he did a lot of during Pope and Smith's partnership back at the Kia Oval. Seemed to spend most of his time running up and down the boundary rope. Now, is this an official warning for Barnes? I think it might be, for running straight down the middle of the pitch, because umpire Inningworth was having a bit of a natter with him before the start of this over. So he's going to switch to over the wicket now to get himself off the pitch. But umpire Inningworth said a really good look at that again. Had a bit of this in the game, haven't we, really? As Barnes is in over the wicket, short ball, and that's well bowled and well played by Mark Stoneman, up on his toes. pushing that one down towards backward point, and there's no run.
It's been umpire Gould who's been busiest in that respect, but umpire Illingworth, no messing around, no solidarity between Yorkshiremen, no sympathy.
Get off my pitch. Already worth saying. Meets again. Mark Stoneman. Also got a tweet from Crazy Drizzle asking if there's any way you can find the whole of Brian Lara's 501. That's a good question. As in over the wicket once again. Oh, Barnes, good Yorker that. Well played by Stoneman, got it right up there in the block hole. Of course, that 501 against Durham.
Does it mean a video?
Or what? Yes.
Oh, okay.
Now, do you know what? I don't honestly know. I suppose, I'm sure the shot of John Morris to take him to the 500 is on one of the video platforms somewhere.
I don't know if there was a fixed camera in those days.
I wouldn't have thought so. I think probably what happened was when they worked out that he was getting near it, they sent a camera crew down there. Then over the wicket goes Barnes, and forward goes Stoneman, before the days of live streaming, of course. End of the over. Surrey a 77 without loss. Leicestershire 496. I do remember, though, personally, watching most of that on CFAX. Being a massive Brian Lara fan at the time, as I was, because it was only a few weeks after he'd done the 375 against England in the Test match. Then came over and he went on an incredible run of scoring for Warwickshire, including that 501. Of course, Chris Scott famously dropped him sort of in the 40s, I think. He said, oh, I bet he goes on and gets 100. 501 runs later.
Ackerman is starting to warm up a little bit now. It's been a good spell from Barnes, 5 overs, none for 21. And he's tried everything, and he's bowled quite sharply. In goes Parkinson, bowls, and forward goes Rory Burns, dropping the ball out square on the offside. Ackerman gets there before Harry Swindles, although there is a bit of a competition between the two of them. Friendly competition, of course. Parkinson bowls, flattish delivery, slightly short as well. Back onto his stumps went Burns and just turned his wrists on one towards backward square. There isn't a backward square, or at least there is, but it's Alex Evans and he's a long way back towards the boundary, so it's Sam Evans running across from mid-wicket who actually completes the fielding. Still good noise levels from Leicestershire out there, despite the lack of success so far in terms of creating chances. At least Parkinson licks his fingers. Long sleeved shirt, always favours. I've never seen him in a short sleeved shirt, I don't think. In he goes, bowls, and waiting for it is Stoneman, dropping it out into the offside. No, 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 says Rory Burns, as Stoneman takes a tentative step or two down the pitch. Burns, as it had gone behind square, it was his call. He saw Lewis Hill closing quickly on the ball. Parkinson is in and bowling, bat in front of pad from Stoneman. As he prods forward at that one, back up the pitch it goes to Parkinson.
Yeah, nicely bowled that from Parkinson.
Jogs in and bowls, and driven pleasantly for 4 by Stoneman. Didn't put his full weight into the shot, just had enough width though on it to steer it out between Barnes at extra cover and Hill at point, and he picks up 4. Very pleasant shot indeed. As they no great weight in it, just a careful swing of the bat and a beautiful piece of placement. Stoneman on to 39. Back round the wicket goes Parkinson. Bowls, Stoneman forward again, treating each ball on its merits as a good opening batsman should, not trying to make anything happen, waiting for the very slightly loose delivery. 4 from the over, and the single that Burns took earlier, of course, so 82 without loss at the end of it. Surrey, 23 overs of the innings have been bowled. Burns has 35, Stoneman has 39. And if we were to get somehow a dry day tomorrow, and I don't think that's going to be the case, but if we were to get the day, then Surrey would be looking, I guess, to get past somehow Leicestershire's first innings score and try and get 150 ahead quickly and try and put them under a little bit of pressure on day 4. But at the moment, the game's taking a vaguely similar shape to that as it did at the Oval, with the exception, of course, that Leicestershire have made a much better first innings score. Was it 300 odd at the 375?
I think.
So they felt then it was under par, didn't they? And
yes.
I suspect 500 might be nearer par.
I think it got proved, didn't it, with Surrey's 600 and something, and then Leicestershire only lost a couple of wickets on the last day. Great 100 from Hassan Azad. Played very, very well. Now Chris Wright's coming into the attack, but this time from the Bennett end. So he's into the attack from the Bennett end. Chris Wright is coming into Rory Burns on 35 as Burns gets the ball on his hip and turns it leg side out towards deep backward square, and Burns takes one more, moves on to 36, and Surrey move on to 83 without loss. Brings Mark Stoneman back onto strike on 39. Lots of encouragement for Chris Wright out there from his teammates. 2 slips in there, Azad and Ackerman. Sam Evans is way in the gully. Chris Wright is over the wicket to Stoneman, and Stoneman up on his toes, nicely played, just turning the wrists on this. He's timed that beautifully, Mark Stoneman. He'll get a couple. 2 more to Stoneman. He moves on to 41. Surrey moving on to 85 without loss, but he just stood up straight there, Stoneman, and then just probably took it off about middle and just turned it into the leg side for a couple of runs. But yes, not a huge amount happening out there for Leicestershire, and I think with the sun out on it, I think it's got better. As Stoneman, again, you can hear his bat on the turf as Wright's into him. Stoneman's pushing off the back foot out into the offside. Ben Mike gets round to do the fielding. He got his highest first class score today, 74 for Ben Mike today. Played very nicely with Swindles this morning.
Yeah, it does look harder and truer, doesn't it, the pitch really?
Well, I think they'll be putting all the covers on tonight from the look at the forecast.
No, leave them off. Let's have a sticky dog. Let's have a sticky dog tomorrow.
That would make it interesting. And over the wicket once again comes Wright. That's short, and that's pulled for 4 by Mark Stoneman.
Yeah.
Just dropped in halfway down by Wright, and Stoneman's just standing there waiting for that, and pulls it in front of square through the leg side for 4. Stoneman's on to 45, and Surrey move on to 89 without loss.
It was dismissed from his presence, wasn't it, that one?
He tried a couple of those against Barnes, first couple of deliveries after tea, but now he's had a bit more time after tea, Stoneman, making sure that one whistled through the leg side for 4 as Wright is into him once again, and Stoneman gets forward to a good length ball, pushes this one up towards mid-off. Oh, and there is no run. Got Moby Dick over there at the moment, with the sound of a...
That's no way to describe stench.
I do apologise. With a nickname like that.
It's vaguely spherical.
He's blowing his vuvuzela right there to our left-hand side. As over the wicket goes Wright, and it's short, and looking to cut is Stoneman. Doesn't really time this one, and it's the end of the over. Solid start from Surrey, 89 without loss. Leicestershire 496, and yeah, Hashim Amra will be pleased with this. Gets to put his feet up and have a watch for a while and a cup of tea. It's a strong top 6 for Surrey, of course.
Surely is. Amla, then Pope. Strong couple in itself, those 2.
Yeah, Folkes and Smith. Smith that maiden 100 against Leicestershire.
Very impressive maiden 100 it was as well. Sort of by the end he was looking in complete control and hitting the ball a long, long way. Strong young man. Ackerman is going to bring himself on to have a go, see if he can find a way onto the edge of one of these two left-handers' bats perhaps. Two umpires having a chat in mid-pitch. By Gould having wandering across the pitch. I hope he hasn't got spikes on. Throws the ball to Ben Mike. They've been inspecting it a little bit. Happy enough with it anyway. Harry Swindles, like all good wicket keepers, the source of much volubility at the moment. Ackerman has a slip and a short leg. He's chatting to Parkinson at the moment. Parkinson's at mid-off, but he's quite deep and he's sending Al, or Alex Evans, back from sort of 2/3 of the way back to 3/4 of the way back. In goes Ackerman and bowls short. Not timed on this occasion by Burns, who went back and tried to force it out into the offside. Hit it hard down into the ground, and Hill, running across from backward point, ensured there were no runs to be had. Ackerman in again, very flat, and again a little bit short, and this time it's down the leg side, and all Burns needs to do is just tickle it around the corner. Evans is going to get there and make the save before it crosses the ropes. Burns jogs a third. Not a great delivery from Leicestershire's skipper.
Yeah, very round arm, wasn't it? Very quick delivery that from Ackerman. Well, Crazy Drizzle's been back in touch saying he can't find that lower innings anywhere, which is a real shame, but I think the reason would have been that they would have only sent the cameras down when he was getting near the 500, really. Definitely. Ackerman into Stoneman again. It's short, it's pulled by Stoneman, a little bit off the front foot, swatted away really. Pull is probably a slightly kind description. It was a clean enough swing of the bat. Didn't quite get it where he wanted it, which was mid-wicket. It rolled out to Evans, who's at that deep backward square position, around 15 yards inside the rope. Stoneman takes 193 without loss. Ackerman is in and bowling again, a little flat and fast, and back goes Burns. Plays it firmly back down the pitch to the South African of Dutch extraction. International for the Netherlands. Gives that a bit more air, and Burns goes forward, getting to the pitch of it. Thick inside part of the bat, pushes it out towards mid-wicket. Ben Mike, yet to see him with the ball so far today. I'm sure we will before too long. Ackerman in again, back to the old flat fast stuff, and it's cut away by Burns. Again, a poor delivery from Ackerman. Burns picks up 4, so not a good way to finish the over. Ackerman talks a lot about control, but he's got to play his own part in that. That wasn't the greatest over he's bowled. 97 without loss. It was more medium pace than off spin in many ways. Nice cut shot from Rory Burns for 4. All the way through the covers. But yeah, that is a shame. That Lara 500. Keith Piper at the other end. He had 100 as well, I think. Which obviously scored a lot of runs. It was unsurprisingly, that game was drawn, as Chris Wright is in from the Bennett end to Mark Stoneman, and Stoneman's taking this up his hip out towards deep backward square. Stoneman moves on to 47. Surrey moving on to 98 without loss. You can, I think, find most of the Lara 375 and 401 against England in the Test matches. And those were wonderful innings as well. I think that 401, I think England sort of after 100 thought, he's going to go for this here. He's going to go and try and go past his 375. She did, as Burns waits on 43, rights into him, and Burns is forward, playing this one straight back up the pitch. And there's no run. I think the best innings I ever saw Lara play, though, was that one against Australia. Was it 154 not out, and got the West Indies over the line against that magnificent Australian attack, almost single-handedly in a test match. He was a wonderful player. He really was. I think he turned 50 a couple of weeks ago. Brian Charles. Chris Wright is over the wicket to Burns. Burns lets this one go on a goodish length outside his off stump.
Do you know what he's doing with himself now?
I don't actually. I had the great honour of... I've been to Barbados twice to watch England play many years ago now. And I watched Lara warm up, where he had somebody, it was amazing, somebody throwing balls to him against a big white wall, and then he had another person stood 30 yards away at the angle, and he was just driving everything into the wall, and the ball would go straight to the person he had positioned as this is turned, leg side by Burns. He'll get a single, Rory Burns. He moves on to 44. Sorry, move on to 99 without loss. That huge back lift that he had, Lara. Bend of the knee and then that massive back lift. Wonderful player, really was. Yes, I'm not sure what he's doing now. There was
Not that he needs to do anything.
A few years ago, there was a rumour doing the rounds, and he turned up. But Surrey were going to sign him for 2020. As in over the wicket comes Wright, and this is turned again by Stoneman into the leg side. Stoneman will pick up another single.
100 up.
100 comes up, so 100 partnership between these two for the opening wicket. It's been a good one. Burns and Stoneman. Stoneman moving on to 47 now. Burns comes back onto strike on 43. A ripple of applause from his Surrey teammates down there, sat on the bench.
50 off 15.5, 100 off 25.5, so 50 off the last 10.
And again comes Wright, and Burns is letting this one go off a goodish length outside his off stump, and into the gloves it goes of Swindle's end of the over. Burns 44, Stoneman 48, and Surrey 100 without loss.
Hard at the moment from Leicestershire's point of view to see where the breakthrough might come, or how it might be manufactured. The pitch is playing absolutely blamelessly. And these two fine left-handers applying themselves, and I suspect starting to enjoy themselves. Ackerman, Leicestershire's captain, is going to continue with his off-spin around the wicket to Mark Stoneman. In he goes and bowls. Good line and length. Forward Stoneman goes, pushing it out into the offside. He's on 48 at the moment, so looks like he might beat Burns to his 50. Ackerman goes in and bowls onto the legs of Stoneman, who works it out towards mid-wicket. Takes the first one quickly, however it will be just one, as Evans comes in almost equally quickly from deep backward square, gets to the ball at deep mid-wicket, gets his throw away. Harris, I think that was, and had a slightly Australian tinge, didn't it? Come on, Ackers. Burns taking his time, making sure everything is ready to go, and he bobs at the knees and gets his stance and turns a delivery from Ackerman off middle and leg down towards leg gully. Azad, helmeted, padded, is in pursuit, picks it up, gets his throwaway single taken. 102 without loss. Coming very easily for Surrey at the moment as Ackerman is in. Bowling forward goes Stoneman. Forward defensive. Down the pitch on the onside. Ackerman himself picks up. Beats Mike to the ball. Bowls and brings Stoneman forward. Better line and length. Middle and off, and no turn. first straight really. Stoneman all care and attention, however. Ackerman is in, bowls to him, he looks to cut it away, down into the ground it goes, then bounces a couple of times. Hill juggles with it at backward point, but makes the stop cleanly enough. End of the over. 102 without loss. Stoneman 49, Burns 45, none for 13 from 3 for Ackerman, none for 26 now from 8 for Wright.
Yeah, and I think when you start in pursuit of a big total, it's been a very professional and not business-like opening stand from Messrs Stoneman and Burns. Two very experienced international players out there in the middle. Not a huge amount happening for Leicestershire though at the moment.
Not at all.
Much like we saw from Surrey today as well. There isn't a huge amount in this pitch at the minute.
18 overs remain to be bowled.
And Rory Burns is the man on strike with a slipper gully and a short mid-wicket catching. And Chris Wright from the Bennett end coming into Rory Burns on 45, and Burns is forward and punching this one straight into Sam Evans, who's in that short mid-wicket position. Sun's coming out again now. Very nice to see the sun again. And for a latish finish tonight here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. But the warning for tomorrow is there could be a bit of rain about. So we will wait to see if that's the case. As Chris Wright down the slope and over the wicket to Rory Burns, and Burns is letting this one go off a goodish length outside his off stump, and that's taken by Swindles, moving away to his left hand side. 103 for Harry Swindles today. He'll always remember today. 6 wickets for Amar Verdi. I think that's showing how well Verdi bowled actually with this start from Surrey. Picking up 6 wickets on a pitch that's not offering a huge amount. As here is Wright, and that's just turning Burns around a touch. He sort of ends up walking after this a little bit. I think he's looking more to go through the leg side. That gets the Leicestershire faithful vocal.
First time that he just managed to straighten one a little bit, and Burns indicates there was a little bit there, and he was almost leading edging that. Didn't, but as you say, it was squared up a fraction.
45 not out, Rory Burns. Chris Wright is over the wicket to him, and Burns looks to open the face and guide this to third man. He's actually guided it, one bounce past first slip.
Went straight through his hands, didn't it, Azad?
Almost took Azad with it. And he just guided it straight into the turf, and it's one of those that seemed to speed up a touch, but it takes Rory Burns on to 49. Surrey move on to 106 without loss. Yeah, looking to guide that one off down to third man, I think, Rory Burns. Sort of toe end of the bat down into the turf and up again and past Azad and down to the boundary rope for 4 runs. Wright is into Burns, and Burns on 49 tucks this one into the leg side, won't get a run. Sam Evans moves round to his left to do the fielding. Nice quiet evening.
Still with us?
They are. There's a few. They're not quite as many as there were. 3
their
or
backs to the
4
cricket
now.
at the
Yeah,
moment.
they're watching
What are they watching?
something on the other side of the road. Maybe it's another reversing truck on the other side of the road, but they've sort of turned their backs towards the cricket at the moment.
What if they've spotted a special fast easy bargain?
Oh no, they're back now. They're back watching again as Burns waits again for Wright, and Burns is forward. Solid looking defensive shot. And there is no run. End of the over. Sorry, 106 without loss. Burns 49, Stoneman 49. And that all in reply to the Leicestershire first innings total of 496. So it's the batsmen at the moment that are enjoying themselves out there in the middle. Because we're now up up over 600 runs, a loss of 10 wickets.
Something noisy is coming down the Milligan Road. Two motorbikes in close proximity. Head past the ground, not the Angels. In goes Ackerman and bowls. Stoneman forward. Ackerman waits for the ball to roll back to his feet. Ackerman quick and fast, and it goes down on one knee and swings it out into the leg side. Stoneman, he picks up the single he needs for his 50, and a pretty solid knock it has been. That wasn't the greatest shot he's played to go to his 50. It's come off 95 balls and includes 6 fours. Good round of applause from his teammates who are below us. It was a poor ball. He went down on one knee looking to loft it over mid-wicket, and he clothed it rather, got it quite high up in the bat. Picks up his single though, in goes Ackerman. Bowles, did that bounce and turn? Because Burns went forward and it was taken by Swindleton. I think that one did bounce and turn a little bit.
Well, it definitely bounced.
It certainly did. It hit straight, and as Ackerman goes in, bowls again to Burns, who leaves. That one went on with the arm a little bit, didn't bounce and turn. And if Swindles is to be believed, missed off stump by a coat of paint. I suspect it was a few coats of paint. We did bounce and turn, maybe out of the foothold. So that first one, in goes Ackerman and bowls. Burns is careful, forward. Given something to think about with those two previous deliveries. Plays it back down into the pitch. He remains on 49. Ackerman, this is better over from him, goes in and bowls, and that one is cut away for 4 by Burns, and that is his 50. So 50 for both batsmen in the same over. Burns holds the blade of his bat and raises it to his teammate. His 50 has come off 81 balls and includes 8 fours.
Yeah, so Mark Stoneman's first 50 of the summer from 95 balls, and then Burns' fourth, that is now, from 81 balls with 8 fours. So a very solid start from these two. And Surrey 111 without loss. It's nicely cut away by Rory Burns, whistled off to the boundary rope for 4. There were a couple of interesting deliveries in that over from Ackerman. As Chris Wright gets the ball back in his hands once again from the Bennett end of the ground, and Mark Stoneman is the man on strike. Slip and a gully for Wright as over the wicket he comes to Stoneman, and Stoneman's in behind a short length delivery, turning this one down to Sam Evans.
Ackerman's cross with himself, and rightly really, because it was a really decent over that, with, as you say, a couple of balls that did something, and then short and wide outside the off stump with his last one, and a grateful Burns fastened on it.
And as we always say with these guys that play international cricket, they don't tend to miss out, do they? They don't hit the fielder.
Yeah.
Always seem to find the gap, and the ball goes off to the boundary rope. As Chris Wright is in again to Stoneman, who's allowing this one to go wide outside his off stump. Swindles is taking that, moving away to his left hand side. Hassan Azad at first slip. Ackerman in the gully. There's a deepish backward point. There's the cover, the mid off. There's the mid on, there's the mid wicket, and then there's the deep backward square. Stoneman settles once again as Wright is over the wicket to him. Oops, Stoneman's looked to cut, and that didn't really bounce, and it's bounced in front of Swindles as well and hit the gloves, and it's run away for byes.
Horrible one for Swindles.
Yeah, it was. Really died on him. So 112 without loss now. Burns coming back onto strike on 53. Nice evening now in Leicester. Wright gets the ball back in his hands once more.
And Mike's starting to warm up a little bit in the covers.
In comes Chris Wright to Rory Burns, and Burns forward he goes. Plays this one down into the leg side. Sam Evans moves round to his left. And Mike will be confident. In fact, he got his highest first class score. Here we go. Here's the ice cream man. He's getting a
whippy.
He's getting a round of applause. He's going to stop for the spectators there. Look,
Mr.
there they are.
Softy.
He's just pulled up like hiring a taxi. So I think he might a couple of sales there, perhaps.
I think he might.
For Mr. Whippy. As in over the wicket comes Chris Wright again to Burns, and runs for Burns, just turning this one away into the leg side out towards deep mid wicket. One more to Rory Burns. He moves on to 54. So we move on to 113 without loss.
Fond memory of Niall O'Brien at Worcester on a blazing hot day, deciding to order a round of ice creams to be delivered at tea to the Leicestershire dressing room.
Very sensible.
They're good ice creams at Worcester, though, aren't they? None of your pre-manufactured stuff. It's scoops, proper scoop stuff from a really good ice cream stall.
I seem to remember Brad has had a hotline.
He made a point of mentioning it, and used to get one delivered to him as a consequence.
Stoneman is forward here to Chris Wright. Good length delivery again, and just pushed straight back up the pitch by Stoneman. And there is no run. End of the over, 113 without loss then, Surrey. Rory Burns on 54 and Mark Stoneman on 50. And those two get together for a bit of a natter out there in the middle, but they'll just be saying to themselves, just keep doing what we're doing. They've done it very well so far.
Gavin Griffiths comes on with a cap for Chris Wright, whose work is done for now. He takes sunglasses from Ben Mike and puts them on his cap. So they must belong to him, because Mike isn't taking his cap off. Ackerman will continue, so keeping the over 8 level, at least Leicestershire. In he goes round the wicket to bowl to Burns. Again, that's a good line. He's left by Burns, but there's a little bit of bounce and taken by Swindles, but I think those two deliveries in the previous over have given Ackerman a little bit more confidence and knowledge about the line to bowl. In he goes and bowls a little bit short though to Burns, who can go back and turn his wrist on it, but only work it as far as Mike at mid-wicket. So there's no run on that occasion for Rory Burns. Ackerman bowls again, too flat and short, and Burns can go back, and this time play it past Mike out towards Evans. A deep square, jogs a single.
Yeah, again, not a huge amount happening really for Leicestershire. Burns and Stoneman, two very skillful opening batsmen.
Ackerman bowls too short. Oh goodness me, short, but it takes off and above the head of Swindles, and it's a roundabout head height for Stoneman. Swindles manages to block it, but that absolutely climbed from quite a long way short of a perfect length. Extraordinary delivery.
Yeah, well, it's worth trying it.
Ackerman in again, and that's a better line and length on off stump. Stoneman is forward, slightly tentatively, not surprisingly, defending that out into the offside. Didn't want to see another one climbing away. Didn't. Ackerman is in. Bowls. Might have stayed a bit low, actually, that one. Stoneman is forward. It could be now that the heavy roller that was on during the interval, the effects thereof might just be wearing off a little bit. The interval between innings, that is. Obviously not the tea interval, of course. Maybe things are starting to happen. Surrey, though, have laid a very solid foundation in their reply to Leicestershire's first innings of 496, they're 114 without loss. Both batsmen, Burns and Stoneman, have passed their 50. Burns has 55, Stoneman still on 50.
Yep, and well, Leicestershire will be hoping something starts happening.
And an update coming up. They didn't do me at 5 o'clock, did
No,
they?
I didn't hear anything. I'm slightly concerned I'd talk straight over the top of it, but
No, I
didn't hear
anything.
a cue. After dear old Simon having to listen to our chat about biscuits and meal deals during the lunch break.
He's done himself proud.
Well, he's gone and got himself a cup of tea and some biscuits, so that's great news. As Chris Wright from the Bennett end is coming over the wicket to Burns. Little inside edge from Rory Burns as he looked to force that off the back foot. Straight back onto his back pad. Rolled away into the covers. Burns wanders off towards square leg.
Are things starting to happen?
114 without loss. More vocal out there at the moment, Leicestershire, trying to make something happen. Chris Wright is over the wicket to Burns, and Burns is forward.
Here comes an update. Yeah, and as that implies, the pitch is pretty good, though Harry Swindles did play very well, becoming the third of those Leicestershire players to score a century in the innings for the first time in his first-class career, the 22-year-old from Leicester. 103 he made before being last man out in that first innings, score of 496. Surrey going very nicely, however, in their reply. High-class batting lineup led from the top by their captain Rory Burns. The England opener is 55 not out. Mark Stoneman, who has opened for England and no doubt has ambitions to do so again, he is 50 not out. One or two deliveries have just begun to bounce and turn for the spinners, but essentially it is still a very flat track, and Surrey, in their reply to Leicestershire's 496, are 114 without loss.
Chris Wright turns again in the distance, and then over the wicket he comes to Rory Burns, and Burns clips this one down into the leg side. Picked up by Sam Evans. Sound of my chair there as I was turning.
I keep forgetting to bring the WD-40 in.
Could be my back, but sound of my chair, I think. As Chris Wright wanders all the way back to the top of his mark.
I'll do it tomorrow. I'll definitely bring it tomorrow. I've got loads of cycle oils which would do the trick. Dry lube, I think, is what's required.
Yes. As over the wicket once again comes Chris Wright. Solidly forward goes Rory Burns. Plays this one back up the pitch. Again, there's no run.
Did they get their ice creams? Are they holding ice creams?
No, I don't think so.
That
I
little
think
group. It's a bit chilly for them. I mean,
Yeah.
they were okay in here, but
they've got their flag there as well. And there is a steward sort of standing sentry next to the guard box down there in the distance. But yes, they've been here for a good hour and a half, watching away through the railings. Chris Wright is over the wicket again to Burns, and Burns forward he goes. Plays Chris Wright straight back up the pitch. End of the over. Surrey 114 without loss then. Leicestershire 496. Burns has 55. Stoneman has 50. Wright tidy figures. 11 overs. The maidens none for 31. Ackerman 5 overs. 3 maidens for Wright. 11 overs, 3 maidens, none for 31. That last over was a maiden, and Ackerman 5 overs, no maidens, none for 19.
Callum Parkinson and Ian Gould continue deep in conversation. It could be about Bolton's chances of getting automatic promotion, a subject which concerns Callum Parkinson deeply. Bolton Wanderers, that is, being his team, former season ticket holder at the, I don't know what it's called these days, it used to be the Reebok, didn't it, for many years. probably something like the University of Bolton Stadium. In goes Ackerman and bowls, tosses that one up, over pitches it slightly, but Stoneman, he's just sort of settling in again and waits for it and just plays it back down the pitch to Ackerman, who is in again and bowls, drags his length back a little bit. Stoneman forward, defends, back down the pitch to Colin Ackerman it goes. Wipes his hands, South African, on the back of his trousers before walking in and bowling, and outside off stump, left by Stoneman into the gloves of Swindles, who shows the ball to the stumps, doesn't bother taking off the bails. Ackerman in and bowl, Stoneman forward. Good line on off stump from Colin Ackerman. Can he finish the over strongly? Can he bowl 6 on the spot, so to speak? 4 dot balls so far. Don't try and do anything different. Just see if you can land them all there and let the ball do the work. He bowls and it's full. Probably drivable, but Stoneman seems to have settled into just a slightly defensive frame of mind for the moment. I think he's just almost playing himself in, having passed one landmark. Again, in goes Ackerman, bowls, gives it a few revs, and it's pushed out into the offside. He's got it past extra cover Barnes. In from the ropes comes Lewis Hill, and a single is taken. Nonetheless, not a bad over by Colin Ackerman. We didn't see the ball misbehave as it did in the previous over on a couple of occasions. A little chant going on down there, hard to tell. But even so, at least he's just got a little bit of control back on the scoreboard. The run rate, which was fairly close to 4 at one stage, it was 3.8, has just dropped back to 3.5 now. Stoneman with his trousers down. Happily, he's got something dark underneath. They look sort of like long leggings, actually. And he's
just checking everything's in the right place. I think
everything. All is safely gathered in.
Indeed, all his bits and pieces are where they should be, and he's ready to go again. And Surrey 115 without loss. So Burns and Stoneman, as we said, very experienced opening pair, these two. I'm pleased for Stoneman. He's looked good all season, just hasn't made a score. He's got a 50 here now. Looked very good today again. Sounds a strange thing to say, doesn't it, when you look at his scores of 8 and 16, 24, 44, 2 and 7. Actually, he hasn't looked in bad nick. But sometimes it goes like that, but he's got his first 50 of the summer under his belt now. And Chris Wright, it is to continue from the Bennett end. Coming over the wicket to Stoneman. Ooh, bouncer, and Stoneman ends up on his backside. It's a good one, that. Mark Stoneman's a good player of the short ball. Just hurried him up a touch and he ended up sitting down. Mark Stoneman. Good job he adjusted everything, really. So he could move quickly. Good surprise ball, that, from Chris Wright.
He doesn't bowl many bouncers, as you say.
That was well directed. Just made Stoneman sort of just duck at the last minute and ended up sitting down as Chris Wright is into Stoneman again and beats him. That's a lovely 1-2 from Chris Wright. Nice bit of bowling from Chris Wright. The bouncer and then the fuller length delivery, and Stoneman pushing forward. He's still a little bit on the back foot. Going past his outside edge, so nicely bowled by Chris Wright. Gets the slip cordon going as well. This is Zad and Ackerman and Swindles with the gloves on. Lots of words of encouragement. Thanks again as Stoneman, and Wright's in and lets this one go outside his off stump. Probably heard the grunt of effort again there from Chris Wright. I think what Stoneman did was played the line the previous delivery. Didn't let those hands go anywhere near the ball, Mark Stoneman. But over this from Chris Wright just building up a tiny bit of pressure at the moment. Here's Chris Wright. Comes in once again, past umpire Illingworth. Short, and Stoneman's just swaying inside this one, dropping the hands on it. Here's Mark Stoneman. Taken by Swindles, moving away to his right hand side. I think Paul Nixon over there to our right is watching away by the floodlights, and then Richard Johnson and Chris Taylor down there as well. So those three are in discussion about everything. Away to our right hand side. They know each other extremely well, of course. Waits again to Stoneman. Chris Wright is over the wicket to him, and Stoneman turns him into the leg side. He'll get a single. Or Mark Stoneman, he'll move on to 52 now. Surrey move on to 116 without loss. Stoneman's down to have a quick word with Rory Burns about what Chris Wright's doing at the moment. Puncture gloves, as is the modern way, of course. 116 without loss in life now, isn't it? Little fist pump rather than the handshake or the hug.
I suppose it's healthier, especially at the moment, obviously, but generally.
Quite looking forward to having a hug again, though. As in over the wicket comes Wright and short ball, and Burns ducks underneath it. End of the over, 116 without loss, Surrey. So Burns 55, Stoneman 52, but actually since they've both gone to 50, Leicestershire have tightened everything up against them. What have we got left today? 11 overs left today. We've got spin going as well.
And while Ackerman isn't being picked off too badly, then he'll continue, I would imagine. Parkinson is warming up, and Ben Mike's been warming up all the time. In goes Ackerman, bowls, and down towards deep backward square. Alex Evans comes in, gets away. A good throw, so only going to be a single. Stoneman on to 53, 117 without loss. Burns just checks his guard from with umpire Gould, who nods. Yeah, still unchanged, it's still correct. Ackerman in and bowls and forward. Not a big stride from Burns. Calmly, deliberately defends it out into the offside. Ackerman bowls again, and he goes back. Didn't get up too much that one, and he went back and turned it. Still managed to get plenty of bat on it. Turned it to mid-wicket to Ben Mike. And seeing that one didn't get up too much, Harry Swindles comes jogging out. Has a word with Ackerman, thinks he's spotted a weakness. Let's see what happens as a consequence. Back in place now is Ackerman. Just a couple of strides and in and bowls, and length was a little bit short, so he's able to go back, Burns, and just turn his wrists on it, turn it around the corner. Mike wins the chase to the ball. Single taken again.
He's almost, again, just fizzing that in, isn't he, Ackerman? Trying to get it to bounce at the left-hander outside their off stump.
Little Surrey contingent emerge from below us. They're going to have a little walk. In goes Ackerman, bowls and pulled away to mid-wicket for 4 by Stoneman. It's been coming, that one. He has managed to get hold of one. It dropped too short, and the length was all wrong, and the line wasn't great either. And down on almost one knee went Stoneman, swinging it away off the front foot through mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, it was coming. It was, you know what Ackerman's up to. That one was halfway down. Just swung aside by Stoneman.
Consistent from Leicestershire skipper. In he goes and bowls, and Stoneman is forward, bat very close to his front foot, just defending it out into the offside. Ackerman himself feels He's cross with himself again, and he should be a little bit, because that was a poor ball and it got put away. He's showing the ball again to umpire Gould, who has a look at it, hands it back. 35 overs have been bowled with it, 10 remain to be bowled today, 122 without loss now. So his training kit this year is quite cool. It's sort of black with turquoisey stripes on it, but obviously predominantly black. The anorak's black as well, so we've got the men in black are walking around the boundary at the moment, 4 of them. The effect spoiled only by their white plimmies for the most part. Should need some black trainers just to complete the look, one feels.
Yeah, it's very Surrey, isn't it?
It's quite, I don't mind the black, I think it's quite cool,
it's
yeah.
very smart, with a sort of blue go faster stripe down the side of the tracksuit bottoms. They do like their kit though, the players.
Do they, the boys?
Well, I think every player does. I think when you get your new stash of kit every year, it's always a nice thing to get hold of. The hoodies are sort of the big hoodies this year have been needed by everybody, because it's been fairly chilly, hasn't it? And the bobble hats have been very popular this year in county cricket. So 122 without loss, and we're going to get Parkinson into the attack down there at the bend end now.
Once Will Garvey, Leicestershire's physio, has completed running repairs to Harry Swindle's
Fingers.
He's helped him put on his right inner again. So, yeah, maybe that one that bounced short of him, or bleeding nail or something. I'll ask him,
Well,
because he'll be the man we speak to at the end of play, for Radio Leicester, that is.
Talking about wicket-keepers' fingers last week, Kevin James and I, and just saying what a battering they can take during a summer, the keepers' fingers. They're usually very brave keepers, because they know it's going to be painful. A lot of them are carrying finger injuries while they're out there. There isn't much time to try and give them a rest. As Parkinson then, left arm over the wicket to Rory Burns, who's turning this one into the leg side. There is no run.
Often hear an aeroplane at the moment.
No, the skies are very quiet, of course, at the moment. Parkinson over the wicket he comes, and Burns uses his feet and tries to whip this between the two men on the leg side. Doesn't quite manage that, and then just sends Stoneman back, who was about to set off for a single that wasn't there. The score remains on 122 without loss, as Parkinson's in again, and that's very short, and that'll be pulled by Burns for 4. So dropped in by Parkinson.
6.
And Rory Burns has just lumped him into the stand for a maximum. So Rory Burns, well, it was asking for it, you have to say, and Rory Burns stuck it away. So Burns moves on to 62 now. Hit it flat, straight into the orange seats, away to our right hand side where the grass nets are. And that went straight into those seats and out again, I think. So the first 6 from Rory Burns. Saw a couple this morning from Ben Mike off Amar Verdi. 128 without loss. And now Parkinson's going to come round the wicket to Rory Burns. Burns is using his feet again, trying to whip leg side, thickish inside edge. Just potters into the leg side, and there's no run.
Yeah, after a quiet period, he's motoring again now, isn't he, Burns? He's busy again. I think you or I might have had a chance with that previous delivery.
He's in again, Parkinson, and Burns works this one out towards deep backward square, and now pick up another single, and that'll be one more to Rory Burns. He moves on to 63.
I may of course be being very unfair to you there, Mr. Church, who has played 3 times on the oval.
Yeah, but only in sort of fun games, not proper ones. I think I probably would have tried to do what Rory Burns did, missed it completely, fallen over, and Parkinson would have been walking off with another wicket, I think.
3 times on the oval is an indication of ability.
He's in again, Parkinson. 4 goes Stoneman, drives straight in there to extra cover, and there is no run. End of the over. Burns 63, Stoneman 57. 129 without loss, and really these two, it's been minimum a fuss, hasn't it? That's been the thing. I know not a lot's happened, but it really has been. There's been absolutely no alarms. They've just gone about their job, really, very professionally and very neatly and very tidily so far.
Certainly no chances created as yet by Leicestershire. Bat's been beaten merest handful of occasions. The ball has by and large behaved itself. Ackerman is going to continue though. Round the wicket he goes to Burns. Again the line is a poor one. Leg stump and a little bit short. Back goes Burns and just works it out to Evans, a deep square. Single taken. Burns on to 66. If he were to get to 100 by the close, then I would probably have to lead on him for the match report, because obviously England connections. In goes Ackerman, bowls, and better line and length. Stoneman leans forward and defends it off stump. No run. It's getting close now though, tell you. He's getting up there. Ackerman is in. That's a good delivery, and wasn't quite sure whether to go forward or back there, Stoneman. He played it from the crease in the end. Didn't really turn too much, but better delivery from Ackerman, who is in and bowling. Brings Stoneman forward. Back down the pitch it goes.
Well, I think the thing is with Rory Burns is, and we saw it against Hampshire when he made 80, everything's in good working order. Yeah, everything's in the right place and where it needs to be.
Ackerman bowls. Half forward, half a stride forward from Stoneman. Waiting and playing it back. Getting to the pitch of it, playing it back down to Ackerman. Whipping through the overs at the moment, which is good. In goes Ackerman and bowls, and forward goes Stoneman back down the pitch to Ackerman. So just a single from it, a decent over from Ackerman after that first rather poor delivery. Just a single from it. Surrey continue to proceed without alarm. 130 without loss, and that's in reply to Leicestershire's 496. Over 8, back up to 3.5. Was 3.8, went down to 3.4, creeping back up again now. 3.5, 8 overs remain. Coming up to 6 o'clock, so it's going to be about 20 past, maybe, if the spinners continue to bowl.
Yeah, and Ben Mike's been warming up for ages. Oh, he's coming into the attack now. So there we go. I saw Parkinson with the ball, but I wonder if Parkinson might come and have a bowl now from the pavilion end. So Ben Mike has been warming up for a good 40 minutes. But he's into the attack now.
Ackerman's bowled 8 now.
Yeah, 8 overs, no main none for 27. The captain. It looks like Parkinson will switch to the pavilion end. So Ben Mike into the attack for the first time today. Rory Burns, the man on strike, on 64. As Mike's in 2 Burns, and it's short, and Burns is pulling, and actually that got onto him a bit quicker than he thought, and it spooned away a touch into the leg side, and Burns picks up a single, moves on to 65.
Had there been a square leg, he'd have been in the game there, but Burns probably wouldn't have played the shot. So
131 without loss. Stoneman, we'll look at his bat. He settles in south down. Mr. Ray's having a stretch way to my right. As over the wicket comes Mike to Stoneman, and Stoneman's up on his toes, playing this one up towards mid-on. There's no run. I might hit the treadmill again tonight, I think, just to get a few miles in the legs this evening. Slept well last night, must say, after an hour of treadmilling. So, might do the same this evening as Mike Mike is over the wicket once again to Stoneman, who's looking to drive through the covers and actually goes straight back up the pitch, and Mike does the fielding off his own bowling. Harry Swindles will sleep well tonight with 100 under his belt, after he's gone through all his messages of congratulations and spoken to a few people, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Good on him. Great moment for him. Worked that ball off his hip for 4. Built up, bit of drama. Birdie 2 in 2 when he was on 95. Mike is into Stoneman, and Stoneman looks to work off his legs. It actually hits him on the thigh guard. Rolls away into the leg side, and there's no run. Parkinson thinking about his next over, which looks like it's going to be from the pavilion end. Ben Mike gets the ball back again. Right arm medium quick, I'd say. Here's Ben Mike. As over the wicket he comes again, and forward goes Stoneman, and they'll get a single down towards backward point. Alex Evans does the fielding. That'll be one more to Stoneman. He moves on to 58. Surrey 132 without loss. This brings Rory Burns back onto strike on 65 from 103 deliveries. Rory Burns. They're sort of ticking along at the moment, Burns and Stoneman, as Ben Mike is into Burns. Short one, and Burns doesn't go after this, he just watches it go down the leg side. End of the Mike over. I think Parkinson is coming into the attack now from the pavilion end, as we suspected. 7 left tonight, and Surrey are 132 without loss.
Just feels like one of those sessions where the only way a wicket is going to fall is if the batsman gets themselves out, really. And neither of these two have shown any signs of playing any really rash shots, so Leicestershire just have to try and keep some sort of control of the scoreboard and peg away and hope, really. Fitful sun now behind the build-up of cloud, but we will excuse me, get through to the close. 7 remain now. Have we had 3 extras? Have they made up for the 3 we lost yesterday? Was that the plan today?
Very good question.
I think they can and will. So it may be that 7 includes those 3 extras. In goes Parkinson and Bowles. Forward goes Stoneman, back to the Lancastrian, the Boltonian, Callum Parkinson, the vice-captain of Leicestershire, of course, now. In he goes, and Bowles. Stoneman is driving pleasantly, but only as far as right, who is set back a few yards at mid-off, and there's no run. In danger, given his success, of becoming known as Matt's brother. He's bowled a few incredible deliveries so far this season. Matt Parkinson. Callum goes in and bowls. Back onto his stumps goes Stoneman. Turned it out to mid-wicket.
Well, I think it's because he bowls leggies, isn't it? And also, you know, there have been a couple of spectacular deliveries from him.
Callum trying to bowl a spectacular delivery of his own. Back on his stumps is Stoneman, just waiting for that one. Dabs it back up to Parkinson. I almost get the impression Burns and Stoneman, who've obviously been out on the pitch one way or another for the entire game so far, probably feeling a bit weary themselves and be quite glad of the close. In goes Parkinson and bowls. Ooh, plays, gets the inside edge, or was it the outside edge? It's gone through, didn't get any edge. He went for the drive, missed it, and it's gone through for 4 byes.
Bounced.
Yeah.
That's the key thing there, that did bounce.
Out of the footholes or off the straight? Well, we saw Ackerman get just 1 or 2 to bounce. But it turned a bit, it turned inside him. So there was a little bit there for him. He went for the drive, it turned inside the attempted drive, could easily have turned onto the stumps. Bit of encouragement for Callum Parkinson, who is in again to Stoneman, who is leaving, but very deliberately making sure that that front pad is angled across, just in case it turned sharply again. It didn't turn sharply, the one that beat, it just did enough to beat the attempted drive, but nonetheless a little bit of encouragement. It was some nice flight there as well from Parkinson, so a little bit of hope for Leicestershire. 65 to Burns, 58 to Stoneman, who looked really good in going to 50. Since then he's been a little less, for some reason, maybe to say tired.
Well, I think
been
as
out there
well
for, the whole
for him,
sessions.
you know, he's so desperately keen to make a big score. What he doesn't want to do, as you said, is sort of give his wicket away, make a mistake. Love to be there tomorrow.
Yeah, have a night's sleep,
thing,
be fresh.
exactly,
And,
and I think be there tomorrow. Now, however much we get tomorrow, but at least you're there. Burns is on strike on 65, and Ben Mike is getting ready to come in to Rory Burns. As Mike is in, and Burns clips this one off his hip, pretty fine on the leg side. Now I think those are significant runs for Rory Burns. I think that takes him past 10,000 first class runs. So with that little clip off his hip, I think that takes Burns past 10,000 first class runs, because if my maths is correct, he started this game on 9,932 and he's now on 69, so that's 10,000 first class runs for Rory Burns.
Yeah, Rory Burns, England's Rory Burns, the Surrey captain, leading the way, leading the reply for the visitors. He has just clipped a 4 down to fine leg to go to 69. More significantly, perhaps, also to pass 10,000 first-class runs in his career, hoping, obviously, to be a big part of England's plans over the summer. If he keeps playing this way, he probably will be. Mark Stoneman is with him at the moment, the other Surrey opener. He has also passed 50. He's on 58. He's been less prolific so far this season. It's the first time he has passed 50, but obviously hoping to go on and build a big score tomorrow. Just about 4 overs left to be bowled today by Leicestershire. They'd dearly love to break this partnership before the close, but no sign of that happening at the moment. Surrey 140 without loss.
Burns covers up to Mike and plays this one solidly, straight back up the pitch again towards mid-on. And there is no run. So yeah, 10,000 first class runs.
Well played, young man.
Rory Burns. And Mike's now being told off about where he's landing from umpire Illingworth. I think every bowler has had a little bit of a talking to from one of the umpires in this game.
I guess it's particularly relevant at that end at the moment, with the 2 left-handers and Parkinson bowling over the wicket into footholes, but you can't help landing on the pitch to some. Obviously, it's a tricky one.
It is. I think it's obviously just. I think that's more about where his front foot is landing. Actually, I think it's more just warning him that he's getting quite close to a no ball. As Mike is in to Burns, that's short and pulled by Rory Burns out towards deep backward square, and they will pick up another single. That'll take Burns on to 70. Move Surrey on to 141 without loss. Burns down at the non-striker's end. Ends on his bat at the moment. Stoneman back onto strike on 58 as Mike is over the wicket to Stoneman. That's short and Stoneman's just swaying inside this one and taken low down by Swindles. And Rich asking me if I got any thoughts on Burns' batting in general. You know my thoughts. You know my thoughts. 141 without loss. It's got there in quite good time actually.
Yeah.
10,000 first class. As Stoneman waits again. In over the wicket goes Mike, short delivery, and Stoneman's ducking underneath this, and that's taken by Swindles. End of the over, and 141 without loss then. Surrey. Burns has 70, Stoneman is on 58, and oh, there we are, see. Ship coming into port, ships ahoy, away to our left hand side. It's a nice evening now though if you were parking your boat. You've got a good view of the port, haven't you, because the blue sky and the sun's out at the moment.
Comes streaming in the side window of the commentary box. Very pleasant it is too, warming. Not that we've been cold today. The experiment of sitting outside didn't survive cold knees for longer than a session. Parkinson to continue from the pavilion end. He's going to stay over the wicket, of course, to Rory Burns. 5 overs remain to be bowled today. Ackerman slowing things down by telling Alex Evans just to move a few yards to his left, and Sam Evans to move back a yard or two at mid-wicket. Parkinson is in a couple of steps down the wicket by Burns, and then you heard him rap out the weight as he saw it heading straight towards Sam Evans. Clipped firmly, but only as far as the fielder.
He's looked very positive against the spinner as well, Burns. Good use of his feet so far.
Parkinson is in bowls, drops a little bit short. He tries to swing it away, doesn't get anything on it, and it probably bounced over the top of the stumps there. I have to wait and see a replay of that one. It wasn't too far from them.
Well, that was the delivery he got Burns with.
It was
3 weeks ago. Halfway down,
a weakness against long hops, it seems. But in goes Parkinson and bowls. Burns goes back and almost plays on there. Didn't miss the stumps by very much. It wasn't taken cleanly by Swindles, who took the bails off. Have a look on the replay on that one. Oh, it did go over just over the top of the stumps. He very nearly hit. And well, he did hit and miss, and very nearly was bowled as a consequence. So just a little rush of blood, perhaps. Just keep playing the same way. In goes Parkinson and bowls. A couple of steps down the wicket, clips it on the bounce, firmly down into the ground, and bounces out towards Evans. At mid-wicket, no run. Head on hands moment for Parkinson, who is in again to Burns. Fuller this time. Burns waits for it and turns his wrist on it, and it's Mike this time who intercepts at a shorter mid-wicket. No run.
Yeah, just got to be a little bit careful, Rory Burns. A couple of times this season he's had sort of those halfway down trackers and tried to pull it so hard.
Parkinson in bowls, and this deceives Burns a little bit in the flight. He was about to come forward, decided to wait for it, and then plays it firmly enough in defence. Almost drawn forward by Parkinson. Then interesting over, a maiden. Not for want of trying, Rory Burns. If he'd connected with that hit, I think it would have cleared the group up the gates there on Milligan Road, and thumped into one of those businesses. A couple of balls have gone in them during the T20s. Rattled around.
Yeah, I can imagine actually, yes. Well, you never know, he could be reversing his van in there. And all of a sudden, there's a white cricket ball heading towards the van. 141 without loss. Ben Mike from the Bennett end. And there's a slip and a gully still for him, coming into Mark Stoneman on 58 not out is Stoneman, and he lets this one go. Outside is off stump.
So he's 450 of the summer for Rory Burns in 8 innings?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th innings this one for Rory
7
Burns.
innings.
Yep, so he's 74 at Bristol in the second innings, and then 54 against Middlesex at Lords in the second innings, and then 80 against Hampshire in the first innings, and then 70 here, so
he'll be very keen to go on and just get those 3 figures, really.
For himself as much as anything. As Ben Mike is in, and Stoneman's in behind a short one. And this one up towards mid-off. And there is no run. And I think as much for himself as anything. Stood down there at the non-striker's end at the moment. Leaning on his bat is Rory Burns. Stoneman 58 from 136 deliveries. As Mike is over the wicket to him, and Stoneman turns this one into the leg side. He's going to pick up a single. It's Mark Stoneman. That will move him on to 59. Move Surrey on to 142 without loss. I think the thing is that he's got some money in the bank, Rory Burns, and I think
Do you mean credit with the selectors,
yeah, I
basically?
think he's got a bit there, and I think any number could have got sort of jettisoned in India, I suppose, with the way it went. But he knows what the currency is, and he knows what people will be saying. So, for himself as much as anything, as here is Ben Mike to him, and Burns tucks this one off his hip and out towards deep backward square, and they'll pick up a single. And people will say, oh, it's you, Mr. Church, talk about Rory Burns, but actually everything's in good working order, and against Hampshire, it wasn't me, it was Kevin James saying he looks like an international opener. The way he's letting the ball go, the way he's letting the bowlers come to him. And again here, today, everything's where it should be. But for yourself as much as anything, if you can get a big one under your belt. As in comes Mike, and ducking underneath the bouncer is Mark Stoneman. But I've always said with Burns, the best thing about him is what's between his ears. It's just the way he goes about things, and he can shut out noise. Rory Burns. And there's a very nice self-confidence about everything he does. So absolutely he would love a big score, but I've seen enough of him this summer to know that everything is where it should be. Stoneman waits again as Mike's into him, and Stoneman's letting this one go. Outside is off stump. Good carry into the gloves of Swindles there from Ben Mike. 143 without loss then, Surrey. All in reply to Leicestershire's 496, and there are 3 overs remaining today.
Yeah, good little burst this from Ben Mike. Much more consistent. I know it's only 3 overs, but he's been much more consistent than he has managed so far this season. May have taken a little bit of confidence from his own first-class career best with the bat earlier today. Made a very good 74 before being caught at deep mid-wicket, trying to hook Jamie Overton over the meat, I suspect. Parkinson in and bowling, and Burns is waiting for that one. Initial move was going to go forward, realised it wasn't quite there, went back and just defended out towards Ben Mike. 2.5 overs remain to be bowled today, as Parkinson is in and bowling. Gives it a little bit of flight that time, and Burns advances, clips, makes sure it goes into the gap, a backward square, runs out to Alex Evans, whose Leicestershire sweater looks a little bit too big for him. He's a big young chap, but he's hanging quite loosely. Maybe that's the style, but I'm not sure, looking round at the others. In goes Parkinson and bowls. Stoneman bat in front of front pad as he leans forward and pushes that back up the wicket. Although there's plenty of blue around, a big cloud coming over now, so we might just have seen the last of the sun. Parkinson is in, bowling, turned by Stoneman off middle and leg out towards Sam Evans at mid-wicket. No run. Sounds like a blackbird. Late on in the day, as Parkinson bowls, and on off stump this time, Stoneman solid forward defensive, back up the pitch. Parkinson picks up, keeps hold of it, cracking on, just one ball to bowl in this over. In, bowls, good line and length, forward goes Stoneman in respectful defence, out into the offside end of Parkinson's over, just a single from it. Respectable from him. 10 overs now for Callum Parkinson, none for 29. Anything under threes is okay from the point of view of economy rates. Marcus Harris has wandered over to have a chat with Parkinson. The two heading off towards mid-on and mid-wicket, or extra cover and mid-off, because of course it's a left-hander will be facing until, and will be until this partnership is broken. Burns on 72, 2 overs remaining.
Yes, indeed. And Ben Mike to bowl our penultimate over of the day from the Bennett end. And Rory Burns just waiting for the field to settle in sunshine now, late sunshine on this second day, as Ben Mike is in to Burns, short one, and Burns just ducks underneath it. They've got a leg slip in for him. Sam Azad is under the helmet at short, or a leg slip, and then there's the slip as well. So, expecting a bit of short stuff is Rory Burns. Another blow on the horn away to our left.
He likes a bouncer, the Stench.
It's a hell of a nickname, that. That's waiting once again. I was first got anybody near him. Here's Burns, as in over the wicket comes Mike again, and Burns gets another short one that doesn't probably get up as much as he was expecting, really, and he just goes down on one knee outside his off stump. So the encouragement here for Ben Mike. Bit of the song starting there, away to our left now.
Singularly tuneless.
Yes, well, it is a chant of some variety. Away to our left hand side. Great stuff. As Burns settles again as Mike's into him. Whoa, that is short from Mike. That must be quite close to being a no ball, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way he could reach that in a million years, so if not no ball, it was a wide, but I think umpire Illingworth is ready for the close of play.
But I don't know how Rory Burns would have ever reached that, to be honest with you.
No chance.
Step ladder and
no
a
chance.
queue extension. 144 without loss. As Ben Mike is over the wicket to Burns, goes fuller of length this time, and Burns solidly just pushes this one up towards mid-on. I saw Mark Selby in the snooker clean up with the extension still on the end of his cue.
Yes.
Got to take it off and still cleaned up.
Did he genuinely forget to take it off, or was he?
I think he was ahead anyway, and he just couldn't be bothered and just kept going, and yeah, just kept the cue extension on the end. It looked a bit strange. Mike is in, and Yorker, and tucked away very nicely by Rory Burns. Oh, that's a brilliant bit of work out there by Evans, and he'll get back for 2 with the throw. Really good bit of work out there. And Evans sprinting around and diving full length, because that was clipped away very neatly by Rory Burns. He picks up 2 more though, moves on to 72. Retakes his guard, does Burns, and wanders off towards square leg, settles down once more, and then that little look towards mid-wicket as Mike's into him. Oh, that's hit him in the chest. Good aggressive bowling from Ben Mike, banged in, and Rory Burns just dropped the hand, and it hit him in the chest and rolls away into the offside. End of the over, 1 to go today, and Surrey 146 without loss.
Umpire's having a chat.
Not about the light, I don't think.
No, the sun has found a little patch of blue and is blazing down. wonder if they... I wonder what it can be about.
Maybe it's the hint.
Object to Stench's tuneless rendering of whatever it is. On aesthetic grounds. We can't play in this. We cannot play with that sound going on. It offends my sensibilities, says Umpire Gould.
I'm not sure you can understand what it is they're saying, really.
No. In normal circumstances at this time of year, well, he probably would be here, but he's also to be found at the King Power Stadium. I'm not sure whether he frequents Welford Road. So Parkinson to bowl the last over the day. We are now ready. He summons close fielders to give Mark Stoneman something to think about as he goes in over the wicket and bowls to Stoneman, who is forward, defending out into the offside towards silly point. There isn't a silly point. There is a short leg, a leg slip, and a short mid wicket. Parkinson in, bowls, Stoneman exactly the same shot, nearer to the pitch of the ball on this occasion, a safer shot. Pushes it out into the offside, swindles, hops out and fields. Parkinson shoots his cuffs, he's ready to go again now, and bowls, drops back a little bit, the length, and on the back foot Stoneman steers it towards point. Thinks momentarily about a possible single, but Barnes had moved quickly to his right, and you heard Burns say no, no. Parkinson around about 10 paces as he goes in and bowls a little bit short and flat, and waiting for it is Stoneman defending it out into the offside. Barnes comes in and fields. No luck in his first class burst for Leicestershire for Ed Barnes, but it was a pretty decent spell from him. Parkinson's ready to go. Stoneman had gone for a wonder, so he stops his run up halfway through, heads back to his mark, and in he goes. Bowls, Stoneman forward, pitch of the ball. Intent only on survival, understandably so, with just one ball to go now for Mark Stoneman. It's been a wonderful reply from Surrey to Leicestershire's first innings score of 496, 146 without loss, so 350 behind still, but all 10 first innings wickets in hand. Parkinson goes round the wicket, brings Stoneman forward, a forward defensive, pushes the ball out to mid-off, and that is us done for the day. Another absorbing day of red ball cricket in the LV Insurance County Championship sees Leicestershire close the day, having failed to make a breakthrough, on a pretty good track now here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, and Rory Burns and Mark Stoneman, who've been on the pitch from the very start of play yesterday, leave at the end of the second day with their partnership unbroken of 146. Burns has 74, Stoneman has 59. We will be back with you, BBC Radio's Leicester and the London, bright and early tomorrow for what we hope will be the third day. Well, it will be the third day, it's whether we get any play on it. The weather forecast is not particularly good, but things can change, so hopefully you'll be with us tomorrow when we find out whether the forecast is correct or not. But for now, for this evening, from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester, it's Richard Ray and Mark Church saying a very good night. Clark is in, bowling outside of some cut away nicely by Swindles. Quick hands, it's a chase back towards the boundary for 3. KNIG80.
That's it, as this one's crashed off the back foot by Ben Mike for 4. Good shot that, little short, little wide from top. For Leicestershire is round the wicket now, goes Topley, and this is slashed away by Swindles, and that's 4. Bit of width from Topley.
Busy and little.
Absolutely, as Topley is round the wicket to Mike, and runs here for Mike. That's nicely played. He's just opened the face and steered. Mike waits with that bat raise as Jordan Clark's in. He's taking the hook shot on. He hasn't got all of this, but he's got enough of it. It's into the leg side and away for on 47. And Swindles outside edge flies away past Ollie Pope in the gully. It's going to whistle down to the third man.
Over of the innings is in, bowling to Mike, who hits high down to long on. Should be caught by Ollie Pope. It isn't, because it's gone over his head. 47, Verdi into him again. He hits high out towards mid-off, and unfortunately from Surrey's point of view, Hashim Amla doesn't guard. Verdi bowls to him. He swings him over long on again for another huge 6, and this time he really has clattered that one. Oh, over the next few days, Overton is in, and he's pulling that one very nicely indeed, but good, not good work down there on the wide long leg boundary. And
Verdi's in, here he goes, using his feet. Shots, driving through extra cover for 4. It's a lovely shot from Ben Mike. He used his feet and then
Gray over Grace Road as Overton is in, worked down through the slips for 4 by Swindles. He got on top of that. Really Pope. In he goes and bowls, and it's short and in the air. Is it going to be caught at deep mid-wicket? It is! Ben Mike is caught, and Overton has his wicket at long last. It was a high bounce, he couldn't get on top of it. It was in the air, and it wasn't able to clear Jordan Clark at deep mid-wicket. It's a fairly short boundary out there, about 60 yards or so. Mike disappointed with himself, but he has got his first-class career best, certainly by a long way, for Leicestershire, and overall in his career by just 2.
Once more comes Verdi, and here goes Swindles down the pitch, lofting it up and over the top of the tall figure of Reece Topley. Just about got enough on it. The car park. He's gone again, Swindles. I think he's got a bit more of this. That was a better club selection. And that's 2 bounces down to the...
In goes Topley and clipped down to fine leg. Nice shot by Callum Parkinson. It was slightly short on his hip. And Topley's 100 is up. He goes in and bowls to Parkinson, who's looking to drive, and manages to squeeze it past. In goes Topley and bowls, and Parkinson very competently just nurdles it down to third man for 4. Come on, Harry boy. In goes Verdi, bowls, and he goes back, and it bounces a little bit more than he expected. Takes the top edge, and that's going to... right up, and it's turned straight to short leg by Parkinson. Absolutely off the face of the bat, and Parkinson cannot believe what he's done. It was a neat catch by Smith, but... he goes in and tosses it up to right, and he's hit him in front, and he's gone leg before wicket. Oh my goodness me. So right goes first ball. He was only half the wicket to Harry Swindles. Bowls, and Swindles swats it high into the air. Where's it gone? How far has it gone? It's going to be 4. It bounced. Not in the context of the game as a whole. Overton is into Swindles. Bowls.
Waits for Verdi. And down the pitch he comes and has gone. Bowled by Amar Verdi. And Swindles is the last. Right is over the wicket to Stoneman, and Stoneman will pick up a boundary here because he's just taken this off his hip very neat.
In goes Evans and bowls, and clipped away this time for 4 by Burns. I'm pretty sure that's going to get there. It is. His fair hair glinting in the sun, comes in and bowls, and it's clipped away for 4 by Rory Burns. Again it's too full, again it's too much.
Great position as right is in from the pavilion end to Stoneman. Lovely shot, straight down the ground for 4. It's a lovely looking cricket shot that from Mark.
Got a short leg in as Parkinson is in, and a little paddle sweep around the corner, neatly played by Stoneman. It's a long chase down to
Burns. A little look for mid wicket. That's short, and that's cut in the air deliberately up and over the top of the covers and away.
In goes Parkinson, bowls and cut away by Burns for 4. Made just a bit of fraction finer than he intended. Didn't get up as...
Barnes is round the wicket to him. Burns drives straight down the ground. That's a lovely shot from Rory Burns, the on drive. Round the wicket now to Rory Burns, and Burns, that's nicely played by Rory Burns, just lets the ball come to him and then opens
in and bowls and driven pleasantly for 4 by Stoneman. Didn't put his full weight into the shot, just had enough.
In over the wicket once again. Comes right, that's short, and that's pulled for 4 by Mark Stoneman.
Yeah.
Just dropped in halfway down by
Ackerman in again, back to the old flat fast stuff, and it's cut away by Burns.
Chris Wright is over the wicket to him, and Burns looks to open the face and guide this to third man. He's actually guided it, 1 bounce past first slip.
From him goes in and bowls, and that one is cut away for 4 by Burns, and that is his 50. So 50 for both bats. In goes Ackerman, bowls and pulled away to mid-wicket for 4 by Stoneman. It's been coming, that one.
Very short, and that'll be pulled by Burns for 4. So dropped in by Parkinson.
6.
Rory Burns has just as Mike is in, and Burns clips this one off his hip, pretty fine on the leg side. Now I think those are significant runs for Rory Burns. I think that takes him past 10,000 first class.